Chapter 1842. You control me, and I will release the last of my power to defeat this broken moon. The deity-slaying sword sent out an extremely urgent thought. Okay. Long Chen first protected Lingxi and then prepared himself. He was also looking forward to seeing if the deity-slaying sword would become a primordial Tao artifact. He chose this tunnel because the walls here were terrifyingly hard, especially those reliefs. Even a primordial Tao artifact could not destroy them. They were extremely deep imprints. As long as Long Chen guarded the door, it would be difficult for the primordial Tao artifact, Broken Moon, to escape. Everything had been prepared. Long Chen held the deity-slaying sword tightly. At this moment, the deity-slaying sword released enough power to fight against the primordial Tao artifact. It once again became the same as when it defeated the two primordial Tao artifacts. The difference was that this time, Long Chen was controlling it. Its power and Long Chen's power could defeat the two primordial Tao artifacts before, let alone now. Long Chen felt like he was holding a huge beast. He could not control it at all. Only a little of the surging power of the deity-slaying sword rushed into his body and communicated with him. Just this little bit of power was almost beyond Long Chen's limit. Although he gritted his teeth, he still felt like his body was about to explode. You can try the power that belongs to me. The ancient and mechanical voice came from the deity-slaying sword. Long Chen waved it gently. Suddenly, thousands of death sword auras were brewing, ready to shoot out at any time. If he had controlled this power before, he could have killed Su Mukin in an instant. There was no need to fight so hard. However, the deity-slaying sword said that this was its last ability. It was prepared to deal with the primordial Tao artifact. The terrifying power was in the hands of Long Chen. Do it. At that moment, he held the deity-slaying sword in his hand and used the deity-slaying art. In an instant, he traversed a distance of more than 10 meters and landed beside the primordial Tao artifact, Shattered Moon. He slashed with the sword in his hand. Instantly, the deity-slaying sword, which contained a vast amount of power, struck the purple longsword. It was like a sleeping person being slashed by a knife. This kind of feeling would drive people crazy. This was the case for the primordial Tao treasure Shattered Moon. When the god-slaying sword slashed it and bit it, the Tao spirit of Shattered Moon completely woke up and let out a miserable cry. Purple clouds filled the air as a purple rose appeared on the broken moon. The rose gradually transformed into a purple-clothed youth who glared at Long Chen. That was a youth whose entire body was emitting purple light. He was only a Tao spirit and not a human. He picked up the primordial Tao artifact Broken Moon and scolded angrily, "Who are you to dare disturb my Broken Moon's slumber? I'll grant you death." The wisdom of the Tao spirit was that simple. It was just that it had to do things on its own. In the end, it was not as good as the cooperation between Long Chen and the god-slaying sword. The god-slaying sword provided enough power to defeat Shattered Moon, while Long Chen provided battle experience and skills. Hiss. Without another word, Long Chen swung his sword and rushed towards the other party. In the blink of an eye, the god-slaying sword slashed down again. The purple-clothed youth hurriedly used Shattered Moon to block. As the two swords clashed, there was a sharp sound of friction and sparks flew everywhere. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly had an idea. The Lingxi sword appeared in his left hand and stabbed towards the purple-clothed youth. With two swords attacking, Shattered Moon was even more unable to block. Long Chen realized that the Lingxi sword targeted the primordial spirit, and Tao spirits were similar. The Lingxi sword's attack made his Tao spirit very wary. Controlling the power of the god-slaying sword that did not belong to him, Long Chen completely suppressed the primordial Tao treasure, especially with the convenience of the Lingxi sword. Relying on these two swords, Long Chen displayed an extraordinary level of battle power and actually forced the primordial Tao treasure to retreat continuously. The god-slaying sword tore at Shattered Moon's body, and the Lingxi sword attacked the purple-clothed youth. The dual sword technique had been displayed to the fullest. At first, Shattered Moon had already recovered its full strength, but under the god-slaying sword's frenzied biting, the light became dimmer and dimmer, and the Tao spirit became more and more terrifying. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." This battle lasted for 3 days, and Long Chen felt that the power accumulated by the god-slaying sword was indeed decreasing. Once its power disappeared, he would not be able to do anything about the primordial Tao treasure. After 3 days, Shattered Moon was riddled with holes from the god-slaying sword's bites like a mad dog. Its light was dim, and the Tao spirit was crying and hiding, unwilling to come out. Although he could not bear it, Long Chen thought that it was only a Tao spirit and did not have true wisdom. For the sake of the god-slaying sword's strength and his own strength, he did not think too much and directly went forward to attack. Finally, in the midst of Shattered Moon's crying, he completely tore it apart with the god-slaying sword. If others saw this scene, they would definitely blame Long Chen for recklessly wasting such a good primordial Tao treasure. If he could control it, he could completely unleash a combat strength that was 1 level higher. When Su Mu reached the reincarnation tribulation realm, he might not be unable to fight back. However, he had destroyed the primordial Tao treasure. At the last moment, the slaughter puppet formed by the gray slaughter sword aura came out of the god-slaying sword and absorbed the power essence left behind by the Tao spirit of the primordial Tao treasure in a ferocious manner. The primordial Tao treasure was completely engulfed by the terrifying god-slaying sword and finally disappeared without a trace. It's finally over. Long Chen was very tired. First, he had exceeded his limit to fight Su Mu Chen, then he had to deal with the primordial Tao treasure. After 3 days and 3 nights of fighting, although the god-slaying sword's power was exhausted, he had also exhausted most of his combat strength. He could only hope that the result was good. The god-slaying sword had left his right hand and stood on the ground. The gray slaughter sword aura permeated the air and condensed into a corporeal slaughter sword aura skeleton behind the god-slaying sword. The skeleton was exceptionally terrifying. On its body, there were 4 attributes of darkness, corrosion, devouring, and death. It was like a deity that controlled death, and it was terrifying. It stretched out a pair of bony claws and trembled as it held the god-slaying sword. In its anticipation, new Tao runes began to condense on the skeleton of the god-slaying sword. The power of the god-slaying sword also expanded again. Although it was impossible to grow to the extent that it could defeat 2 primordial Tao treasures, it still had unlimited possibilities. Another Tao rune condensed. Even Long Chen became nervous. As he followed the slaughter puppet, he was also counting. 85, 86. 91, 92, 93. 97. At this time, Long Chen was almost holding his breath, waiting for a miracle to happen. There were already 97 Tao runes, and the god-slaying sword had become unprecedentedly powerful. If he could condense 3 more Tao runes and become a primordial Tao treasure, what would happen? The slaughter puppet was also trembling. It held the god-slaying sword in its hand and stared at the gray sword with its hollow eyes. 98. Another Tao rune condensed. Long Chen's heart beat faster. 99. Another Tao rune. At this time, Long Chen's heart almost stopped beating. He and Lingxi were waiting for the next Tao rune to appear. At the same time, they were waiting for the other eye of the skeleton to shine. This time, they held their breath for a long time. However, there was still no movement from that Tao rune. After 20 breaths of time, the light of the god-slaying sword gradually dissipated. Long Chen already knew the result. It's a pity that it's a primordial Tao treasure with 100 Tao runes. It has just passed the primordial Tao treasure level. If there were a few more Tao runes, the god-slaying sword might be able to become a primordial Tao treasure. What a pity, Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that he was just 1 step away. Although it was just 1 step, it was very difficult to improve it again. This was because he had to swallow another primordial Tao treasure. Moreover, it definitely had to exceed 100 Tao runes before he could succeed. Roar. The slaughter puppet was extremely angry and couldn't wait to throw the god-slaying sword on the ground. However, to Long Chen, 99 Tao runes were already very terrifying. It had already surpassed the 8 great heavenly swords and was the peak primordial Dao treasure. In the future, it wouldn't be difficult to add another Dao rune. Thinking about it this way, it was still a good thing that the god-slaying sword didn't become a primordial Dao treasure. This was because Long Chen wasn't sure if he could control the god-slaying sword with 99 Dao runes with his strength. At this time, the slaughter puppet looked at Long Chen. "You want to control me?" Long Chen was very calm and suddenly said. He had long known that the god-slaying sword's Dao spirit might not be a good thing. The so-called accompanying Long Chen to conquer the world was actually a joke. Its only goal was to become a primordial Dao treasure. "You are too noisy." The massacre skeleton actually let out a low roar. It was in a very bad mood because the deity-slaying sword had not become a primordial Dao treasure. In a fit of anger, it held the deity-slaying sword, which had 99 Dao patterns, and actually charged towards Long Chen. Long Chen's eyes were cold. When he used the god-slaying sword to devour Shattered Moon, he realized that this guy would counterattack. He didn't expect it to happen. However, in order to defeat Shattered Moon, the power that the god-slaying sword had accumulated was almost depleted. Now, it could only rely on the power of the 99 Dao runes. In Long Chen's eyes, the other party had become a primordial Dao treasure that wasn't a primordial Dao treasure. It had a Dao spirit and self-awareness, but it still lacked some power of a primordial Dao treasure. Just as the other party attacked, Long Chen gritted his teeth. His speed was faster than the other party. The black Lingxi sword in his hand was his most trusted treasure. It was the proof of his love with Lingxi. Holding the Lingxi sword, Long Chen directly used the god-slaying art. The Lingxi sword swept past the slaughter puppet's body, causing it to immediately scream. Flame of soul refining. The flames rolled out and enveloped the entire tunnel. Long Chen used the time-roaming dragon. The slaughter puppet had its own independent consciousness. It could probably sense the time-roaming dragon, but it might not be very sensitive. Defeating Shattered Moon also took most of its power. Since Long Chen was already prepared, it was completely played. The Lingxi sword swept past its body again and again, causing it extreme damage and even driving it crazy. At this time, the Dragon Jade Dao seal and the primordial spirit of the Great Void Universe Dragon vibrated. A formless light wave was released from the Dragon Jade Dao seal and shook the slaughter puppet's body. The slaughter puppet let out a scream of despair and disappeared instantly. The god-slaying sword fell to the ground with a clang. It's appearing more and more frequently. I haven't played with this brainless skeleton enough. Long Chen smiled helplessly and picked up the god-slaying sword. It's finally over. I'm so tired. I'll choose another user to give out a signed physical book at night. Please follow my WeChat public platform, Feng Qingyang. Chapter 1843. Long Chen did a quick check and realized that even though the god-slaying sword had lost the massacre skeleton, its power was still there. It was a Dao artifact with 99 Dao patterns. Compared to when it had 83 Dao patterns, its lethality was even more terrifying. Long Chen did not dare to underestimate the god-slaying sword. However, there was a limit to how much Long Chen could excavate and control such a majestic power. A Dao weapon of this level was also very precious. At the very least, Su Xilan, who was at the Three Talents Reincarnation Tribulation Realm, might not even have one. Only someone at her level of combat power could fully display the power of the god-slaying sword. It was just like how Lingxi could not control the 8 heavenly swords. With the god-slaying sword, I should be like a tiger with wings. Although it has not become a primordial Dao artifact, it is obvious that my current combat power has increased. If Su Mukin does not enter the reincarnation realm, he should not be my opponent. But if he succeeds, I will definitely lose. He was originally a super divine dragon. If he entered the reincarnation realm, his combat power would probably be at the level of the Yin and Yang reincarnation realm. Of course, when Long Chen entered the reincarnation realm, people like Su Xilan would not be his opponent. It took him a few days to familiarize himself with the control of the god-slaying sword. With the divine abilities of the Void Cosmic Dragon and the Ancient Blood Spiritual Dragon, as well as these two swords, I should be considered one of the best among the younger generation in the 72 Divine Descendants Ancient City. I'm afraid there are very few among the younger generation in Dijun Divine City who can compete with me. In a year's time, his combat power had undergone an unimaginable rapid growth. He had jumped from the bottom to the top. In time, he would be able to look down on all the others. Su Mukun, after dealing with the god-slaying sword, the two returned to the Green Stone Plaza. Only a few days had passed, and Su Mukun's reincarnation tribulation had reached a critical stage. A black divine dragon coiled around his body. The situation was unclear, but Long Chen could feel that this guy was getting stronger and stronger. His power was going through a terrifying change. He was probably going to achieve the Tai Chi reincarnation power. This guy is really going to succeed. The other three had yet to pass the samsara tribulations, but he was about to succeed. It was useless to worry about how strong others were. One could only surpass their opponent's speed. Hence, Long Chen and Lingxi cultivated in the martial god mausoleum. Lingxi began to attempt to break through the gate of life and death, while Long Chen studied the slaughter Dao and the time Dao. Recently, Long Yu's activities have become more and more frequent. Is it because I've already come into contact with the highest level? Long Chen thought to himself. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. It had already been half a year since they had arrived at the battlefield of the gods, but the astrals had yet to make a move. It was unknown where they had gone, but Long Chen was in no hurry. I wonder what cultivation level that Du has reached. He wants to overcome 3 samsara tribulations in one go. After half a year, he should have made some progress. He was favored by the heavens and was regarded as a treasure by everyone. He was nurtured by the Divine Emperor Jun City and the Eternal Dragon City. He was regarded as the hope of the human clan. The resources of the entire dragon god domain poured into him. If Long Chen could have such treatment, his cultivation would have long surpassed the peak. However, he did not like that child's gloomy eyes. Su Mukun struggled in the samsara tribulations for 2 months. His samsara tribulations were more difficult than others. Among the 4 disciples of the martial god ancient city, 2 died and 2 succeeded. Including Su Tianyuan and Su Jiuyo, there were a total of 4 samsara realm martial artists. If Su Eugene Su Jiuzhou were not dead, they might have succeeded. Only Su Mukun was left. Recently, while everyone was bathing in the divine spiritual rain, almost all of their attention was on Su Mukun. Finally, on the day of the opening of the battlefield of the gods for half a year, Su Mukun completely transformed in the samsara realm and truly entered the samsara realm. As long as he went out, the 5 major dragon cities would naturally invite him. The demonic dragon dissipated. He stood up amidst the golden divine spirit rain. His tall figure was like an iron pillar as he stood steadily. He stretched out his hands and tried to mobilize his own power. He sighed with emotion. This is reincarnation, the mystical reincarnation rebirth state. He did not care about the group of Su family members. Instead, he turned back to look at Long Chen. His eyes gradually narrowed, and he asked, "Have you mastered the primordial Taoist weapon?" This guy was obviously much stronger than before. From nirvana to samsara, it was simply a transformation and transition of life. He was completely different from before, but he could not tell what had changed. If he had to describe it, it might be the change of God. He should have begun to transform into a real god. 1 yuan was 100 reincarnations. After passing through the 1 yuan samsara realm, the biggest change should be the change in one's mentality and attitude towards the world. In that 1 yuan tribulation, after passing through 100 reincarnations, it was like living countless times again. He could still remember the primordial Taoist weapon, which showed how much he valued the purple longsword. It must be known that after passing through 100 reincarnations, many people would lose their memories and completely forget the first half of their lives. Long Chen said, "Although I haven't mastered it, I can't give it to you." Su Muchen said, "Can we fight again? The last time wasn't satisfying enough." To be honest, since Long Chen had the time dragon, Su Muchen could no longer force him to fight. He could only invite him. However, Long Chen was not a fool. He waved his hand and said, "Let's talk about it in the future. You have too much of an advantage now." The disciples of the Su family were filled with righteous indignation. They all scolded, "Long Chen, you really have no guts. Seeing that you are weak, you don't dare to fight. Are you still a man? That's right. You don't even have this bit of courage. How can you have the primordial Taoist weapon? If you admit defeat today, it will probably become a sore point for you. It will prevent you from improving your martial cultivation." In order to take back the primordial Taoist weapon, they provoked him and mocked him at the same time. However, these words were child's play to Long Chen. He had to focus on researching what the god of Tai Chi was. Seeing that he did not agree, Su Muchen sighed and shook his head. He said, "What isn't mine doesn't belong to me. If I have another chance, I won't lose again." He also had a strong desire to fight. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed since the opening of the battlefield of the gods. According to the usual situation, after another half a year, the divine spiritual reign would end and everyone would leave. Just a few days after Su Muchen succeeded, there was a sudden change. Long Chen woke up from his cultivation and said in shock, "The spirit race is attacking." But it didn't seem like it. It seemed as though the entire battlefield of the gods was trembling from the nine-colored mist. The endless nine-colored mist above began to churn, and countless tiny, invisible insects seemed to have gone crazy. If they suddenly pounced down, then everyone present would probably die without a single survivor. Long Chen grabbed Ling Shi's hand, protecting her within his divine kingdom at the first possible moment. In the next moment, everyone felt an extremely terrifying power acting on their bodies. This was a power that they were unable to resist. Perhaps even the power of a divine spirit would not be able to withstand it. Everyone was under the control of it. Is the ancestor showing himself? Is it the ancestor? Oh my God, what is going on? Some of the disciples of the Su family were panicking, while others were excited. Long Chen glanced over and saw that even Su Muchen was powerless under the control of this power. In that instant, the terrifying power brought all the disciples of the 72 divine descendants into the sky. No one could resist it. The sky was filled with the nine-colored fog. Those who watched the battle between Long Chen and Su Muchen had witnessed the terror of the nine-colored fog. At this moment, those who were cheering for the ancestor showed themselves were all crying. Long Chen's heart trembled. Just what kind of power was it that wanted to kill all the disciples of the 72 divine descendants here? This power was simply irresistible. Were they just going to wait for death? A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. But it was a pity that the power was even more ferocious. In just a blink of an eye, cultivators were thrown into the nine-colored fog. Not even Long Chen could escape this fate. In the distant demon god domain. Divine Dream Fox Mansion, Heavenly Fox Domain. In the middle of a beautiful forest, there was a green mountain. Mo Xiaolang and Soi Yan were here. The Nirvana spiritual aura here was almost the same as the inner city of the martial god city. There were strange immortal essences everywhere. This was the hinterland where nine-tailed celestial fox lived. In the morning, Mo Xiaolang stood under the morning sun, absorbing the sun's fire to strengthen himself. In the clear pool beside him, Suyan was changing the color of her tail. Her slender snake tail was fresh and alluring. She would occasionally let out a bell-like laughter. She was having a great time. The two of them were enjoying their time together. After a while, Mo Xiaolang could already transform into human form. He stood beside the clear pond, quietly watching Soi Yan play. Big brother Xiaolang. Soi Yan retracted her snake tail and turned it into legs. She walked around Mo Xiaolang, blushing, and asked, "Do I look good?" Mo Xiaolang rubbed his head and said, "Yen will definitely look good." Do you think the snake tail looks good? Soy Ian asked. Mo Xiaolang nodded and said, I think it's very good. 9 different colors. It's much better than my pitch-black body. Soy Ian lowered her head, but I've been afraid of snakes since I was young. They're slippery. Now that I've become a snake, I'm so sad. This is karma. Who told you to hate snakes? Mo Xiaolang made a face and said with a smile. You're so annoying. Soy Ian angrily chased after him. The two of them were having fun. Suddenly, Mo Xiaolang heard something and the smile on his face disappeared. He protected Soy Ian behind him, looked at a big tree, and said coldly, Who's hiding there? Come out if you have the guts. Hearing this, a thick demon snake slid down from the tree and transformed into a flirtatious and voluptuous woman. She smiled and said, Children, don't be afraid. I'm here to see you. Ruoxi is my good friend. Chapter 1844. The lamia was enchanting and voluptuous. Her breasts were full, and she wore very little clothing to cover her body. A large area of her snow-white chest was exposed. Her 2 snow-white balls moved along with the lamia's snake waist as she walked over. Her pair of fair and slender thighs were exposed. Her charm was boundless. The lamia was naturally charming, but compared to Ruoxi's charm, they were not on the same level. Ruoxi was naturally charming, but this lamia was merely flirtatious. She arrived in front of Mo Xiaolang and said with a charming smile, Didn't I say that I am Ruoxi's friend? My name is Yushang. Don't be afraid of me. Seeing that she did not have the obvious malice of other demons, Mo Xiaolang was still on guard, but he said, Sister Ruoxi is no longer in the Heavenly Fox region. I'm afraid you have come at the wrong time to find her. Lamia Yushang still smiled charmingly and said, I am not here for Ruoxi, but for the 2 of you. Mo Xiaolang was even more on guard when he heard this. This woman was indeed powerful, but she was still a long way from Ruoxi. She dared to call Ruoxi by her real name, but there was a gap in their cultivation. She said she was Ruoxi's friend, but Mo Xiaolang could not believe it. Moreover, he was just a nobody, why would she come for him? Seeing Mo Xiaolang's confusion, she said, I heard that Ruoxi's family has a snake half-demon, so I came to take a look. I'm afraid it's this little girl. Don't be afraid, come here and let me take a look. I won't hurt you. I am also a snake. Soy Ian was timid and this woman was extremely coquettish, so it was hard for her to trust her. So when the woman threw out an olive branch, she subconsciously shrank behind Mo Xiaolang, her eyes revealing a look of fear. Your Excellency, what brings you here? Mo Xiaolang took a few steps back with Soy Ian and said cautiously. All right, I'll tell you the truth. Actually, she's not a true half-demon. She was only fused with my demon race through a secret art passed down from the ancient times. There aren't many people with her physique. When I heard about her from Ruoxi, I had my suspicions. You're wondering why I came to you guys, right? It's because I have a way to turn her back into a human. What? Mo Xiaolang and Soyan's eyes lit up. They were indeed excited at first, but after thinking about it carefully, this woman came out of nowhere with an unfathomable conspiracy in her eyes. She might not even be Ruoxi's friend, but it was hard to believe that she was so kind. Mo Xiaolang naturally wanted Soyan to not be discriminated against and bullied by others, but he couldn't be too hasty or else he might fall into someone else's trap. Seeing that they were silent, the snake woman said angrily, Don't you understand? I'm here to take this little girl to my place for Ruoxi's sake. I'm going to remove her half-monster identity. I wouldn't be willing to do something like this if someone else begged me. Mo Xiaolang pondered for a moment and said, Sister, please wait a moment. Xiaolang, thanks for your kindness in advance, but this matter is of great importance. I still have to discuss it with Sister Ruoxi and verify your identity. Please wait a moment, I'll communicate with Sister Ruoxi through star talismans. Forget it. Hearing this, the woman's expression suddenly darkened. She angrily said, "After talking for so long, you're still doubting my identity. It seems you don't want her to turn back into a human. Is half-demon that fun? Being despised everywhere. Huh. If that's the case, I'll be leaving first. When Roashi comes back and begs me, I might not help you." Having said that, she glared at Mo Xiaolang before turning into a wisp of smoke and disappearing. Mo Xiaolang's expression darkened. Soi Yan felt strange and asked, "Brother Xiaolang, Sister Roashi didn't leave any star talismans for us. Are you testing her?" Mo Xiaolang nodded. "Yes, she's clearly not Sister Roashi's friend. I just don't understand who she is and why she's after you." Soi Yan said, "But if she really has a way to turn me back into a human, why doesn't she give it a try?" Mo Xiaolang stretched out his hand and caressed her long black hair. Aren't you looking good right now? It's already painful to turn back into this. It'll be even more painful. I don't want you to be in pain." Suyin said in a daze, "But I'll bring you a lot of trouble if I do this." Mo Xiaolang shook his head. "It's not trouble. I'll become stronger as soon as possible and make everyone shut their mouths." "Oh." Soi Yan nodded. She suddenly smiled innocently and said, "Do you really like my current appearance?" "Yes." Mo Xiaolang smiled faintly. The sun rose in the east and everything seemed beautiful. The battlefield of the gods underwent an unprecedented change. Buzz. Thousands of disciples from the ancient city of 72 divine descendants, some of whom were still in the midst of their tribulations, were pulled up by the force and directly collided with the nine-colored mist. The nine-colored mist in the sky madly danced, emitting sharp sounds of friction, instilling fear in people's hearts. Facing the irresistible nine-colored mist, everyone was scared to tears. In just a split second, no matter how they resisted, it was useless. Boom. Everyone crashed into the nine-colored mist. At this moment, the force acting on his body suddenly disappeared. As soon as Long Chen came into contact with the nine-colored mist, he was ready to use Dream of the Origin. But at this moment, a golden force covered his whole body, completely surrounding him. The nine-colored mist was about to devour him, but after encountering the golden light, it retreated in defeat. Long Chen looked up and saw that all the disciples of the ancient city of martial god were surrounded by the golden light and rushed into the nine-colored mist. They should be unharmed like him. It seems that it's not killing everyone. This golden light is the power from the battlefield of the gods. I've never heard of such a change in the battlefield of the gods. What happened? Long Chen thought calmly. That huge force threw everyone into the nine-colored mist. Now, Long Chen's body was covered by the nine-colored mist. But with the protection of the golden light, he could still survive. At this moment, that force appeared again and pulled everyone up. Vaguely, the disciples of the Su family who didn't understand what was happening were still screaming. Chen. Only now did Ling Shi realize what had happened. It had been too dangerous previously. "Don't worry, I definitely won't die," Long Chen said very calmly, dissipating the anxiety in Lingxi's heart. This man could maintain a calm heart no matter what, which made Lingxi feel very safe. "We should arrive at a unified place," Long Chen guessed. Indeed, at this moment, the nine-colored mist in the surroundings suddenly flashed. An invisible force opened up a huge hemispherical space. The radius was probably 100 meters. Such a huge hemispherical space was enough for about 30 people to stay in the martial god ancient city. After the golden light dissipated, Long Chen realized that a golden array diagram had appeared under his feet. This array diagram was made up of golden divine characters from the primordial era. The divine characters flashed, bringing with it a huge force that maintained everyone's stability. The nine-colored mist above their heads was also made up of golden divine characters. Indeed, everyone was fine. "Look!" Someone let out a cry of surprise. Everyone started sizing up their surroundings. The first thing Long Chen saw was the silhouette of a golden human sitting cross-legged in the center of the circular array diagram. That was a golden human figure with his eyes closed. Light wheels revolved around him. Although it was just an illusory figure, it had a majestic aura and boundless power. The appearance of this illusory figure could not be seen clearly, but it was emitting an aura as though it was the ruler of heaven and earth. When the disciples of the Su family executed their martial god will, such an illusory figure would appear before their eyes. This was the primordial divine spirit, the martial god. The Su family's disciples were incomparably familiar with this attire. Whether it was the hair ornaments, clothes, or the proportions of the figure, the golden human silhouette sitting cross-legged was exactly the same as their legendary ancestor. The purest martial gods will erupted from the illusion, causing them to be unable to raise their heads. Ancestor's spirit. Heavens, quickly kneel. Such a thing had never happened in the battlefield of the gods. The Su family's disciples knelt on the ground as if they had gone mad. Their expressions were emotional, and for a moment, they didn't know what to say. Only Long Chen was still standing there. He wasn't a member of the Su family. Therefore, when he looked carefully, he discovered that the only reason for the existence of this illusion was to support the operation of the array diagram. This was because the array diagram was currently moving. The array diagram was moving, but it was unknown where it was headed. The Su family's disciples began to speak eloquently and said a lot of words about their ancestors' blessing. They knelt devoutly for almost a quarter of an hour before they finally understood what had happened. The first one to react was Su Mu Chen. He stood not far away from Long Chen and said, "Can you guess what exactly happened?" Long Chen sensed that the array diagram was shuttling through the nine-colored mist. He shook his head and said, "I'm not sure either." After thinking for a moment, he said, "It's best to contact Su Xilan with the star talisman and ask about the situation." Su Mu Chen nodded. When he picked up the star talisman, he said helplessly, "The connection here has been cut off. I can't contact her." "Oh. I'm afraid that something big is about to happen." Long Chen wasn't optimistic about the changes in the battlefield of the gods. As expected, at this moment, he felt a pressure specifically targeting him. He suddenly turned around and saw the illusion in the center of the array diagram. Although the illusion's eyes were closed, it seemed to be looking at him. A clear voice reverberated in his head, which made Long Chen feel as if he had been struck by lightning. "There's another person with you. The war is about to begin. No one can be spared. Let her out." These words caused Long Chen's expression to change again and again. Chapter 1845. This phantom had the appearance of a martial god, and he was actually talking to him. Could he be a martial god? This primordial deity from millions of years ago was talking to him. This matter was extremely incredible. The primordial gods had disappeared for millions of years, and no one knew where they had gone or whether they had survived. The battlefield of the gods and the ancient city of the 72 divine descendants were probably the only things they had left behind. He was talking to him. No matter how calm Long Chen was, he still felt a chill down his spine. The martial god's phantom was referring to Lingxi. What he meant was that the war was about to begin and no one could hide in the divine kingdom. Otherwise, they would all die. Long Chen didn't dare to doubt the power of the primordial deity. It was just like how he was brought to this diagram array. In this battlefield of the gods, he could say that he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. "What's wrong?" Su Mu Chen asked curiously when he saw his expression change. "There might be a huge change soon. Tell your Su clan to prepare." Long Chen reminded him and walked to a corner by himself. He told this matter to Lingxi. Lingxi smiled and said, "Chen, I can already bear a lot of things by myself. Let me participate. This is the rule of God." That's right. That primordial deity was talking to him just now. This was the rule of God, thus, Long Chen let Lingxi enter the diagram array. From then on, the martial god's phantom didn't target him anymore. Right now, Su Mu Chen possessed great authority. He made the Su family's disciples, who were still kneeling down, become vigilant. Only then did everyone stand together and felt the golden diagram array advancing forward. They discussed and pondered about what would happen next. Don't worry too much. The ancestor is protecting us. He will definitely lead us to a place where we can see him. Perhaps he will give us great treasures and let us shine in the ancient martial god city. That's right. This is the first time in 1,000,000 years that something like this has happened in the battlefield of the gods. It's definitely a good thing, not a bad thing. I can't help but feel a little excited when I think about all the mythical creatures that we might encounter later. They were filled with anticipation, their eyes burning as they looked forward. However, Su Mu Chen and the rest were much more mature. From their eyes, they could faintly see some uneasiness. This uneasiness probably originated from their intuition. Long Chen also had this kind of intuition. While the Su family's disciples were talking excitedly, the golden array finally slowed down, and the surrounding 9-colored mist began to recede. Everyone looked up and suddenly, the golden array seemed to have hit something. Most people lost their balance and rolled on it. Fortunately, they didn't fall out of the golden array, otherwise, they would have been swallowed by the 9-colored mist. The golden formation stopped. Everyone looked over curiously and saw a massive white jade platform in front of them. It had a diameter of over 10,000 meters, and there was a space of over 1,000 meters on the white jade platform. There was no 9-colored mist on it, and it was similar to the Bluestone Plaza. However, the white jade platform was paved with pure white jade. What a huge place. Why did our ancestors bring us here? A disciple asked curiously. Everyone was eager to try and walk onto the white jade platform. Su Mu Chen stopped them. Without my orders, no one is allowed to act blindly without thinking. The situation is a little weird, so don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing that Su Mu Chen had seized the limelight, Su Jiuyou felt a little unconvinced in her heart. Don't make a fuss over nothing. How can our ancestors harm us? There must be a great reason for them to bring us here. Why are you being so timid? Do you have other intentions or are you a coward? Su Mu Chen's expression did not change as he said, then you can take the lead and give it a try. Seeing that the white jade platform was weird, Su Jiuyou said, whoever is stronger will take the lead. There seems to be others. Just at this moment, a disciple pointed to the opposite side of the 100-odd platforms. On the opposite side, there was also an array diagram leaning against the side of the platform. It was a green array diagram, and one could vaguely see a green shadow on the array diagram. There were also more than 30 people on the array diagram. They seemed to be from the Heavenly Wind Divine City. Someone said. That's weird. Why would our ancestors bring us together with the people from the Heavenly Wind Divine City? Everyone started to feel puzzled. There are people over there. Someone with sharp eyes saw a profound ice array diagram on the left. It was a good friend of the martial god Ancient City, the people from the profound ice Divine City. Just at this moment, there seemed to be a new array diagram on the white jade platform. Taking a closer look, the people over there were also extremely excited as they swept their eyes around. In the end, they discovered the teams from the martial god Ancient City. Right now, there was a total of 4 teams gathered around the white jade platform. In the beginning, everyone was excited, but after seeing that there were other teams, they did not dare to act blindly without thinking. War, and these people. Long Chen recalled the word war that the martial god image had mentioned to him. Looking at the white jade platform, he suddenly said to Su Mu Chen, whether you believe it or not, this white jade platform is probably used for battles. It's like a game, and the ones being dominated in this game seem to be us. So this is definitely not a good thing. Su Muken's expression was solemn as he turned his head to look at the martial god's image. His expression was a little weird. As someone from the martial god Ancient City, he naturally did not believe that his ancestor would harm him. However, who could predict what would happen in this strange place? Boom! Another team from the Divine City arrived at the side of the white jade platform under the support of the black diagram. The fifth one. As time passed, more teams arrived. In the end, there were a total of 9 teams gathered beside the white jade platform. There was a total of 72 divine cities, which also meant that there were a total of 8 platforms in the endless 9-colored mist. So, what was going to happen? At this moment, Sumu Chen was conversing with the people from the other divine cities. The white jade platform was extremely spacious, so it wasn't hard for their voices to be transmitted to the other side. In the end, no one knew what was going to happen. I believe that the spirits of our ancestors must have appeared and allowed us to come here to inherit something. Although the 9-colored mist is very frightening, everyone just relax, we will definitely be fine. A green-robed man smiled in the heavenly wind divine city. That's right. Everyone, don't worry too much. Just wait and see, this will be a historical moment. I believe that our ancestors are still alive. They live in another world. They are gods and they control this world. Today, we are receiving such treatment. I'm afraid that we are going to welcome the return of the gods. Even if that's not the case, since we were chosen to come to this place, we will definitely receive countless benefits. With their words, the few hundred people here felt much better in their hearts. Everyone felt that they were right, since this was the place of their ancestors. Just like the reign of deities, wouldn't it bring them great benefits as well? Everyone started to chat and laugh, with some people still kneeling before the deity image in the center of the array diagram with sincerity. Just when everyone was chatting happily, an 8th-level Rebirth Tribulation Realm branch family disciple from the Martial God Ancient Cities group suddenly shot swiftly towards the 100-plus platforms and fell onto the white jade platform. He was stunned for a moment before crawling up, and he had an astonished expression as he didn't know how he got there at all. What's going on? He walked over, but at this moment, the golden array diagram shifted and moved a distance away from him. It was already impossible for that fellow to return to the array diagram, since there was already quite a bit of 9-colored mist filling up the gap between the two. Everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Raising their heads, they saw that it wasn't only the ancient martial god city. The other 8 teams also had a person appearing on the white jade platform. Furthermore, their age and strength were similar to the one from the ancient martial god city. Su Huan, calm down first. Sumu Chen saw that that fellow was about to cry from fear. A total of 9 people stood on the white jade platform. Every single one of them was dumbfounded. They wanted to return to the array diagram, but they couldn't, and those in the array diagram couldn't return to the white jade platform as well. This situation instantly caused an uproar among everyone. Just at this moment, everyone noticed that there seemed to be a number in the center of the white jade platform. It was a number with 9 colors. Starting from 100, it changed to 99 after a breath's time. With every breath's time, the number would decrease by 1. What's the meaning of this? Everyone was in an uproar. The 8 people on the platform were getting more and more uneasy. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and said, I'm afraid that something special will happen after the countdown ends. Roughly speaking, if the 9 people on the platform don't complete something by then, they will die. As soon as he said this, everyone was frightened. They all scolded, don't talk nonsense. How could our ancestors make such a joke? We are their descendants. That's right. You're not a member of our Su clan. Even if someone dies, it'll be you. Long Chen was definitely not joking. At this moment, the number on the platform changed to 90. The Su clan was still condemning Long Chen because of what he had said earlier. Just at this moment, the deity phantoms on the array diagrams let out clear voices once again. This is the battle of glory. Within 100 breaths' time, only one winner can appear on the white jade platform. If you can't complete it, all 9 of you will be eliminated. This sentence also came from the primordial deity. It was vague, but at least everyone understood that the people on the platform had to finish the battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, all 9 of them would be eliminated. However, no one knew what would happen to the winner. no one knew what would happen to the loser. In the blink of an eye, there were only 80 breaths time left. Battle of Glory. This phrase made everyone's blood boil. After all, they represented the various divine cities. Su Huan, fight. Su Muchen was silent for a moment before reminding. Chapter 1846. There were only 80 breaths of time left. The hundreds of people on the formation diagram all had anxious expressions on their faces, feeling terrified in their hearts. They had no idea what they would do if something like this happened to them. At first, they thought it was a gift from their ancestors. But now, what was the so-called battle of honor? They started to feel nervous. Su Tianyuan seemed to understand. He shouted, "Su Huan, this is a test from our ancestors. Defeat the other deities' descendants within 100 breaths of time, and you will get great benefits, even a gift from our ancestors. If you win, it will be the pride of our martial god ancient city and the pride of our ancestors. Let's fight." This sentence stirred up everyone's blood. Yeah, our ancestors will not harm us. If we win, we will get great benefits. Our martial god ancient city is a fighting clan, and the martial god is the god of fighting. In terms of fighting, how can we lose to others? That's right. Su Huan, hurry up and fight. Under the urging of their brothers, the hearts of the 9 disciples on the white jade platform gradually burned with passion. It was as if they could see a bright future waiting for them. Only the one who won would be able to obtain the final victory, and that would have to happen within the remaining 70 breaths of time. Fight! The 9 of them roared in unison. Their eyes were already bloodshot. They rushed towards the others crazily. The time limit of 100 breaths of time had put great pressure on them. In order to be the only winner within the time limit, they didn't hesitate to fight. This was a battle of honor for their ancestors. The winner would bring honor to their ancestors. Su Huan, do your best. The onlookers were all excited. Although they hadn't participated in the battle yet, their eyes were also bloodshot. The 72 deities had been fighting openly and secretly in the ancient city. Finally, there was a chance to compete secretly. The hatred that had been accumulated for a long time burst out. Under the time limit, it was hard for them to show mercy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, the 9 of them were fighting. This was a chaotic battle. Under the time limit, no one even realized that they could be the winner by staying out of it. Of course, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, no one could stay out of it. Taiwu Supreme has arrived. Su Huan summoned 12 Taiwu True Lords and used the Taiwu fists to attack with the martial god's will. In this short period of time, almost all the god's blood seething that could be used were used. In this tragic chaotic battle, as long as one's performance was slightly outstanding, they would basically be surrounded and attacked by 2 or 3 people. Everyone's eyes were already red with killing intent, and even Su Huan did not join forces with his friends from the profound ice divine city. Very quickly, the first martial warriors was knocked out of the battle circle. His entire body was stained with blood, and he was heavily injured. He was on the verge of death, and he definitely lost the ability to fight again. No one paid any attention to the person who was still fighting. And at this moment, something happened that shocked the onlookers. The white jade platform with a diameter of about 3 meters under the first injured martial artist suddenly became hollow, as if a hole had been opened on the white jade platform. The martial artist let out an earth-shattering scream and fell into the hole. Below the white jade platform, there was endless 9-colored mist. The people who were shouting were all dumbfounded, their faces filled with fear. This, heavens! How could this be, my ancestor? Countless people looked back in shock at the god's shadow on their formation diagram. The so-called result of being eliminated was actually death. No one thought that the person who was thrown off the white jade platform and surrounded by the endless 9-colored mist could survive with his own ability. This was simply impossible. In other words, 8 of the 9 people on the white jade platform would die. If the winner was not decided in the end, all 9 would die. The significance of this was simply too heavy. To everyone, this was a huge blow. Therefore, at this moment, hundreds of people were stunned. The people who were still on the white jade platform stopped fighting and stared blankly at the big hole that suddenly appeared. At this moment, the white jade platform had returned to its original state, but the defeated martial artist had disappeared forever. He is dead. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva, their faces pale. One could see that their bodies were trembling and covered in cold sweat. They had never thought that death would be so close and so long. There were still 50 breaths of time left, and half of it had passed. They were still young, who would be willing to die in such an inexplicable way? Furthermore, they were unwilling to accept this. Wasn't the battlefield of the gods supposed to be the graves of their ancestors? Why were they treating them like this? Were they using the lives of their descendants to play a game? What was the meaning of this so-called battle of glory? If they won, would they get glory? They had no time to think so much. Although they were extremely conflicted and in pain, and even scared to the point of madness, there would always be people who took this opportunity to fight for their survival. Go to hell. A person beside Su Huan took advantage of the moment when Su Huan was stunned and stabbed him with a sword. With the stirring of nirvana energy, Su Huan was instantly thrown away. Despicable. The people of martial god ancient city cursed, their eyes were bloodshot. Su Huan fell to the ground, heavily injured. He ignored the huge wounds on his body and struggled to climb up from the white jade platform. He cried and struggled, "No. I don't want to die, I don't want to die." But at this moment, the white jade platform still caved in. Su Huanghun let out an unwilling scream, and his figure was gradually submerged until it completely disappeared. His struggle when he fell, his unwilling eyes, and the despair before his death, all made everyone feel as if their hearts were in an icehouse. The Su clan disciples of martial god ancient city all sat on the ground, blankly looking at the martial god phantom. Su Tianyuan, what are you saying? What battle of glory? Isn't this just sending themselves to death? Only 1 out of 9 will survive, or all of them will die. Someone pulled on Su Tianyuan's clothes, crying. How would I know? Su Tianyuan forcefully kicked him away. His expression crumbled, and he was also at a loss. He opened his mouth and looked at the martial god phantom, saying in pain, "Ancestor, what is going on?" He knelt on the ground, and the others followed suit, crying, "Ancestor, please spare us. Ancestor." However, the martial god phantom didn't move, remaining cold and indifferent. On the white jade platform, in order to make it to the last moment, to obtain the only chance of victory and survival, the remaining 7 people fought with their lives on the line. As they attacked without any regard for their lives, injuries appeared one after another, and some were even directly killed. Soon, there were only 10 breaths of time left. On the white jade platform, there were only 3 people left. One of them was riddled with wounds, but he hadn't fallen yet. When he saw that the other 2 were actually targeting him, he fiercely roared, "You all want to live, right? I won't. If you want me to die, then don't even think about living. Come and chase me, ah." With that, he broke free from the encirclement and fled. The white jade platform was so big, and everyone's strength was about the same. To catch up to someone in 10 breaths of time and then defeat them was simply impossible. But at this moment, something unforeseen happened. The ground beneath the fleeing martial artist suddenly caved in, and a huge force directly swallowed him, causing him to fall into the 9-colored fog, instantly disappearing. Everyone understood that if anyone gave up the battle, even if they weren't defeated, they would still be considered eliminated, and there would only be one ultimate expert left on this white jade platform. There were only 8 breaths of time left, and 2 people. Within the martial god diagram, Long Chen narrowed his eyes as he watched all of this, a serious expression on his face. This was happening in the battlefield of the gods, and only gods could play this game. This was the power of gods, and as a mere mortal, Long Chen couldn't resist it at all. Even Long Qinglan couldn't resist it, and could only act according to the rules. He was unwilling to accept that he could fight no matter what, but if everyone had to experience this battle, what would happen to Lingxi? Would he have to watch her die in front of him, this cute and gentle little woman? Thinking of that possible scene, Long Chen's heart broke. His eyes were bloodshot, and his fists were tightly clenched. There was no doubt that this was a great disaster for him. He hadn't expected such an unforeseen event to occur in the battlefield of the gods. There was a large amount of hot air in his chest. Suddenly, a smooth hand grasped him, the gentleness and coldness calming Long Chen's restless heart. Tilting his head, he saw Lingxi smiling sweetly at him. "Chen, you don't believe me again. I won't lose." Little Long Chen wasn't afraid of anyone, but this was the power of the primordial gods. He didn't even know if these existences were still alive. What were they planning? Were they planning to let these thousands of descendants of gods go through endless cycles of battles, and finally choose one survivor? Not only was Lingxi here, but Li Xuanji was also here. Lingxi gripped his hand tightly and pursed her lips. Then, she said with a gentle smile, "For you, I will also do my best to survive. Big brother Chen, please believe me, I won't die in front of you. I know that this will be the hardest thing for you to bear, so I won't." When she said this, there was a strong determination in her voice. Long Chen took a deep breath. His eyes were cold as he said, "Okay, let's prepare first." At this time, on the white jade platform, before the countdown ended, the two cultivators hadn't decided a winner. They wanted to live, so they used their most lethal methods. It wasn't easy to endure to this point, so they both died. In the last moment, the countdown ended and the white jade platform disappeared. The two cultivators screamed miserably as they were swallowed by the nine-colored fog. Large amounts of nine-colored fog engulfed the white jade platform, and the area outside the array became a sea of multicolored fog. Chapter 1847. The golden diagram continued to traverse through the endless nine-colored mist. After the previous battle, no one was naive anymore. They knew that everyone would definitely be brought to another battlefield. Next time, there would be another person participating in the so-called Battle of Glory, and that person only had a 10% chance of surviving. Cruel, bloody, and heartless. However, this was the rule, so who could change it? Even someone as powerful as Su Mu Chen, who had stepped into the reincarnation tribulation stage, had a grave expression on his face. If this continued, traversing through the nine-colored mist, everyone's hearts still hadn't calmed down. Not long later, the golden diagram stopped and everyone's hearts tensed up as they looked at their surroundings. Very quickly, they realized that reality was cruel. That's because another 10,000-meter-wide white jade platform had appeared before them. There were already a few teams that had arrived by the side of the white jade platform. In the east, there was a team that was riding on an azure diagram, that was the colossal wood divine city. In the west, there was a team that was riding on a crimson diagram, that was the scarlet blood divine city. What attracted Long Chen's attention the most was the team that was riding on a white diagram in the south. There were many familiar faces in that team. They were from the number 1 divine city in the south, the Radiance Divine City. They were also Long Chen's old enemies. In this chaotic battle, a team would encounter 8 other teams after every battle, so the chances of them encountering each other was rather high. At this moment, no one had the heart to pay attention to who else was coming. They were all anxious for their own fate. They had already experienced the first battle, so they roughly knew how tough it was to win. Therefore, everyone had a grave expression on their faces, regardless of gender. There were even traces of tears on their faces. And the one that gave them such a huge blow was their ancestor. At this moment, there was no way to contact anyone outside. Therefore, all the youths were in a state of anxiety and helplessness. Everyone's hearts were filled with terror. They hoped that time would slow down, that they wouldn't be chosen in the end, that they would be able to live a bit longer. They had never realized that such a long and despairing death was actually so terrifying. It would be better to just kill them with a single slash. The next team slowly arrived. Su Muchen started to communicate with the other teams. Who knows what's going on? Someone yelled from the other side. Everyone shook their heads. If such a battle were to continue for several months, everyone here would have to participate in the battle and become the sole victor within 100 breaths of time. Heavens, are we all going to be forced to die here? This is so difficult. Who can do it? Heavens, are we all going to die here? Everyone's faces were pale. Even the warriors in the reincarnation tribulation realm were having a hard time. Although they were powerful, their opponents were definitely in the reincarnation tribulation realm, so their chances of survival were very low. Who would be willing to waste their lives here? The battlefield of the gods meant endless benefits, but it didn't mean that there was any danger of death. This was far too different from what they had expected. The only hope for victory? Who can get it? My ancestor, although this is a battle of glory, and we are fighting for your glory, this is too cruel. Yeah, if this goes on, wouldn't the entire younger generation of the 72 divine descendants die here? Wouldn't the legacy of the 72 divine descendants be severed? The strength of the human race will definitely decline after 1,000 years, and there won't be any successors. At that time, many races will definitely go extinct. It's impossible for the ancestor to die alone. Although they constantly comforted themselves, the reality was right before their eyes. They could only lie to themselves. Long Chen saw so much despair and madness. This crisis came too suddenly. He gripped Ling Xi's hand tightly. Even though he believed that she was indeed very capable, he was only confused by his concern. He could finally understand how Ling Xi and the others felt every time he participated in a battle. In the blink of an eye, the 9 divine cities arrived. Dipankara Divine City. Everyone exclaimed. The last one to arrive was actually one of the few divine cities in the central region, Dipankara Divine City. Tens of millions of years ago, the ancient god Dipankara had mastered the Tao of life and flame. His battle strength was monstrous, and he was immortal. He was a supreme god. Dipankara Divine City had a legacy of tens of millions of years. Although the Light Divine City was the strongest in the southern region, it was still a level lower than the Dipankara Divine City. Among the 9 divine cities, the strongest was the Dipankara Divine City. The 9 divine cities had already arrived, and they were about to choose their participants for the battle. At this moment, hundreds of people were extremely nervous. Long Chen himself didn't care, but he was nervous for Ling Xi. But at this time, something that made him helpless and angry happened. In the end, it would be Ling Xi's turn, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Under the pull of that absolute power, no matter how firmly Long Chen held on, that power still broke through his imagination and took Ling Xi away. Bastard. Long Chen watched helplessly as Ling Xi was brought into the white jade platform. At that moment, his heart was burning with monstrous anger. This damned battlefield of the gods, this golden array that blocked him, this damned game and rules. If something happened to Ling Xi, he would definitely go crazy. One must know that this was a 1 in 9 chance of survival. At least until now, Long Chen hadn't seen anyone come out alive. He quickly walked to the side of the golden array and watched as Ling Xi landed on the white jade platform. He had already entered an unprecedented state of madness. If Ling Xi couldn't make it, then he would give up everything. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he would still rush up and save her. He didn't have any faith, nor did he have these gods or ancestors. He only had his protection. His blood-red eyes and heavy breathing caused everyone to move away from Long Chen. At this moment, he was rather dangerous. In front of the absolute power of those gods, Long Chen held the god-slaying sword in his hand and gently touched the edge of the golden array. Although he was roughly 10 meters away from the white jade platform and the 9-colored fog was terrifying, with the origin of dream, he might be able to rush up. Chen, let me try this once. Ling Xi looked at Long Chen for the last time. She didn't cry. She was unprecedentedly calm, but also unprecedentedly tough. Her eyes were filled with unbelievable power. This power made Long Chen feel more at ease. He loved this woman very, very much, so he chose to believe her for the time being. What worried him the most was Lingxi's opponent. Lingxi hadn't stepped into the door of life and death, so she could only be considered a late-stage Nirvana Tribulation realm. If her opponent was an 8th Nirvana Tribulation realm, then there shouldn't be a problem. However, Long Chen was soon disappointed. This was because he realized that Lingxi's opponents were actually all 9th Nirvana Tribulation realm experts. Moreover, they were all women. It was no wonder that Lingxi was chosen. Among the team from Martial God Ancient City, there weren't many female 9th Nirvana Tribulation realm experts. Lingxi was almost the only one. If the standard was chosen first, then the person was chosen, then it wouldn't be a coincidence that Lingxi was chosen. 100 breaths. When everyone was in position, the women from the 9 divine cities didn't waste any time. Long Chen watched nervously. He was 10 times more nervous than when he was fighting himself. Previously, he had discussed some battle plans with Lingxi. Long Chen suggested that she shouldn't reveal her strongest strength yet, but she shouldn't appear too weak either. In the first half of the battle, she should find an opponent and suppress her strength to tangle with her. This was so that the strongest expert in the team wouldn't target her in advance. As expected, she was very smart. First, she found the girl from Giantwood Divine City. Although everyone was innocent, this battle wasn't a battle of justice. It was a dangerous battle. For the sake of survival, who wouldn't go crazy? Lingxi was still considered calm. The girl from Giantwood Divine City was proficient in the Tao of Giantwood. She had exuberant vitality and many mystical techniques. Lingxi controlled 4 heavenly swords to fight with her. She had 80% divine blood and a Tao artifact with 80 Tao patterns. As for the girl, she was only at the early stage 9th Nirvana Tribulation realm. Therefore, with just 4 heavenly swords, Lingxi was able to restrain her. Misty immortal steps. Using her footwork, Lingxi turned into a phantom. A pair of butterfly wings unfolded behind her. It coordinated with her battle and emitted waves of illusions, allowing her to completely suppress her opponent. Although Lingxi performed very well, Long Chen was still trembling with fear. The entire battle was quite thrilling. Everyone's opponents were also changing rapidly. Because there were 9 people, at any moment, one person would be besieged by 2 people. When there were about 90 breaths left, a girl was sent flying. Although she was very tough, she was quickly defeated under the joint attack of 2 super strong opponents. Although she was seriously injured, she still crawled up in a panic. Her eyes were filled with a strong desire to survive. This was a girl from Red Blood Divine City. Seeing that she was injured, a man in the Red Blood Divine City laid on the blood-colored array diagram and wailed in pain. He was desperately trying to rush forward. He even shed tears of blood. That look was truly heartbreaking. That girl must be her lover. In the various divine cities, in order to maintain the purity of the bloodline, it was very common for cousins to marry each other. Long Chen was struggling in his heart. His blood was already boiling. He sympathized with that man, but he was more afraid that he would be the next one. That girl from Red Blood Divine City was ultimately eliminated by the White Jade platform and fell into the 9-colored mist. In the Red Blood Divine City, that man broke free from everyone's restraints. He buried his head in the ground and wailed in pain. While no one was paying attention, he jumped off the blood-colored array diagram and was instantly engulfed by the 9-colored mist. Long Chen's hand that was holding onto the god-slaying sword was about to bleed. He wasn't the only one who had love. Everyone had it. Gods, he gritted his teeth as he spat out these 2 words. Just who was the one that planned this game? The 2 strongest experts of the Radiance Divine City and Depeng Divine City seemed to have joined forces. Su Mu Chen reminded him. Chapter 1848. The woman from Radiance Divine City had a head of long golden hair and a pair of aqua blue eyes. She was graceful and noble. Clearly, she came from an extraordinary background. Her entire body was shrouded in pure white light energy. She was like a goddess descending to the mortal world. She held a golden spear in her hand that exuded boundless might. Upon closer inspection, there were a total of 70 Tao patterns on it. A 9th-level Nirvana Tribulation Realm cultivator with 70 Tao patterns on it. Her status should be very high. As for the woman from Randang Divine City, she looked ordinary. She didn't even have any hair. She wore a simple linen robe and looked very poor. She held a divine lamp in her hand that manifested billions of flaming fiend gods. Wherever she went, no one could match her. They cooperated in the dark and it was simply a massacre. Other than Lingxi and the woman from Giantwood Divine City, the others were quickly dealt with in their trap. It was so fast that Long Chen didn't even have time to inform Lingxi. There were only 4 people left on the scene, and at this time, half of the time limit had already passed. Ling Shi and the woman from the Gigantic Wood Divine City had already sensed it. The two of them hurriedly dispersed, only to see the woman from the Radiance Divine City and the woman from the Depeng Divine City staring at them coldly, their eyes filled with killing intent. The woman from Radiance Divine City glanced at Lingxi and said in surprise, "So it's the Radiance Goddess. Our men are going crazy for you. It's a pity that you want to fight with me. So, you can be my opponent." She said to the woman from Giantwood Divine City, "I'll leave that one to you. After dealing with these two, we'll decide the winner." "Deal." The bald woman from Giantwood Divine City agreed without batting an eyelid. This was the time to waste the most time. 2 battles immediately erupted. The 4 of them were very tactful to not let the 2 battles affect each other. The golden-haired woman chased after Lingxi and sneered, "In my eyes, you're trash. Don't pretend to be a saint in front of me. Obediently accept your death. I can't stand women like you who pretend to be pitiful to gain sympathy." Her momentum was great. Wherever the Golden War Spear passed, energy would engulf everything. She was like a war god, incomparably sharp. However, Lingxi's expression was cold and indifferent. She didn't speak to her, but at this moment, 6 heavenly swords jumped out. Those 6 heavenly swords formed a terrifying sword formation, engulfing everything in an instant. No one had expected Lingxi to possess such astonishing power. The entire white jade platform was instantly filled with sword chi. Countless light swords exploded and charged towards the golden-haired woman under Lingxi's control. Insignificant skill. The golden-haired woman sneered disdainfully. Her golden spear transformed into a golden rhinoceros, charging towards Lingxi with its huge horn. Under the charge of the giant rhinoceros, the white jade platform trembled slightly, as if it would collapse at any moment. At this moment, Long Chen almost suffocated. Boom. As the two clashed, Lingxi displayed an astonishing calmness. Her sword force changed, and the 6 heavenly swords merged into one. Under her divine sword control technique, the golden rhinoceros was smashed apart, and the golden-haired woman was also sent flying. Seeing that the 6 heavenly swords were about to slaughter her, the golden-haired woman suddenly summoned a Tao weapon. It was a golden shield that blocked the sharpness of the 6 heavenly swords. However, the golden-haired woman was almost knocked off the white jade platform. So strong. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lingxi clearly hadn't crossed the gate of life and death, yet she was able to display such strength. She was originally the one who wasn't favored the most, but at this moment, everyone's impression of her had changed. No matter how strong a man Long Chen was, his vision was a little blurred at this moment. This was a beauty who followed him without hesitation. She had been working hard at all times. Why wouldn't he trust her? At this moment, the bald woman from Randang God City defeated the young woman from Giantwood God City. In the remaining 20 breaths of time, there were only 3 people left. Looking at the constantly decreasing number, everyone became nervous again. Their hearts were pounding, even more nervous than those who were currently fighting. The golden-haired woman spat out a mouthful of blood. With a spear in her left hand and a golden shield in her right, she shouted to the bald woman, "There's not much time left. Let's kill her together. The bald woman pondered for a moment. Lingxi had displayed an extremely strong battle prowess. Even the golden-haired woman wasn't a match for her, so she definitely wasn't a match for her. Then, the only way was to go out first to kill Lingxi. Only then would she have a chance of obtaining the final victory. Moreover, the golden-haired woman was already injured. She was no longer a match for her. At this moment, she chose to deal with Lingxi. The two experts rushed towards the seemingly delicate woman. Everyone was in an uproar. In the remaining 20 breaths of time, every breath was precious. In the blink of an eye, the outcome would be decided, but in the end, there was still a great suspense as to who would survive. The besieged Lingxi clearly caused everyone to sympathize with her. Even those from the martial god ancient city were cheering for Lingxi in their despair. However, the two experts unleashed their fatal attacks, quickly forcing Lingxi to retreat step by step. She was about to be defeated. The golden-haired woman used her golden spear and golden shield. She was proficient in close combat, and each of her attacks was fatal. The bald woman used her divine lamp to attack from afar. Countless scarlet fire seeds transformed into ancient gods and devils. Tens of thousands of clones attacked Lingxi. The might of the Dipankara divine city was limitless. This bald woman was 3 times stronger than the Radiance divine city. Long Chen's heart felt like it was going to explode. Only 15 breaths of time remained. Lingxi was still entangled. There was no space or time to attack. If this continued, all 3 of them would die. But even at this critical juncture, she was still calm. She clenched her teeth. She knew that the man in front of her was looking at her anxiously. She also saw the man who committed suicide for love in the Scarlet Blood Divine City. At that time, he would most likely be the same. But he still has many, many responsibilities on his shoulders. He longs to fulfill his father's dying wish. I can't lose, I can't lose. She wanted to cry bitterly. If it were any other time, her face would definitely be covered in tears. But now was not the time. She bit her tender lips. There was not a single tear in her eyes. There were only 10 breaths of time left. Could she still exist in these 10 breaths of time? She had to live. She had to live. At that moment, she forced her 2 opponents back in the most frenzied manner. Her blood was boiling, and her entire body was burning. Raging flames erupted from her body, and her divine blood was boiling in the most violent manner. Boom, boom, boom. Her weakest body emitted the most violent explosion. This was the most terrifying increase in her strength, the most astonishing divine blood boiling in history. Her pair of black eyes and long black hair turned the purest white. Her entire body was snow white and flawless, like the most perfect piece of white snow. Buzz buzz. 8 celestial swords danced wildly around her. In the blink of an eye, there were only 8 breaths of time left. The 2 women were not frightened by her divine blood boiling. They continued to attack without any regard for their lives. At this moment, Lingxi's pure white eyes looked at them. She stretched out her hand and pointed. Immortal burying prison. Boom. The 8 celestial swords danced in the air. Billions of sword chi formed a complete world. It was the descent of hell. It landed on the heads of the 2 experts with an earth-shattering momentum. The 8 kinds of sword chi formed a perfect cycle. Under the power of Lingxi's divine blood boiling, which was comparable to a rebirth tribulation realm expert, the 2 women were directly torn apart by the sword chi. After the sword chi passed, everything dissipated. The number on the white jade platform stopped and did not change. This number was actually 1. In the last breath of time, her opponents had already disappeared. Only she was still standing on the white jade platform. The dazzling light and dense celestial chi around her started to dissipate. Her pure white eyes and long hair also returned to their original color. Her face was a little pale, but her eyes were unprecedentedly bright. At the moment of final victory, she forgot everything. She looked at Long Chen from a distance of 5,000 meters. The white jade platform started to dissipate. A ball of light surrounded Lingxi and sent her in this direction. This meant that the only winner, the only survivor, was Lingxi. But at this moment, no one cheered for her. No one hated her. She had relied on her strength and hard work to win this only chance of survival. Those who had died could only silently mourn for them. They should not have died in the first place. Even when Lingxi fell into Long Chen's arms, they were still looking at each other. This hug was so precious. Lingxi had taken a trip to the gates of hell and finally returned. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, Long Chen was speechless. Life and death were up to the heavens. Life and death were not up to one's control. But he was not willing. He could not leave the person he loved. He definitely could not leave. If the heavens wanted to stop him, then he would defy the heavens. He would fight the heavens and slaughter them. The weak girl in his arms was no longer weak. It was undeniable that she had worked hard. She saw Long Chen's eyes were red. She laughed and stretched out her slender hands to gently wipe away Long Chen's tears. She smiled gently and said, "Look at you. You are not a child. Why are you crying?" Long Chen had never experienced such a feeling. He had a strong desire to express it. He fiercely hugged Lingxi. His expression was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and said, "I don't want you to die. No matter what, no one can let you die." Lingxi's face was filled with happiness. She said, "Don't worry, I won't die." In her mind, the scene of the blood-red divine city man charging into the nine-colored mist without a care for his own safety kept replaying. She knew that Long Chen was such a person. However, he had a rebellious spirit. He would definitely kill the existence that caused his death. Only then would he follow her. The white jade platform completely disappeared. The various divine cities could no longer see each other. 8 people died in exchange for one person's survival. Even martial god Ancient City, even Long Chen himself, did not feel lucky. Because this was a disaster. Who knew what was waiting for them in the future? This so-called battle of glory was far from over. Long Chen thoroughly hated some existence. He did not know who it was. But when he found out, he would definitely not let it go. Chapter 1849. The team continued to move forth. Lingxi's victory could also be considered as the martial god Ancient City's victory. At this moment, practically everyone in the martial god Ancient City no longer had any enmity for Long Chen. Their only grudge was the primordial Tao artifact. At this moment, they naturally didn't have the mood to worry about it. As the excitement in his heart calmed down, Long Chen had no choice but to discuss the next matter. Su Mukin stood beside him and looked at the endless nine-colored mist before him. "Make a guess, what will the outcome of this battle of glory be?" Long Chen shook his head and said, "It's better if you tell me what you think." Su Mukin nodded his head. "If this goes on endlessly, I'm afraid that there will be countless battles in a day. In roughly 10 days, out of the thousands of deities' bloodlines, 8 out of 9 will be eliminated. This cycle will continue endlessly, and after the first round, I'm afraid that only 4 or 5 will survive in the martial god Ancient City. There's also a high chance of me dying, if my opponent is too strong." Long Chen pondered over his words. "You're saying that there's a second round?" Su Muchen let out a cold laugh as he said, "Who knows? This sudden battle of glory has already exceeded all of our expectations. Then, why wouldn't there be something more exciting? After the first round ends, everyone will participate in a battle. In the end, only 200 to 300 people will be able to survive out of the thousands of people. At that time, they will continue to participate in another round. This cycle will repeat until, in the end, only one person will be able to survive, thousands of people, and only one will survive." Su Mukin had already imagined the most serious situation, but it wasn't impossible. When Su Tianyuan heard their conversation, he had a weird expression. It can't be like this, right? This is the battlefield of the gods, the burial ground of our ancestors. Aren't we here to pay our respects to them? If he hadn't experienced the previous matter, he would definitely speak with confidence. Su Mukun said, continue dreaming. Who knows, the next one to die might be you, Su Tianyuan. He had suffered serious injuries in his battle with Long Chen. If he were to fight against a rebirth tribulation realm expert, his chances of winning were basically zero. However, this matter couldn't be blamed on Long Chen. Even if it was Su Mu Chen, his chances of survival might not be higher than others. No one could see any hope in this bitter competition. They could not escape the danger of death. Everyone could only live in fear and despair. It was not just the people in the war god ancient city, even those peak god cities were the same. The golden formation continued to move forward, but the martial god silhouette remained indifferent. I wonder if Sister Xuanji is doing well, Lingxi suddenly said, making Long Chen worried again. That's right, under these cruel rules, he couldn't even see her. If she were to suddenly disappear, what would he do? That woman was like a piece of flesh on Long Chen's body, haunting him and causing him great pain. No matter how strong an expert was, he was still a joke in front of the rules. If he wanted to be above everything, he had to break the rules. Don't think too much about it. Perhaps it'll be over after one round. This is the burial ground of their ancestors, so it's just a test. They won't be forced to their deaths, comforted Lingxi. Let's hope so. Long Chen stood before the golden formation and clenched his fists. As time gradually passed, the third battle was about to begin. There were roughly 30 people in the war god ancient city, and one would go up every time. Aside from Lingxi, no one had survived. The tempo of the battles was swift. In the blink of an eye, 10 battles had already passed. The surrounding people died one after another. Those that were still alive before had all disappeared. Su Tianyuan went up. In the 5th battle, Su Tianyuan went up. He was the eldest brother of the Su family, but he cried and cursed at Long Chen. It was because of Long Chen that he was injured. In that battle, Su Tianyuan was the first to be eliminated. He was heavily injured and fell into the 9-colored mist, never to be heard from again. There were less than 20 people left in the war god ancient city's team. So far, almost all of them had died. This was really a narrow escape from death. Not just the war god ancient city, the remaining less than 2,000 people had all collapsed. Everyone's faces were pale, and they squatted in the golden formation in panic. The 100 breaths of time was simply a death sentence. Although it was a battle of honor, no one would feel proud of the victor, they only envied his luck. Death had never stopped. Death was actually not scary. What was scary was waiting for death. The remaining 20 people seemed to be waiting, and no one was spared. What a headache. If there's a gap in the inheritance of our human race, then we will be facing the danger of extinction. Will this really happen? Will the 5 dragon cities not care? Could it be that the ancient city of the 72 divine descendants will disappear in history? Su Mu Chen suppressed the rage in his heart as he spoke in a solemn voice. Why? He faced the martial god's image, but the martial god's image did not give him an answer. He was so enraged that he wanted to smash the martial god's image, but everyone immediately cried out to stop him. That was the ancestor, and Su Mu Chen's action was definitely blasphemy. Even if it wasn't the ancestor, if he smashed the image and destroyed the spiritual array diagram, then everyone here would die. This time, the martial god's spiritual array diagram moved through the 9-colored mist once again. There were only 20 people left, and no one knew who would be the next one to fight. The only comforting and hopeful news was that up until now, those who had survived on the White Jade platform had yet to participate in the second round of battle. That 1 out of 9 chance of survival had become everyone's only goal. Up ahead, there was another White Jade platform. This time, the martial god ancient city was the last to arrive. Here, the teams of the 8 divine cities were already prepared for battle. When the martial god ancient city arrived on the white jade platform, everyone swept their gazes out and felt despair. That's because their opponents this time were too terrifying. Clear Void City, Supreme Divine City, Primordial Divine City, Z-Way Divine City, and Darkness Divine City. There was a total of 9 teams, with 3 of the strongest cities in the central region. There was also the Z-Way Divine City in the east, which wasn't any weaker than the central region's divine cities, and the Darkness Divine City in the north. With the 5 supreme forces gathered together, the other 4 divine cities, like the martial god ancient city, might not stand a chance. Although the strength of each divine city didn't represent the strength of each individual, the foundation of each divine city was different. Even if the disciples nurtured by them were of the same cultivation, their strength might not be the same. Generally speaking, the stronger the divine descendant city, the more terrifying the disciples would be. However, such a grand scene did not alarm Long Chen. That's because he saw the people from the Darkness Divine City at first glance. At this moment, his eyes were frantically searching for that beauty. Chen, Sister Xuanji is over there. Long Chen was too anxious, causing Lingxi to notice Li Xuanji first. Following her direction, Long Chen looked over and saw that the woman was also searching for him. Her eyes were red and incomparably anxious, with tears rolling down her cheeks. Long Chen rarely saw her cry. At this moment, seeing her for the first time, the throbbing of his soul made him feel suffocated. Only when he confirmed that she was alive and well did he finally heave a sigh of relief. It was as if the boulder on his body had dissipated. For this result, he almost went crazy. Fortunately, she was fine, and she was probably worried about him to the same extent. The battle had not started yet. The Darkness Divine City was relatively close. Li Xuanji anxiously approached and asked, "You guys, haven't gone up yet?" Long Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart and smiled. "I haven't, but Xiaoxi succeeded." "What about you?" Wiping away the tears in her eyes, Li Xuanji said, "I also succeeded." "I know you will be worried," so, Long Chen knew that although he was not by her side, the amount of effort she had put in at that time was probably similar to Lingxi's. They were both people who had risked their lives for him. Li Xuanji continued, "I'm only worried about Xiaoxi. You will definitely be fine, right? Don't worry about me, I'm basically fine on my side." Saying this was also to reassure Long Chen. These 2 women trusted him so much. This was also his blessing. I'm fine," Long Chen said resolutely. They had already passed the first round, and the rest was up to him. Although he did not know if there would be a second round, at least he did not have to be so worried for a period of time. The battle was about to start. Just as Long Chen and Li Xuanji were conversing, an elegant young man in a green robe landed quietly in the middle of Qingshu Divine City. Reincarnation Tribulation Stage. Every time a Reincarnation Tribulation Stage expert appeared, it meant that the next one would be a Reincarnation Tribulation Stage. Su Mukan, Long Chen, and the rest instantly tensed up, since a powerful force was about to descend. In the other cities, there were also Reincarnation Tribulation Stage cultivators going up. Li Xuanji was currently talking to Long Chen. Behind her, a black-clothed youth was also brought up. He was also a Reincarnation Tribulation Stage cultivator. Finally, it was the turn of the martial god ancient city. Long Chen held his breath. There were a total of 5 people with the combat power of the Samsara Tribulation realm, and he was one of them. Would it be his turn to choose one of the 5? Buzz! A surge of energy vibrated in his ears. Long Chen did not mind it, since he had to come anyway. But this time, his opponents were a little too powerful. Those from powerful cities were hard to deal with. His luck had never been good. Just as he had expected, he was thrown onto the platform by a huge force. The 2 women who loved him exclaimed as they covered their mouths. However, it was unavoidable. Chapter 1850. Gosh, this is the strongest lineup. The hundreds of onlookers sighed in disbelief. To be able to reach the rebirth realm at such a young age, they were all absolute geniuses. Those from the powerful divine cities were even more outstanding. However, so many geniuses had ascended the white jade platform at the same time, and in the end, only one could survive. To put it bluntly, this was a reckless waste of resources. The only one who stood out was Long Chen. That was because he was the only one who was not at the rebirth realm. He was just a warrior who had just passed the door of life and death. In front of a group of rebirth realm youths, he looked a little shabby. Those from Qingshu Divine City, Primordial Divine City, Tai Divine City, Ziwei Divine City, and Darkness Divine City were all famous existences. They were very famous at a young age, and each of them had amazing battle prowess. Some were even at the late-stage rebirth realm. The people from the various super divine cities were all guessing who the final victor would be. Although this battle was tragic, it could not hide the fact that everyone was chasing after the geniuses and experts. A battle between the strong, no matter where it was, would always be very interesting to watch. This round of battle almost suffocated everyone. No matter how much despair they felt, they were still watching carefully. They even started to cheer for the martial artists of their respective divine cities. Only after this battle did the so-called Battle of Glory begin to look like it was. The 9 warriors seemed to be fighting with all their might for the glory of their respective divine cities. Hot blood. Passion. However, to Long Chen, martial god ancient city had nothing to do with him. He only wanted his own survival. Even Lingxi and Li Xuanji could fight with all their might. As a man, as their pillar of support, he could not fall. Before the battle began, Long Chen had already displayed extraordinary battle qualities. It was not very convenient to transform into a dragon here, but the god-slaying sword already had 99 Dao patterns. At this moment, he gripped both swords tightly. Although he did not move, and although he looked the weakest, he still released a shocking killing intent. Everyone was looking forward to this battle. At the beginning, Long Chen was completely ignored by the crowd. Only the people from martial god ancient city and the 2 absolute beauties stared at him unblinkingly. They could not wait to follow him. 100 breaths of time. No one could stop the flow of time, not even Long Chen, who was proficient in the Tao of time. He gripped his 2 swords, one at the front and one at the back. At this moment, he had become a ferocious beast in the forest, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Although he was one of the 9 survivors, he was calmer than anyone else. The moment the numbers started to change, everyone moved. The people of the 9 great divine cities were originally not in one place. In order to save time, they all rushed towards the center. Don't go. At this critical moment, a black silhouette shot toward him from the side. Long Chen turned his head and saw that it was the fellow from the Darkness God City. This was a dark-skinned man whose entire body was shrouded in darkness. He had the same temperament as Li Xuanji, cold and mysterious. However, there was a trace of terrifying killing intent in him. It was possible that he was prepared to act against Long Chen from the start. Firstly, it was because Long Chen was the only one who couldn't be reincarnated. Secondly, it probably had something to do with Li Xuanji. He shouted to stop Long Chen from advancing. He rushed over at an extraordinary speed. In his hands, over 100 black blades shot out, forming a blade net that attacked with the force of a thunderbolt. "You have a good relationship with our little saint," the dark-skinned youth said coldly. As he spoke, he unleashed his killer move. Over 100 blades suddenly expanded their range. Black divine characters filled the air, forming a forbidden zone that enveloped Long Chen. Darkness filled the air, and fog rose. In a short period of time, the majority of people's vision was stolen, and Long Chen was completely trapped within it. "Let's start with you." In any case, only one person could survive. If he didn't kill Long Chen, others would. Hence, he mercilessly rushed over. He thought that Li Xuanji would be anxious and hate him. However, he didn't expect that the cold woman only revealed a cold smile. That was a mocking smile. The dark-skinned youth was hidden in the darkness. He controlled over 100 blades and appeared in front of Long Chen in the blink of an eye. "Let's tear you apart." He laughed as he attacked. Any expert in the Samsara realm could probably topple a towering mountain with a single move, and a mountain from the eternal god realm no less. However, that man was terrifyingly calm. In that moment of life and death, he slowly raised a sword and pointed it at the dark-skinned youth. Eternal moment. The darkness dissipated, and everyone could clearly see that over 100 black blades with divine characters had stopped in front of Long Chen, unmoving. Even the dark-skinned youth couldn't move. He stared at Long Chen with a terrified expression. "Go in peace." Long Chen swung his sword, and the dark-skinned youth's head flew into the air. It rolled a few times on the ground, then fell off the white jade platform. As he screamed, it completely disappeared. His headless corpse also fell into the deep hole formed by the white jade platform. This was the first person to die. Long Chen's battle didn't attract the attention of the other 7. After all, they were still in the midst of a bitter battle. However, it attracted everyone's attention, aside from the 7. That was because this was the first person to be eliminated. He dealt with a Samsara realm opponent so cleanly, and one that came from Darkness Deity City at that. Among them, the commotion from Darkness Deity City was the loudest. After all, the dark-skinned youth could be considered an expert in Darkness Deity City. Although he wasn't from the Ancestral family, he was the strongest existence in the branch family. He had many achievements, and had once caused a huge commotion in Darkness Deity City. With the indefinite flying dagger, he was invincible. But now, he was defeated in a single move. A huge commotion rose. The only ones that weren't surprised were the people from Martial God City. They had seen the battle between Long Chen and Su Mu Chen, and they knew that Long Chen had a high chance of winning. The dark-skinned youth's combat strength was similar to Su Tianyuan's. The battle immediately turned into an even more intense state. For a moment, no one dealt with Long Chen. Long Chen looked over. These battles were unprecedentedly intense. The martial artist from Clear Void God City was incomparably valiant with 3 azure longswords. Upon closer inspection, the 3 azure longswords actually had a total of 80 Dao runes, comparable to the 8 major heavenly swords. The martial artist from Primordial God City was a barefooted burly man with red skin. When he used primordial power, he was incomparably mighty. The martial artist from Primordial God City was like a celestial emperor descending. Divine light was boundless, and he held a golden bell in his hand that could attack and defend. For a moment, no one could do anything to him. The one from Ziwei Divine City was a man in purple, wearing an embroidered robe. Purple energy came from the east, and every move he made was filled with righteous energy. There were also many Dao artifacts in his hands. This battle of experts fell into a stalemate. They all tactfully dealt with the less famous divine cities first. In the blink of an eye, there were only 80 breaths of time left. There were only 5 people left on the white jade platform. The 4 geniuses from super divine cities, and the other one was Long Chen. At this time, they all noticed Long Chen. No matter what, one of the remaining 5 people would benefit from not having an opponent. They would definitely not let Long Chen reap the benefits. Seeing that Long Chen looked weak, the youth from Clear Void God City with 3 azure longswords immediately rushed over and attacked with all his might. As for the other 3, the martial artists from Primordial God City and Primordial God City were fighting, while the martial artists from Ziwei Divine City were heading towards Long Chen. They were prepared to join forces with the martial artists from Clear Void God City to defeat Long Chen, and then determine the winner. The azure-robed man was the first to arrive. His entire body was covered in azure qi, and his Dao qi was majestic. 3 azure longswords were shrouded in mist and covered in runes. The azure-robed man's expression was cold. As soon as he arrived, he said, "Friend, 3 pure Dao swords, I won't be polite." As soon as he finished speaking, he launched a strong attack. The 3 azure longswords in his hands slashed out. The the 3 pure Tao swords were similar to the 8 great sky swords. The azure-robed man was at the late phase of the One Origin reincarnation realm, and his combat strength was comparable to Sumu Chen before he entered the reincarnation realm. Furthermore, he had a Tao artifact with 80 Tao patterns. When he attacked, the 3 pure Tao swords tore through the heavens and earth, forming thousands of sword shadows. The primordial sword intent erupted, enveloping the surroundings on the white jade platform. The martial artists from Ziwei Divine City deliberately slowed down, hoping that Long Chen could consume some of the azure-robed man's combat strength. Qing Hong, you must be careful. Your opponent killed someone from Dark God City with a single sword strike. In Clear Void God City, someone anxiously reminded. They had all seen it with their own eyes. Hearing this, the azure-robed man knew that he had hit an iron plate. This was his own choice, and there was no benefit in retreating at this time. He could only brace himself and fight. The 3 pure Tao swords converged into one, condensing into a huge sword. Under the control of the azure-robed man, it pierced towards Long Chen. Profound pure sword strike. The huge green sword slashed over valiantly. In the face of such a heavy blow, Long Chen's expression didn't change. He didn't move, but once he did, he shocked everyone. He carried the Lingxi sword on his back and suddenly rushed forward, activating the god-slaying art. A black shadow rapidly burst out, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of the huge green sword. A gray sword chi extended from the head of the huge green sword to the hilt, and then suddenly split apart. Rip! With a loud sound, the huge green sword exploded. The 3 pure Tao swords were shattered into green fragments that scattered into the air. This longsword simply scared the hell out of everyone. Only now did they notice Long Chen's god-slaying sword. That longsword that seemed to be filled with killing intent was actually so terrifying. Even the 3 pure Tao swords with 80 Tao patterns were destroyed. There were only 70 breaths of time left. The martial artists from Ziwei Divine City stopped, their eyes filled with shock. As for the azure-robed man, he almost went crazy when he saw the 3 pure Tao swords being destroyed. However, he was even more terrifying. He was a proud son of heaven in Clear Void God City, and this was the first time he met someone who could make him collapse like this. The 3 pure Tao swords were his proudest weapon, but he didn't expect it to be destroyed so easily. Would he still be alive? In the next instant, Long Chen rushed forward again. The azure-robed man hurriedly resisted, but at this moment, Long Chen disappeared in front of them. The time dragon made him the ruler of this white jade platform. You are too slow. A black longsword stabbed out from the back of the azure-robed man. Everyone realized how terrifying Long Chen was. Chapter 1851. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Chen's Lingxi sword left a wound on the Clear Void Divine City warrior's body. The Lingxi sword's damage to the physical body would quickly recover, but the damage to the primordial spirit made the Clear Void Divine City warrior kneel on the ground and cry out in pain. No matter what kind of primordial spirit it was, as long as the Lingxi sword touched it, it would cause damage. This sword was also the strangest weapon that Long Chen had ever seen without any Tao patterns. Even until now, he had not been able to decipher the secret of the Lingxi sword. After he succeeded, he quickly disappeared, and no one could find him again. The remaining 3 warriors were almost going crazy as they watched in a daze. An injury to the primordial spirit was still an injury. Although the Clear Void Divine City warrior's physical body was almost unharmed, the injury to the primordial spirit made him temporarily lose the ability to fight. Under such circumstances, he was directly determined to have been defeated. Under his feet, a hole appeared out of thin air on the white jade platform and sucked him down, causing him to be engulfed by the 9-colored fog. In the blink of an eye, a late-stage 1 essence reincarnation tribulation realm warrior had been defeated. Hundreds of people finally broke into an uproar. This youth's strength could be said to be beyond their imagination, and he had broken through the limits of their expectations time and time again. Now, There was no trace of him on the white jade platform. Time was rapidly shrinking. Let's stick together. Don't let him sneak and attack, the Ziwei Divine City warrior said hurriedly. The martial artist from Ziwei Divine City quickly said. If the three of them gathered together, it would indeed be very difficult for Long Chen to defeat the three of them. At this moment, a blood-colored shadow rapidly appeared in the sky. Long Chen mobilized the power of the 99 Dao pattern god-slaying sword, and it descended from the sky. Thousands of immemorial massacre runes rose from the god-slaying sword and gathered to form a blood-colored divine dragon that circled around the sword. The god-slaying sword slashed down from the sky, and instantly, a blood-colored wave surged. The massacre Dao that Long Chen had researched for a long time complemented the god-slaying sword perfectly. When the sword slashed down, its power was boundless. Hiss. The blood-colored sword chi raged and instantly appeared in front of the Ziwei Divine City martial artist. That martial artist was taken aback and his body tensed up. He had already activated God Blood Boil and a large amount of purple chi was formed from his body, condensing into a purple sun in front of him. For a moment, the entire white jade platform was engulfed in purple light. This light was undoubtedly scorching hot, like flames. This purple blazing sun was like a miniature version of the blazing sun in the sky. When the warrior swung it at the heavenly slaughtering blood sword, it immediately felt like the sun was falling and smashing towards him. This move was powerful, but to the current Long Chen, it was not terrifying. He lowered the god-slaying sword, and the heaven-slaughtering blood sword's edge fiercely slashed the purple sun. The sword went all the way, and the huge sun was directly split into two halves by Long Chen. The power of the heaven-slaughtering blood sword erupted, and the warrior from Ziwei Divine City was sent flying. He fell off the white jade platform and disappeared. The purple sun disappeared, and the only thing left was his echoing screams. There was only one chance to live. Who would be willing to die? No one had any hatred for anyone. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame the creator of this game. There were only two warriors left. Long Chen's eyes narrowed. He used Time Roaming Dragon and attacked again. There was not much time left. He could not let Lingxi and the others worry too much. The two martial artists had witnessed Long Chen's strength and had almost given up all hope in their hearts. At this critical juncture, they joined forces to attack Long Chen. The barefooted man from Primordial Divine City had a berserk physical body. He was like a primordial ancestor, and his combat strength was extraordinary. The young man from Primordial Divine City suppressed Long Chen with a golden bell. There were a total of 40 breaths of time left. Long Chen no longer hesitated. He directly used God-slaying art. The God-slaying sword swept past the two with terrifying speed and killing intent, killing them. Ever since the God-slaying sword reached 99 Dao patterns, its attack power had increased again. Even the Golden Bell Dao artifact was directly broken by Long Chen. In the end, the two of them settled it. The only man standing proudly on the white jade platform became the object of everyone's shock. The moment the white jade platform dissipated, everyone looked at him in a daze. Their hearts were filled with endless shock. Long Chen, surrounded by the golden light, had obtained his only chance of survival. He hurriedly looked in the direction of Dark Divine City. In that direction, Li Xuanji gradually disappeared into the nine-colored mist. However, her relaxed smile was so real that Long Chen understood that she was also proud of him. Under the protection of the golden light shield, Long Chen returned to the team in Martial God Ancient City. The remaining people in Martial God Ancient City who were still alive looked at him with more reverence. Long Chen could be considered to have heaved a sigh of relief. He had passed this trial that wasn't too difficult for him. However, what kind of challenge would he face next? That challenge would be even more difficult than this one, and even more terrifying. Long Chen didn't dare to think any further. If Lingxi and the others ended up, Lingxi stood beside him. She was wearing a snow-white dress and wrapped in orange chiffon. Her skin was so delicate that it seemed as if it could be broken by the wind. She stared at him with her beautiful eyes and said, "Chen, life and death are determined by the heavens. If there is really no other way, little she has been able to accompany you for so long. I am already satisfied." "Don't be silly." Long Chen gently interrupted her. His eyes were still burning with the flames of battle. He looked into the distance and said, "I will not admit defeat until the last moment. No, even if it is the last moment, I will not admit defeat." When fate no longer gave him a path of survival, fighting was his only choice. Battle. In every battle, the ancient city of martial god would communicate with the other forces and obtain some information. Generally speaking, at least until now, no one had participated in the second battle. However, everyone understood that these people were still here. Most likely, this battle of glory would not end until everyone had participated in the battle. Those that did not participate in the battle grew more and more fearful in their hearts. Many of them had already lost the will to live. Those that participated in the battle started to worry about the possibility of a second battle. Panic, regret, pain, all sorts of emotions filled the hearts of the crowd. As soon as they saw the nine-colored mist, they could not help but tremble. It was not only the martial god ancient city, it was the same for all the ancient cities, even the divine Emperor Jun city was no exception. Time passed in this cruel manner. Everyone's faces were pale as they waited for their fate to be announced. Su Mukin was still fine, since he was confident. However, the others were in a miserable state. In the following battles, the martial god ancient city was practically annihilated. Only Su Mukin managed to obtain the final victory, but it was still a thrilling battle. In the end, there were only 3 people left in the martial god ancient city. Su Jiuyo and the rest were all dead. This was normal, since the martial god ancient city was weak, to begin with. They only had roughly 30 people, to begin with. In such a battle, it was already pretty good for 3 to survive. Long Chen looked at those people wailing as they walked onto the battlefield. Many of them were killed at the start of the battle due to fear, before they could even display any of their strength. As more and more people walked onto the battlefield, the fear grew until everyone was in despair and quietly waited for death. Before death, their numbness was something that Long Chen couldn't understand. He was the kind of person that would risk his life to find an opportunity, even if he died. However, most of them had accepted their fate. In this game, they were numbly sacrificed and fell into the nine-colored mist. Su Mukin was similar to Long Chen, so he won in the end. This was also related to his powerful strength. Even those of the One Origin Reincarnation Tribulation stage weren't his opponent. Every battle was a brutal slaughter. Long Chen had only heard of an accident once, and it wasn't something he had witnessed with his own eyes. It was during the battle with Emperor Rain. He was the future hope of the human race, and no one dared to make a move against him. Everyone fell in front of him, and he was the only one who didn't have to expend any effort to survive. In fact, everyone was prepared to die, because no matter what, they couldn't see any hope of survival. Diyu was at least a future deity, the hope of the human clan. Everyone could die, but not him. The number of people in each divine city was different. The martial god ancient city's 30 people were long gone. The other divine cities were still fighting, and the number of people in the later battles was less than 9. In the latter half of the battle, the martial god ancient city's array diagram kept dancing in the 9-colored mist and didn't come close to the white jade platform. The remaining 3 people had already wandered in the 9-colored mist for a day. In the end, the golden array diagram stopped. What's going on? The only disciple of the Su clan, Su Mukin, asked nervously. The martial god ancient city probably ran out of people first, and the other divine cities are still fighting. I reckon that there will only be changes after everyone has experienced a battle, Long Chen said calmly. At this moment, he was already prepared to risk his life. Perhaps he was safe, or perhaps he would face the most difficult battle and the most painful decision. Although the surroundings were still the same, and even quiet, Long Chen could sense the storm that was about to come. Perhaps the real game, the real battle for glory, would begin next. The people in the later rounds are great. We don't have to choose one out of the 9. Perhaps there will be someone without an opponent, if he's the only one left. Su Muken's face was filled with envy. His previous battles were also extremely dangerous. Do you think it's over? Long Chen asked as he looked into the distance. No, there's still the biggest battle. Su Muken confidently guessed. I think so, too. Long Chen did not have any expression on his face. Roughly a day later, all the battles should have ended. But at this moment, the golden array diagram moved once again. It was 3 times faster than before as it flew towards a direction. Not only the martial god ancient city, but the other teams of the 72 divine cities were also heading in that direction. Chapter 1852. The Golden Formation continued to advance. Clearly, it was not leading the 3 of them out of this predicament, but to another battlefield. As for what kind of battle awaited them next, no one knew, and no one knew how many of them would survive. To be able to survive the first battle and become the only survivors out of the 9, they were all extremely tenacious and outstanding people. Basically, their temperaments were very mature, but the previous battle and the merciless deaths had left a huge shadow in their hearts. Even after fighting so hard, they only managed to survive for a short while. Before danger descended, Long Chen hugged the woman nestled in his arms tightly. His eyes burned, and his blood boiled in his heart, all for the sake of survival. Unintentionally entering this game of the gods could be considered extremely unfortunate. Most likely, those who survived in the end were the craziest people. If it was him, it would be fine, but he let the 2 girls in. Of course, he was also glad that Xiao Lang and the others had left first, or else with so many people sneaking in, the first person to die would have been Soiyan. The 72 formations began to gather in one place. Some of the formations were already empty, and it was common for the 72 god cities to be completely wiped out. This meant that there was a gap in the inheritance of this god city, and if new blood could not be brought in immediately, the god city's strength would immediately plummet. Boom! Long Chen felt angry. At this moment, the golden formation crashed into a white jade platform. The 3 of them looked over in shock. Before them was a white jade platform that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was like a massive white jade island that floated within the endless 9-colored mist. The platform was extremely vast, and after a careful calculation, it was at least 100,000 meters in diameter. It was 10 times longer than ordinary white jade platforms, which meant that it was even larger. Such a huge white jade platform lay in front of Long Chen and the others. On the white jade platform, white mist rose up, making it seem like a fairyland. It was as if there were gods dancing and playing music. The moving music made people feel intoxicated, and the singing and dancing made it seem like a peaceful scene. Listening to this peaceful music, everyone's hearts strangely calmed down. But very soon, most of them discovered each other. As far as the eye could see, Long Chen saw at least a dozen formations already leaning against the white jade platform. Although there were many formations, because of the size of the platform, it did not seem crowded at all. Beside the war god ancient city, there were Black Moon Divine City, Hell Divine City, Z-Wei Divine City, Hell Divine City, and so on. From the looks of it, almost all of the Divine City teams had already arrived on the white jade platform. There were only a few people on each diagram, and these people were the victors of the first round of battles. Long Chen roughly estimated that there should be a total of 300 people. 300 was already a lot. In fact, in many battles, when the countdown ended, no one could win. In those situations, 9 people would fall into the 9-colored fog. The ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants gathered next to the white jade platform. As time passed, more and more diagrams arrived and landed on the white jade platform. What were the rules of this battle? Did it mean that everything would be over after this battle? How many people would survive in the end? Everyone's hearts were filled with anxiety and unease. Long Chen continued to search for Darkness Deity City amongst the countless god cities. It was a pity that the platform was simply too big, and he was unable to find Darkness Deity City. It was possible that Darkness Deity City was on the opposite side of Longchen, but if that was the case, it was simply too far away. In Longchen's eyes, it was not even as big as an ant. How could he easily find it? What should I do? I can't see Sister Xuanji. Lingxi was also looking around, her pearl-like eyes filled with a trace of worry. Rumble, rumble, rumble. There was still a new God City array diagram resting on the white jade platform. After approximately 15 minutes, Long Chen had a rough estimate of Darkness God City's position. Among the 72 God City teams, he could clearly see close to 60 of them. Darkness God City was definitely right in front of him. She should be looking for me at this time. Long Chen had no other goals. He only wanted Lingxi and Li Xuanji to live well. If anything happened to either of them, he would not be able to forgive himself. At that moment, all the teams from the Divine Cities had arrived. There were less than 300 people left. The survivors from the various Divine Cities were anxiously communicating with the people nearby. Do you guys know what's going to happen next? I don't know. Who knows? They're all dead, all dead. Our Divine Cities are all dead, my big brother and big sister are all dead, me too. What's going to happen next? Will there be so many people, and only one person will survive? Oh my God, what is this? It's too terrifying. As everyone conversed, the atmosphere became gloomy. No matter how beautiful the heavenly music on the white jade platform was, it could not erase the shadow of death in everyone's eyes. The people who came here didn't know what would happen next. Everyone's heart was beating normally, as if there were countless giant beasts of death staring at them covetously, wanting to drag them into the abyss of death. Just like that, time passed quietly. The longer it went on, the more afraid everyone became, and the more miserable the atmosphere became. Hundreds of people could only comfort each other. Everyone, don't worry. We've already won once. Everyone will be able to survive. I believe in that. That's right, our ancestors only wanted to select the strongest people with the most potential. Now that we've been selected, it's time for us to receive our rewards. Once we receive our rewards, we will definitely be able to bring prosperity to our respective divine cities. That's right, no matter where everyone comes from, we have to be strong. We can't let our ancestors laugh at us. We've even survived a battle with a slim chance of survival. Now that we're here, if we continue to be so timid, aren't we afraid of being laughed at by the gods? Although many people were saying such words to boost their courage, there was probably no one who was truly encouraged. In fact, they were already cursing in their hearts. What kind of game was this? What kind of battle of glory was this? This was a battle of death, wasn't it? In the face of this disaster, even the people from the Central Divine City, Tai-E Divine City, and Primordial Divine City were in fear. Du, who stood out the most in everyone's eyes, was not as tenacious as they had imagined. At this moment, he was hiding behind a man from the Divine City of Dijun, trembling as he stared at the white jade platform. Brother, will I die? Du's face was pale. That valiant man was a very famous warrior from the Divine City of Dijun. His name was Di Feng, and he had already reached the Yin and Yang Samsara Tribulation realm 10 years ago. He said calmly, even if everyone here dies, you won't. You are the hope of our human clan. Everyone will protect you and keep you alive. Trust me. Di nodded, trembling, and said, all right, I trust you. Di Feng frowned slightly, and said, bring out your courage and heroism. Don't let others see you as a joke. You were so awe-inspiring at the Dusk Divine Bay. Although death is terrifying, you are a future god. Don't be unable to bear this little calamity. Du shook his head, trying his best not to think about it. He gritted his teeth and said, damn it. Give me another half a year, and I will definitely break through 2 more layers and reach the 3-power Samsara Tribulation realm. I was so close. I was just about to devour the ultimate mystical dragon's inheritance, but something like this happened. Damn it, I was so close. Defeng said, "That's how life is. Our entire clan has high hopes for you, and we hope that you can surpass the eternal Dragon Emperor. Your temperament is still a little lacking. Of course, you are only 20 years old, too young. You will probably be able to stand on your own in the future." Diyu said, "All right, I will definitely be able to do it. Isn't it just the eternal Dragon Emperor? Is that guy really that powerful? Every time he sees someone, he will be compared to me. How boring. I will definitely surpass him in less than 100 years." Defeng swept his gaze over the many experts, and he did not say a word. Everyone was waiting to see what was going to happen next. Nervousness, anxiety, fear, despair, and all sorts of other emotions filled their hearts. There's a new game. I guess it's about time to announce it, Longchen thought to himself. Just as he was thinking about this, in everyone's mind, that mechanical voice once again rang out in everyone's mind. The scene of singing and dancing on the white jade platform suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by a chaotic battle between the gods. The celestial music also changed in an instant, becoming a war song filled with killing intent. The voice continued, "To be able to come here means that you have already gone through the trials of death, and have not been eliminated." At this point, the voice stopped. Everyone was extremely nervous, but they did not hear the next sentence. After about 10 breaths of time, the next sentence was heard. The voice continued, "At this moment, the game has truly begun. The young warriors from the various divine cities have already prepared for the final battle. This is the true battle of glory. You all represent the glory and dignity of the gods. Your victory is very important to the gods, and each of you carries the high hopes of those high and mighty existences." The voice stopped again, but the hearts of the crowd were beating even faster. Many people's faces became even paler, and they became even more nervous, their bodies trembling. After another 10 breaths of time, the voice continued, "Remember the glory of your ancestors. You must shed your blood for this, because they gave you everything, including your bodies and souls. You must not have your own thoughts. You all belong to them." This clear voice spoke a lot more than before. Finally, it reached the main point. Chapter 1853. The last sentence caused everyone present to panic. The words they were most afraid to hear still came true. Everyone was eager to not participate in that kind of battle with only a slim chance of survival, but the more afraid they were, the more likely it was to appear. There were nearly 300 people present, but only 3 people could get the final reward. Didn't that mean that everyone else had to die and be eliminated? The 9-colored mist was something that devoured people without spitting out their bones. When they thought that they were almost 100% dead, almost everyone collapsed. From nearly 300 people, getting 3 places to live was almost a 1 in 100 chance of survival. This probability was almost 0. The battle had not even begun, but many people already knew their ending. Especially, the rules of the game was a battle royale between 300 people. If that was the case, then it would be an absolute nightmare for any warrior who was not in the reincarnation tribulation realm. Because in this chaotic battle, the final 3 victors would be the strongest. Even ordinary warriors in the reincarnation tribulation realm would have no chance of survival. Even Longchen himself sucked in a breath of cold air. The price was really too high. Who would do this? Did they want to destroy the inheritance of the ancient city of the 72 divine descendants? The so-called reward was no longer so important, because most people knew that there was absolutely no luck to speak of in this battle. If their strength was not in the top 3, they would basically die without exception. I am not convinced. Why do we have to participate in this kind of battle? I am not convinced. Our ancestor would never let us die in vain. Who are you? Where did you come from? Our human race's powerhouses will come soon and exterminate you. After hearing the rules, one of the strong martial artists from the Ironstone Divine City roared unwillingly. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down from the 9-colored mist, instantly shredding this samsara tribulation realm martial artist into thousands of pieces, turning him into powder and dissipating completely. A good person was gone just like that. Those who had great resentment in their hearts were dumbfounded, no longer daring to speak. They just trembled violently, and some even lost control of their bowels, wailing loudly. Even though they had experienced a narrow escape from death, they were not prepared to die. Long Chen's fingernails had already sunk into his palms. Living under someone else's control was not a good feeling. After coming to the battlefield of the gods, he discovered that there were more and more secrets in this world. Just who was this person who ruled over everything? A chance for the three of them to survive. Long Chen didn't want Lingxi or Li Xuanji to die, but he couldn't die either. Therefore, he occupied 3 places. But was it possible? There were countless experts present, and even Su Mukan couldn't defeat Long Chen. Moreover, there were many warriors in the Yin and Yang Samsara tribulation realm from the super divine city in the central region. How could he compete with them? Moreover, he had to bring 2 women with him. An unprecedented pressure descended on Long Chen's head. It should be descending on everyone's head. This was no longer bad news, but a disaster. A disaster that no one could avoid. No matter how strong one was, he wasn't confident that he could survive the chaotic battle of 300 people and obtain the reward. In this bleak and anxious situation where almost everyone was in despair, the voice rang out again. He said, "Rules are rules, honor is honor. Those who don't abide by the rules will end up like this. Only 3 people will obtain the final reward. In the battle of glory, anyone who uses a divine nation or any other treasure to hide themselves will end up the same as this person." This sentence made everyone cut off any improper thoughts, and also cut off the hope of Long Chen using the great virtual realm. This made the pressure in Long Chen's heart even greater. This was destined to be a hopeless battle. Everyone was walking in the darkness, and no one could see the light. Even Su Mukan's face was pale. He said, "I don't want to die." The problem was, who wanted to die? The announcer occupied an absolute high point, controlling everyone and displaying many godlike methods. Did he really exist, or was he controlling everything from a faraway place, or was he something left behind by someone before him, something that had already been set up by others? No one cared. Everyone just wanted to know how to survive. At this moment, the heavenly music on the white jade platform had reached its climax. It was filled with killing intent. The cold mechanical voice rang out again. There are only 3 people, and each of them will obtain the true treasures bestowed by the gods. They will become the pinnacle of the human race in the future, and they will lead the human race to unparalleled glory. 3 treasures. Everyone could only listen numbly. To them, no treasures could compare to being alive. Only a few people were attracted by the words, gods, treasures, to lead the human race, and glory. These words proved that the people who survived would definitely obtain great benefits. Sacrificing thousands of people for the sake of 3 people. How could the future of these 3 people not be good? More and more people began to be attracted by the 3 treasures. Their eyes were filled with tears as they listened in a daze. These 3 important treasures are all famous and terrifying treasures from the Age of Gods, which is also the primordial era. They will be bestowed upon you as rewards. Perhaps you will only be able to excavate part of their value with your current strength, but if you can use them fully, you will be able to dominate the world and look down on all heroes. The first item is the 5 ancient god corpses. These ancient god corpses are formed from the origin power of heaven and earth. They took millions of years to condense, and they contain boundless origin power. Each ancient god corpse contains a heavenly rule. If the wielder becomes a god, the 5 ancient god corpses will also become a god. The wielder can refine these 5 ancient god corpses. They are the corpses of gods, and the wielder's battle strength will increase. The ancient god corpses can absorb the origin power, and their battle strength will be comparable to the wielder's. The wielder can use the primordial divinity separation art to control the 5 ancient god corpses and transform them into their own bodies. As long as the clones don't die, their primordial divinities won't be destroyed. They are comparable to 5 lives. As soon as the first item was announced, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were wide, and even though they didn't stand a chance, they still looked envious and greedy. Long Chen was just as shocked. Cloning techniques were common knowledge in the Eternal God domain, and even Grand Emperor Zhenwu had them. However, cloning techniques didn't last long, and didn't have the same battle strength as one's true body. They could only be used a few times. There were also cloning battle techniques, but they were limited by the level of the technique. Once the wielder was too strong, the technique wouldn't work. There were also clones that used the Tao of heaven and earth to create clones. Feng Jilin was well versed in that Tao, and the 3,000 reincarnation soldiers were one such technique. As for the 5 corpses of the ancient gods that had been condensed from the source energy of the world for millions of years, they could be refined into true outer body incarnations, allowing the owner to have 5 new bodies. These outer body incarnations would automatically absorb the source energy of heaven and earth according to their owner's realm and strength to strengthen themselves. With 5 copies of themselves fighting alongside the owner, the power of their attacks could be imagined. Furthermore, the potential of these 5 ancient gods' corpses was limitless. Even if the owner eventually became a god, the ancient gods' corpses could also become gods. Even if the owner died, he could rely on the ancient gods' corpses to survive. I've heard of the ancient god's corpse, and it's indeed a divine object. I never thought that it would appear in this situation. Rumor has it that the ancient god's corpse contains a heavenly Tao, separated into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Although the wielder doesn't have the Tao seals, he can use the ancient god's corpse to unleash the attacks of the heavenly Tao. Furthermore, there are countless innate Tao arts and divine abilities hidden within the ancient god's corpse. I'm afraid that the wielder will be able to reach the heavens in a single step. Su Mukin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Amongst the people present, there were many that did the same thing as him. On one side was death, and on the other was a peerless treasure that could command the world in the future and might even be able to become a god in the end. Everyone knew which choice to make. Even those that had given up and were prepared to seek death had their eyes blazing with their hearts boiling. Although the ancient god's corpse had such a name, it wasn't the corpse of a deity, but a divine object of origin. Everything in the world was ultimately formed from the 5 most fundamental energies: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In the reincarnation tribulation stage, the 5 elements tribulation corresponded to the 5 elements reincarnation tribulation stage, which corresponded to the 5 origins. This was the first treasure. After the introduction, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The voice continued, "You might not have heard of the second type of godly item, but its value is no less than the corpse of an ancient god. We call it the Immortal Lord Realm Techniques. The Immortal Lord Realm Techniques originate from the outer world and are not from the dragon sacrificial continent. They originate from another cultivation system and contain the top talisman techniques, boundaries, curses, restrictions, and formations of a certain world. If you can comprehend them, you will definitely become an unparalleled master. You will be able to dominate the world with your unique techniques, and no one will not fear you. You will be able to kill enemies thousands of miles away, set up heaven-defying spirit designs, and kill people 10 times stronger than you." In ancient times, there were people who used the Immortal Lord Realm techniques to create carnage. Immortal Lord Realm techniques and Immortal Lord Realm techniques were both peerless treasures. Any one of them would make everyone present go crazy, especially those experts that had already reached the yin and yang reincarnation tribulation realm. They were all people that had hopes of obtaining the final victory. Therefore, at this moment, their hearts were in turmoil, and they almost roared in anger. Oh my God! These 2 treasures would definitely make even the city lords of the Emperor June Immortal City go crazy. The appearance of these treasures would definitely shake the world. Of course, this was only the first 2 treasures. The last one had yet to be revealed. Everyone was looking forward to the 3rd treasure. Although the 3 treasures were about the same, the last one to be announced always made everyone look forward to it, as though it was prepared for them. Seeing the desire in these people's eyes getting stronger and stronger, to the point that they had already forgotten about death, Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. Desire could turn people into demons. Although these treasures were terrifyingly precious, what he wanted more was to live on. Chapter 1854. In the blink of an eye, the voice announced the last divine object. He said, "The last divine item is called the Divine Favor Spiritual Liquid, created by the gods themselves. This is the first time it has appeared in the world. The effect of the Divine Favor Spiritual Liquid is quite simple. Every time one consumes the first drop of Divine Favor Spiritual Liquid, they will be able to safely pass a reincarnation tribulation. Furthermore, they will be able to make full use of the reincarnation force during the reincarnation tribulation to reforge themselves. It is a shortcut on the path to becoming a god. The holder of it will be able to avoid the pain of the reincarnation tribulation, but will be able to obtain 3 times the benefits of others. There are a total of 9 drops of Divine Favor Spiritual Liquid, each with different effects, corresponding to the final 9 palaces tribulation. 1 bottle of Divine Favor Spiritual Liquid can create a 9 palaces reincarnation tribulation realm expert, almost becoming a god. This time, the commotion was the loudest. Everyone was about to go crazy. They had originally thought that the rewards would only be ordinary rewards, but every single one of them was a supreme peerless treasure. It was enough to cause a commotion, causing countless people to go crazy, their eyes red, and their jealousy. Although the 3 treasures were about the same, among them, the effects of the blessed spiritual liquid were the most maddening. Among the 3 treasures, the ancient god's corpse could only temporarily possess the same combat power as the original owner. If the person's potential was ordinary, the 5 clones could only allow the person to dominate the same level. Whether or not the clones could be as useful as the 5 gods depended on the person. The stronger the person who obtained the ancient god's corpse, the greater the benefits. Immortal Lord Realm techniques went without saying. Although the content was vast, the killing power was terrifying and bizarre, and there were many mystical techniques, it still depended on the ability and perception of the user. If one's own perception was not up to par with the Immortal Lord Realm techniques, then it would be useless even if one obtained the Immortal Lord Realm techniques. Only the divine blessed spiritual liquid could be used by anyone. For everyone, the only thing stopping them from becoming a god was the samsara tribulation. Many people could become a god if they cultivated for tens of thousands of years. However, the samsara tribulation was stopping them. Most people would die during the samsara tribulation, on the path to becoming a god. However, it could be said that the blessed spiritual liquid provided a shortcut for martial artists to become gods. No matter how low one's talent was, they could sit back and wait for the 1,000-year time limit to arrive. At that time, as long as they consumed the blessed spiritual liquid, they could easily pass the samsara tribulations, perfectly grasp the next level of power, and finally become a super expert who had passed the 9 stages of samsara tribulations. Experts of this level might not even exist in the 5 great dragon cities like Long Qinglan. Ancient God's Corpse, Immortal Lord Realm Technique, Immortal Lord Realm Technique, Divine Blessed Spiritual Liquid. Hundreds of people were shouting these names in a frenzy. They were restlessly pacing back and forth on the formation map, running back and forth. Most of them were already blinded by it. The hundreds were of chaos of their eyes. Then, I'll give you 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the chaotic battle will begin, and only those who remain on the platform will be able to obtain the supreme treasures. The time limit this time is 1,000 breaths of time. Originally, there were only 9 people. Now, the number of people had increased by 30 times, but the time they had was only increased by 10 times. This meant that this battle would be extremely difficult. There were originally 9 people. The number had increased by 30, but the time limit had only increased by 10. This meant that the battle this time would be extremely difficult. If you do not finish in 1,000 breaths, then everyone will be eliminated. No one can dream of obtaining these 3 treasures. What was left behind in the 72 formation diagrams were restless people. Long Chen could clearly feel that even Su Mu Chen, who was beside him, was breathing rapidly. When faced with the choice of becoming a deity or dying, no matter who it was, they would give everything they had to live. When the voice ended, the surroundings suddenly became strangely calm. They looked at each other. At this moment, no matter who it was, they were all enemies. A deadly hostility was born among the crowd. Su Mu Chen suddenly said, "Long Chen, how about we team up? The three of us will fight for a chance to survive." His strength was already at the top. The only person he could team up with was Long Chen. If the two super mystical dragons teamed up, they might have a chance, but to Long Chen, he had more than one woman by his side. After a brief silence, he shook his head. "It's a pity. You should know that I have a good relationship with the little Saint Lord of the Darkness Divine City. I have to protect her." Along with Li Xuanji, Long Chen could only abandon Su Mu Chen. Su Mu Chen was a little stunned as he said, "I'm afraid that they are the obsessions in your heart. Since you can't give up on any of them, then do as you please. I won't say any more blows to your confidence. You know clearly in your heart that the chances of you succeeding in what you want to do are basically zero." There were only 3 quotas left. Many experts were struggling for their lives and glory. Who would allow Long Chen to live with 2 weak girls? Su Mu Chen had said that it was impossible. If anyone knew Long Chen's true thoughts, they would probably laugh at him. But this was something that Long Chen had to abandon his life to accomplish. Pressure, immense pressure. This pressure was almost unbearable. Ling Shi was crying. She didn't know how to comfort this man. She could only hold him tightly in her arms, treasuring these last quarter hour of peace. The test of life was about to arrive. This was an unprecedented test. Even when she faced the city lord of the wronged, she didn't feel such despair. He had to rely on his own strength to protect the two of them and survive through this mountain of blades and sea of flames. Just how much pressure would he have to endure? Ling Shi knew that this was definitely the time when Long Chen was struggling the most in his heart. In the end, he might have to give up 1 or 2 women, and it was even possible that he himself would die. Nearly 300 experts were charging towards the narrow escape route. Shao Shi. Long Chen lowered his head. He seemed to be very calm. "When the battle starts, I will bring you towards Xuanji. Our first mission is to find her and protect her. She is alone, and there are 2 of us. Do you want the 3 of us to die together?" Ling Si asked. Long Chen smiled and gently patted her face. "Silly, we want to live." He said it lightly, but the flames erupting from his eyes revealed his incomparably strong desire to survive. He had already said it like this, he would definitely fight with his life on the line. "I wish you luck," Su Mukin said helplessly. Although they were enemies, he acknowledged Long Chen. If not for the entanglement between them, they might have become good friends. "You too. I wish you luck." Long Chen wished him well. But if they met on the battlefield, he wouldn't be so polite. The 2 men closed their eyes, savoring the silence before the storm. All of a sudden, someone spoke up, "My fellow deities, I am Di Feng from the Di Jun Divine City. Everyone should have heard of my name before. I am the greatest hope of our human race, the elder brother of Diyu." At this moment, his words attracted everyone's attention. He continued in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. "As everyone knows, he is the descendant of a deity with the purest blood in the last 1,000,000 years. He is known as the son of Di Jun and possesses 80% of Di Jun's divine blood. He has already reached the reincarnation realm of 1 origin, and in half a year's time, he will definitely enter the reincarnation realm of 3 talents. In 1,000 years, he will definitely become a top expert of the human race. In 10,000 years, he might even become a deity of the human race, a deity that has not appeared in tens of thousands of years. He is the only one here who is qualified to lead the human race to the peak. But today, we are facing a calamity. In the face of this disaster, only 3 people can survive. We are all descendants of deities, the mainstays of our human tribe. In the face of this disaster, Di Feng begs you to spare this young child and give him a chance to live, so that he can repay you and realize his value. I, Di Feng, am in the yin and yang samsara tribulation realm. With my combat capability, I am at least in the top 5. If you can spare his life, I am willing to kill myself at the last moment, exchanging my life for his. Di Feng, I beg you all to grant me this wish. Di Feng's voice was filled with unparalleled determination as he said, "You are right, Di Feng, the descendant of deities, the mainstay of our human tribe." As he finished speaking, the youth in light blue robes from the Dijun divine city knelt on the ground, kowtowing to everyone. Before Diyu appeared, Di Feng was the representative of the new generation of super geniuses in the Dijun divine city. He had broken countless records, and his talent was unparalleled. His peers were all inferior to him. He said that he could at least be in the top 5, but in truth, he was being too humble. In the eyes of everyone else, there was an 80% chance that he could even be ranked first. Only after Diyu's name was announced did everyone forget about Di Feng. It was rumored that he was an extremely courageous character. Now that they saw him, he was indeed extraordinary. He was willing to use his life to exchange for a chance for Diyu to live. After all, in terms of battle prowess, Diyu was still not in the top 20. Naturally, Di Feng could protect Diyu. It was just that he was afraid of being targeted by others. If a few experts of the same level attacked him, he might be fine, but Diyu would definitely die. He had always been known for his magnanimity in doing things. Only now, when he knelt down, did everyone wake up from the flames of desire. Everyone stared at the 2 brothers, their mouths dry. They didn't know what to say. These 2 were both heaven's chosen. Diyu carried too many halos. Before this, everyone was envious of him. They didn't even have the guts to be envious. Even now, they were envious from the bottom of their hearts. It was just that in the face of death, everyone was extremely conflicted. They couldn't help but ask themselves if they had the power to make this decision, would they let him go? At this time, the Yin-Yang Samsara Tribulation Realm expert from the Clear Void Divine City said, "An individual's life is a small matter, but the hope of the entire race is a big matter. I swear that I will definitely not act against Diyu. Everyone, please consider the bigger picture. Since we are all going to die anyway, why not leave a way out for the human race? Yes, after today's matter, the human race will definitely move. Their inheritance will be broken, and they will suffer heavy losses. The so-called 3 chances to live and the so-called treasures are all personal desires. I feel that it's not a problem to leave one of the 3 spots for Diyu. As for the others, let them fight for the last 2 spots. At least let him live, and our race will still have hope." In an instant, the strongest experts all agreed. Chapter 1855. Some people agreed to this request, while others didn't. Those who didn't agree weren't strong enough, so they didn't have much say. Therefore, their opinions weren't important to Di Feng. Di Feng was doing this for the sake of negotiating with the reincarnation realm experts, especially the Yin-Yang reincarnation realm experts. As long as they were willing to let Diyu live, the others couldn't do anything about it. Those who were more mature could still look at the bigger picture in this life and death situation. After all, Diyu's talent was too important to the human race. He was like the son of the top ancient god, Dijun. How could he not be important? The 15 minutes were almost up. At this time, everyone held their breath, their eyes blazing as they waited for the final moment to arrive. Even the sound of one's heartbeat could be heard clearly here. Long Chen had already made his preparations. He had a rough estimate of where Li Xuanji was, and the moment it started, he would rush in that direction. Li Xuanji was smart. She definitely knew that Long Chen would look for her, so she wouldn't run around recklessly. The atmosphere became more and more tense, more and more urgent. It was like the beating of a drum getting more and more intense. Everyone was almost out of breath, and many people were about to go crazy. This was the longest 15 minutes, and also the most painful and torturous 15 minutes. In the end, the time was finally up. The battle had begun. The golden diagram beneath their feet suddenly released a huge force, flinging Long Chen and the other two towards the white jade platform. Fortunately, Long Chen was holding Lingxi's hand at all times, so they weren't separated by this force. The originally quiet scene exploded in an instant. Hundreds of people were flung to the edge of the white jade platform. Standing on this vast white land that had a diameter of 100,000 meters, it was still very vast. If not for the fact that they were almost like gods, it wouldn't be easy to see a single person. Given their abilities, they could easily reach within a kilometer. Buzz. In the next moment, everyone's eyes were bloodshot. An unprecedentedly terrifying chaotic battle was taking place here. The temptation of survival and supreme treasures urged them to fight to the death. Most people were trying to escape, hoping to get to the end of the battle. However, those experts would not let them do as they wished. Basically, the warriors above the Samsara tribulation realm seemed to have agreed to hunt down the warriors who were too young and too weak. For a moment, miserable screams, clamor, and explosions rang out incessantly. Long Chen held Lingxi's hand in one hand and held the god-slaying sword in the other. The 99 Dao pattern Dao artifact could be said to be the highest in the arena. He charged toward Li Xuanji at his fastest speed as though he had gone mad. Those who were blind enough to target him were severely injured by Long Chen in one move and eliminated in one move. There were no exceptions. At this juncture, morality and favors were a joke. Only by killing could he and the people around him survive. Long Chen knew that if he had the slightest bit of hesitation or distraction, he would lose something that was as important as his life. Therefore, he did not dare to do so. Lingxi was not idle either. She single-handedly controlled the 6 heaven swords and formed a sword formation, opening up a path for Long Chen. The might of the 8 major heaven swords was still rather terrifying. With Lingxi leading the way, Long Chen was much more relaxed. At the very least, when others saw the terrifying sword formation, they would be afraid and not dare to go near it. Long Chen charged toward Li Xuanji in a straight line. Soon. You have to hold on. The stubborn look of that girl appeared in his mind. She must be working hard to wait for his arrival. When the battle began, Long Chen's blood was already boiling. He was racing against time and was in a frenzy. Even those who were blind enough to stop him were sent flying with a single slash of his sword. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions occurred in the surroundings, and the entire world was in chaos. The sounds of fighting could only be described as deafening. Looking up, countless people's eyes were blood red, and they were shouting and howling madly. All of them had already turned into demons. Long Chen was one of these demons. This had nothing to do with human nature. It could only be said that the rules were too cruel. Everyone was an ant under the rules. At this juncture, no matter who it was as though they were in the middle of a stormy sea. No matter how the storm swept over them, there was nothing they could do. Long Chen's chest was filled with countless negative emotions. Anxiety, bloodthirst, madness. His god-slaying sword had never shown mercy. He did not know if he was right or wrong. He only knew that he was working hard to protect her. She could not die. In the process of advancing, Long Chen felt as though Li Xuanji's figure was everywhere. From the first time they met to the entanglement later on, every image of her was cold and gentle. Like the dark night, he felt endless peace from the bottom of his heart. She was so different. She was a woman who made Long Chen feel at ease. However, how was she now? The god-slaying sword swept past countless people, bringing about a large amount of blood. At this moment, he had become a peerless killing god. A distance of 100,000 meters was actually not difficult for Long Chen. The most troublesome thing was the obstruction on the original path. Otherwise, he would have rushed to the other side. Just as Long Chen approached the other side, 2 Rebirth Tribulation Realm warriors targeted him. Brother, his Dao artifact seems to be very powerful. It was blocked by his hand. I can't see how many Dao patterns it has. Kill him and snatch his Dao artifact. Alright. These 2 people obviously came from the same divine city. They temporarily joined forces to kill others in the chaotic battle. Both of them were quite strong. One of them was even at the later stage of the reincarnation tribulation realm. One on the left and the other on the right, they turned into 2 black shadows and attacked Long Chen. They arrived instantly. Immortal Burying Prison. Lingxi was the first to discover one. 6 heavenly swords formed a hell made of sword chi and attacked the weaker warrior. Although her strength was not enough to deal with a reincarnation tribulation realm warrior, the immortal burying prison was too strong. It was a very powerful Khanate Dao technique from the ethereal immortal sect. When she used it, she successfully blocked the warrior. He could not save for a short period of time. At this moment, Long Chen was already fighting with another warrior. One move. He only used one move to split the other party into 2. In this crazy state, Long Chen was almost invincible. When the warrior at the later stage of the reincarnation tribulation realm died in Long Chen's hands, everyone around him was frightened by his murderous aura. They fled in panic and did not even care about their lives. As for the other warrior who was surrounded by the immortal burying prison, Long Chen could not be bothered to deal with him. The number in the center had now increased to more than 9,500. In just a short period of time, 50 breaths had passed. However, in fact, at least 50 people had been eliminated. Long Chen had eliminated a few people himself. It seemed like there were many people, but in fact, those who had not reached the reincarnation tribulation realm were basically killed in an instant when they encountered someone at the reincarnation tribulation realm. The real troublesome battle was at the back, which was the battle between the experts. At this moment, Long Chen had already rushed to the opposite side. He held Lingxi's hand tightly and looked around the endless battlefield. He was anxiously looking for the figure of the beauty, hoping that she had not been drowned by the crowd. At this moment, he was even more nervous. Was she still alive? If she were to die just like that, would he go crazy? Boom, boom, boom. There was still the endless sound of fighting. Little Saint Lord. A man dressed in a black brocade robe, his hair was a meter long, and he exuded a noble aura. He stood there calmly, as if he did not fit in with the battlefield. His eyes were completely black, like the endless night sky, deeply intoxicating. He stretched out 4 slender fingers, every part of his fingers was as noble as a prince. He placed his palm in front of Li Xuanji and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Give it to me." Li Xuanji looked at him coldly. She was like a mysterious black cat, and her eyes were cold. Perhaps because of her identity as a man, no one dared to approach her. Therefore, she was also out of place on the battlefield. Li Xuanji said, "Yi Shao, wishful thinking won't end well. This is what your mother told you to do, right? Do you know what will happen to you if word of this gets out?" Yi Shao smiled wickedly and said, "But she told me that you have something left behind by the Dark Goddess. If I can get it, I will definitely become the successor of the Dark Goddess. As for you, in this game of the gods, you have no hope. That thing is no longer useful to you. Why don't you create me, the new successor of the Dark Divine City?" Yi Zhao's mother was the Dark Divine City's Yi Yunshu. After saying this, he walked towards Li Xuanji and said, "You have wasted your time. You are so beautiful that even that child, Du, is infatuated with you. Are you waiting for him to save you? Let me tell you, he can't even protect himself, and he still needs his brother to exchange his life for his. You have no hope." Li Xuanji only smiled coldly. How could the other party know who she was waiting for? That man must be trying his best to come here. Li Xuanji also knew that he was 100,000 meters away, and it would take some time for him to kill his way here. Therefore, he had to delay. Fortunately, this guy had set his eyes on her, and those thieves didn't dare to come close. That was why she had survived until now. She retreated step by step, and had already retreated to the edge of the white jade platform. What, you want to jump down? Yi Xiao looked at her with interest. Li Xuanji said, the so-called inheritor of darkness or whatnot is all made up by you people. I have nothing, and I can also tell you clearly that no matter what you obtain from me, you won't be able to obtain any increase in strength or status, but you will definitely be killed. Who's going to kill me? Yi Xiao saw that time was running out, and the battle was getting more and more intense. He had already lost his patience and was ready to take action. Chapter 1856. Yi Xiao was not the strongest among the younger generation of the Dark Divine City, but he had gained the most from the Divine Reign and became the only disciple of the Dark Divine City to step into the Yin and Yang Samsara Retribution realm. After that, his combat strength had soared by several times. Li Xuanji was nothing more than an ant in his eyes, and he could crush her at will. He stretched out his hand to grab her. Li Xuanji couldn't resist at all, and her snow-white neck was grasped in his hand. He grabbed Li Xuanji's neck and sneered as he lifted her up and walked towards the nine-colored mist. He said, I'll give you one last chance. Otherwise, I'll slowly put you into the nine-colored mist. No girl could resist this kind of coercion. Behind them was the nine-colored mist that killed without batting an eye. What surprised him was that this girl was terrifyingly stubborn. A mocking smile appeared on her face as she said a few words, useless people. These words made him angry. Why was she not afraid of him? Was it because he was not strong enough, or because she was not afraid of death? Yi Xiao sneered and said, You're right. Compared to Emperor Rain, my talent is far inferior. But so what? In this game, everyone is equal. You are the same. I think you're the kind of person who won't shed tears until you see the coffin. I don't need to be polite with you. Go in. He clutched Li Xuanji's snow-white neck tightly and pulled her towards the nine-colored mist. Outside the white jade platform, the nine-colored mist clamored wildly, as if it wanted to break through the limit and squeeze onto Li Xuanji. The scene was extremely terrifying. Even Nightingale was a little afraid, but what shocked him was that this girl actually closed her eyes and turned a deaf ear to everything. There was only a trace of tears left on her cheeks. It was obvious that she still had something that she could not let go, but it was even more difficult for her to give in. If she wanted to survive, Long Chen would have to challenge his limits in order to do so. Li Xuanji couldn't bear to see him do that, so at this moment, she felt that perhaps it would be easier for him if she just disappeared without a trace. I pray that you and Lil Shi will be able to transcend all shackles and become gods. I pray that you will be able to fulfill your father's long-cherished wish. I also hope that you won't think of me in the future, so that you won't have any regrets. That was what she thought. When this strange and cruel game started, she had already predicted that there would be a day when she could not be saved. After countless struggles, she felt that she might be able to relieve some of the pressure on Long Chen. Hurry up and kill me. Li Xuanji suddenly opened her eyes. Her dark green eyes seemed incomparably bright and natural, with a serious expression. Yi Xiao had never seen anyone who would use such a tone to ask him to kill her. Her determination was not something a girl could do. Or it could be said that it was because of this that Long Chen could never let go of her. You're playing with me. Yi Xiao was furious. He always felt that he had been played by this girl. There was too much anger and confusion in his heart. In this tragic environment of slaughter, many people would be confused and affected, and Yi Xiao was like this. The pressure of survival made him walk on the edge of collapse, and the huge temptation of the three supreme treasures was so wonderful that it almost suffocated him. Therefore, when the dam in his heart broke, his anger burst out like a flood, rumbling. Li Xuanji, you're a bitch. If you really want to die, fine, I'll send you on your way. At this moment, he had also become a devil. His handsome and devilishly charming face became incomparably sinister, and his eyes were bloodshot. His nails dug deeply into Li Xuanji's flesh, leaving behind a few bloody marks. It was a ghastly sight to behold. He was incomparably furious. Following Li Xuanji's body, he slammed into the nine-colored mist. At this moment, Li Xuanji suddenly felt that time was so long. Is this the end? Two scenes appeared in her mind. One of them was when she came out of the bronze coffin after 1,000 years. She was naked and saw that young but strange man for the first time. That was the first time they met. Li Xuanji only wanted to scare him, but in reality, she didn't have the slightest intention of killing him. After all, she was the one who saved her. The second scene was when the Li family was destroyed. After she was seriously injured, Long Chen carried her across countless mountains and rivers in search of the heaven and earth divine fruit. Those days were like seeds that had been buried deep for a long time finally blossoming and bearing fruit. Many times, she endured the pain and quietly looked at the side of this man's face. These beautiful memories were about to disappear like smoke in thin air. She opened her eyes. Perhaps Yi Zhao's ugly face could make her forget these beautiful memories. But when she opened her eyes were completely wet. She originally thought that there was nothing in this world that could defeat her and make her want to cry. But she guessed wrong. At this moment, her heart was trembling. Her tears flowed uncontrollably, making her completely forget about the pain. Because she saw that, 1,000 meters away, there was a man with bloodshot eyes. He was killing countless people along the way, and he was madly rushing towards her. His bloodshot eyes met Li Xuanji's eyes, bringing a deep shock to Li Xuanji. He was so passionate, so persistent. There was no such thing as surrender in his bones. He only hated being weak, hated losing. That intense and passionate gaze, that killing over and over again, made Li Xuanji's heart burn with the flame of life. He had already discovered her and was rushing towards her with all his might. If she died, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. He would definitely fight with his life on the line to bring her out. If she died, he would probably lose the will to fight. I hate myself. Why didn't I have the courage? Burning. The flames spread all over her body. Suddenly, she had endless power, giving her the desire to live. Yi Zhao, wait, I'll give it to you. She seemed to have woken up from a deep sleep as she struggled violently. Yi Zhao was startled, but then he smiled and said, so you are also afraid of death. You are not special. He still didn't let go, and he just brought Li Xuanji a short distance away from the rainbow mist before he threatened her. Don't try to play tricks with me. If you piss me off, then I'll toss you in. At this point, Yi Zhao suddenly felt that there seemed to be something wrong. Li Xuanji was panting, but her attention was not on him at all. Yi Zhao quickly turned his head. A sense of danger made him tremble. At this moment, he saw a terrifying gray sword chi of death shooting towards him. The target was his arm that was holding Li Xuanji. This sword chi was too fierce and too fast. In this chaotic battlefield, it was normal that Yi Zhao didn't notice it. At this critical moment, all he could do was to withdraw his hand as quickly as possible. However, he knew that the person coming was definitely to help Li Xuanji. So he took advantage of this last opportunity to ram into Li Xuanji with a force. Rip. The gray sword chi cut into the nine-colored mist. With the last of Yi Zhao's strength, Li Xuanji crashed into the nine-colored mist. Just as she was about to fall, 6 heavenly swords circled around her body, clamped her body, and rolled her back. All of this happened in a split second. If he was a little slower, Li Xuanji would have died. 2 shadows rushed to Li Xuanji's side. Long Chen quickly hugged her. He felt her vitality and softness. This finally made the mountain in his heart disappear. He finally breathed. The woman in his arms was looking at him with tears in her eyes. It turned out that she also had such a helpless time. Looking at her moist eyes, silent tears, and the deep strangulation marks on her neck, Long Chen's heart burned with monstrous anger. He held Li Xuanji in his arms as his blood-red eyes emitted a blood-red mist. He stared at Yi Xiao with a ferocious gaze, and every word he uttered sounded like the roar of a giant beast. How dare you hurt her? The ghastly wound on his snow-white neck sent Long Chen into a frenzied state. The god-slaying sword in his other hand seemed to have sensed Long Chen's state, and it started to tremble in rage. Lingxi kept the heavenly sword and supported Li Xuanji on the other side. At the last moment, it was Lingxi who performed the sword manipulation divine technique and saved Li Xuanji. Otherwise, Long Chen would not have been able to do anything. He finally calmed down from the shock. All that was left was anger. Of course, Yi Xiao would not allow them to be unharmed. He looked up and down at Long Chen. He smiled and said, "So it's you. You are a dog from the lower domain like little Saint Lord. Strange, are all the women from the lower domain so beautiful? You are lucky. In your situation, 2 women are serving 1 husband. How enviable." His confidence in his strength allowed him to stand at an absolute peak. He said, "I just hurt her. So what? What can you do to me? You have not even reached the reincarnation realm, but you still want to pretend to be a peerless expert. You do have some ability to find women. But you also know that only 3 people can live. One of them is Du. You 3 have to die in the end. In that case, I will bury you in my hands." Li Xuanji's emotions gradually calmed down. When they met again, there was no oath of undying love. There was only his anger at her wound. He was standing in front of her, protecting the 2 of them. This feeling made her feel so peaceful. It was as if he was there to support the sky even if it collapsed. She would be safe and sound. "Sister Xuanji, let's stand on this side." Lingxi led her to a safe corner. There were few people fighting here. As long as they were not in the reincarnation realm, Lingxi could deal with them. This was the first time that Long Chen had met an opponent in the reincarnation realm. Chapter 1857. The Yin and Yang tribulation gave birth to a Yang demon or a Yin demon, which was the opposite of oneself. The Yang demon and the Yin demon had powers equivalent to one's own. Once the Yin demon was subdued, it meant that one could use the dual powers of Yin and Yang demons of any attribute. Their combat power would be several times stronger. The One Origin Reincarnation Tribulation realm had experienced 100 reincarnations and possessed the power of reincarnation. The increase in combat power was not particularly obvious. But once one reached the Yin and Yang Reincarnation Tribulation realm and took another step on the road to becoming a god, it would be a qualitative leap. Yi Xiao was the warrior who had just subdued the Yang demon and reached the Yin and Yang Reincarnation Tribulation realm. The so-called Yin demon and Yang demon were not classified by gender, but by Yin and Yang attributes. Darkness was obviously of the Yin attribute, so the Yin and Yang calamity Yang demon was born in one's body. Yi Xiao naturally recognized Long Chen, but he did not expect this insignificant existence to dare to act as a hero and deal with him. It was really a joke. "Your sword is a little surprising," he said with a fake smile. However, he did not know that he had already angered this dragon of slaughter. He could tolerate being seriously injured and dying, but he could never tolerate the people he wanted to protect being bullied, even a little. However, Nightingale still did not notice it. After confirming that Lingxi and Li Xuanji were safe, Long Chen could take his revenge. He still protected the 2 women behind him. They were the women that Long Chen loved with his life. The wounds were like the wounds on Long Chen's body, causing his arm that was holding the god-slaying sword to tremble in anger. "Lend me your sword. It seems to be quite suitable for me." Yi Xiao was still very relaxed. He used his speed and flew towards Long Chen. He stretched out his slender left hand, which transformed into thousands of illusions. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Long Chen. He smiled easily and reached out with his hand to grab. Rip. At this moment, the rage and power that Long Chen had been accumulating for a long time exploded like the sun, allowing Yi Shao to truly witness his power. With the help of the 99 Dao patterns on the God-slaying sword, Long Chen's massacre and death energy poured out. The God-slaying sword immediately exploded with 81 sword auras and was released. In front of Long Chen, Yi Zhao's expression finally changed drastically. Black Devourer. The terrifying sword chi instantly tore apart 3 of his fingers. Blood spurted out and was engulfed by the gray mist. Seeing that the boundless sword chi was about to tear Yi Shao apart, his expression finally changed and he came to his senses. As he retreated, he summoned his strongest Dao artifact. A pitch-black wheel appeared in Yi Zhao's hand. The wheel's diameter was about a meter, and it spun at high speed. It looked like he was holding a black vortex. There were countless sharp blades on the edges of the wheel, and as they spun, they formed a terrifying cutting force that caused the space around them to tremble. The perfect combination of yin and yang energy allowed Yi Shao to control this Dao artifact to the extreme. As it spun at high speed, it was not clear how many Dao patterns the Black Devourer had, but given his status, there should be at least 80 Dao patterns. In fact, it was not surprising that there were close to 90 Dao patterns. After the Black Devourer appeared, under Yi Zhao's control, it quickly engulfed the God-slaying sword chi, allowing him to escape. However, the injuries on his fingers could not be healed for the time being. His injuries were completely due to pride and carelessness. Long Chen was not at the rebirth realm, but he was at the yin-yang rebirth realm. Any warrior would have this bit of confidence, but this became the reason for Yi Zhao's injuries. What? Yi Shao moved the Black Devourer away in a daze and looked at his fingers. 3 of them had already exploded. There was still a gray aura corroding his flesh, causing his injuries to worsen. It was just like the 9-colored fog. Scram! Yi Shao used Yang Fiend's powers to expel the evilness of the God-slaying sword in an open and aboveboard manner. As long as the gray aura was eliminated, he could regrow his fingers. However, he soon realized that without a quiet environment, the gray aura was like maggots in his bones. Just as he was enraged, people who were even more enraged than him attacked in a frenzy. Thousands of gray sword chi attacked. At that moment, Long Chen displayed his extremely high combat standards. Instantly, he attracted the attention of many people. The countless terrifying God-slaying swords forced Yi Shao to retreat. For the time being, he could only use the Black Devourer to resist. Yi Zhao's face flushed red as he said angrily, "Darn dog, you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve." With vast strength, he swept up the Black Devourer with both hands. The Dao artifact split into hundreds of parts in his hands. All of them were sharp blades. They spun at high speeds, emitting terrifying whistling sounds. Go! The hundreds of blades transformed into huge black snakes that swallowed the heavens and earth as they rushed over. Long Chen's expression did not change. With a push of his toes, he used his absolute physical strength to display his extraordinary agility. A blood-colored shadow moved mysteriously and instantly entered the time-roaming dragon state. Where did he go? The Black Devourer's attack completely missed. At that moment, a time shackle power was used on Yi Shao. He could not move for a moment, and even felt the danger of death. This was eternal moment. Rip. Above his head, a crazy blood-colored light shot out suddenly. A long sword covered in immemorial massacre runes slashed down. The sword released the most terrifying killing intent, causing Yi Shao to feel his soul tremble. He finally felt his opponent's anger. He was using the most insane method to deal with him. Die, 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 die. Yi Shao used the power of yin and yang samsara to explode. His absolute strength broke through the restraints of time. At the critical moment, the Black Devourer reformed into a wheel and blocked above his head. In the next instant, the God-slaying sword slashed down on the Black Devourer. Many people were watching this pinnacle battle. Without a doubt, this was a battle of the highest level. Bang! What shocked everyone was that a crack suddenly appeared on the black roulette. Clang, clang, clang. The crack expanded, and in the blink of an eye, there was an explosion as the wheel shattered. My Dao artifact. Yi Zhao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had not expected this at all. Even an immemorial Dao artifact did not have such terrifying destructive power. It could easily destroy an immemorial Dao artifact with 89 Dao patterns. What he did not know was that the god-slaying sword had already destroyed 3 immemorial Dao artifacts. The sword's aftershock slashed his body, sending him flying. He fell flat on his face with his butt facing the sky. The onlookers were trembling in fear. Behind Long Chen, the 2 women held each other's hands. They could feel cold sweat on each other's hands. It was clear how nervous they were. But when they saw Long Chen win, they cried again. At this moment, the ancestral dragon's mystique played a very powerful role. Even though Long Chen's realm and strength were far inferior to his opponents, a mystical mystique like the Time Dragon could completely make up for it. However, a warrior in the Yin and Yang Samsara realm could not be underestimated. Bastard! When Yi Xiao got up, he was completely enraged. His eyes were bloodshot like Long Chen's. He was angry, but Long Chen's had already turned into indifference. The youth covered in blood-colored dragon scales held a sword of death that was surrounded by murderous aura. His head was lowered, and his eyes were fierce. He walked towards Yi Xiao step by step, and with every step he took, Yi Zhao's heart would tremble. Impudent. He spread out his arms, letting his divine blood boil. His strength began to swell. He was already an absolute expert in terms of strength, and now it was even more so. His body was completely shrouded in darkness. This was his domain, and there was only darkness within it. In the darkness, Yi Zhao's figure was somewhat blurry. Without saying a word, Long Chen ignited his spirit refining fire, and a blood-colored flaming divine dragon coiled around his body. As the spirit refining fire burned, the power in his body also increased, and the degree of increase even surpassed Yi Zhao's. With 2 layers of spirit refining fire, the gap between the 2 of them was reduced. How is this possible? You're from the lower worlds. Long Chen's spiritual refining fire made Yi Xiao tremble with fear. Yang demon, Yin and Yang converge. It's my dark tide. Under Yi Zhao's execution, boundless darkness swept out and expanded. Behind him, there seemed to be a deity, a peerlessly beautiful goddess that danced in the darkness, causing others to forget everything and feel peace in their hearts. This spiritual energy was also a part of Yi Zhao's attack. However, this woman had been replaced by Long Chen with Li Xuanji. She was cold and beautiful, which made Long Chen go crazy to protect her. His spiritual refining fire burned even more vigorously. If Long Chen couldn't defeat a youth that had just stepped into the yin-yang samsara stage, then how could he defeat people like Su Mukan and Di Feng? Buzz! Boundless darkness converged into a surging tide that violently swept over. In an instant, it was as if the heavens and earth had been destroyed. Light disappeared, and darkness descended. Everything in the world will eventually return to my endless darkness. Tide, descend into eternal slumber. Yi Zhao's voice was like a nightmare. Facing such might, Long Chen's eyes widened as boundless killing intent surged from them. He gripped the god-slaying sword with both hands and charged into the clouds, slashing down with all his might. One sword-slaying deity. The soaring gray sword aura formed into 4 huge vortexes. As the sword slashed down, the darkness was completely torn apart. The power of the god-slaying sword was unleashed once again. Although Long Chen controlled this power that didn't belong to him, he was able to perfectly fuse his killing intent with it, instantly breaking Yi Zhao's attack, causing him to spurt blood as he retreated. Rumble. Yi Xiao had just stepped into the yin-yang samsara stage and hadn't stabilized his yang demon power. He was defeated once again. Although he wasn't heavily injured, he had gone completely insane. At this moment, the youth surrounded by blood-colored fire dragons had already charged over, engaging in an intense melee battle. He, Yi Xiao, hadn't been defeated yet. You will never be able to kill me because you don't have enough power. Yi Xiao laughed maniacally. Is that so? At this moment, Long Chen suddenly gave up all resistance and allowed Yi Xiao's fist to hit him. The power of the Yin Yang Samsara stage was terrifying. Long Chen was pierced through by his fist. Chapter 1858. Penetrated. That bloody scene caused those people who were still paying attention to it to be dumbfounded. Wasn't Long Chen very powerful before? Why did such a thing happen without any warning? He had gone from being so powerful to being defeated so cleanly. From Lingxi and Li Xuanji's angle, they could see Yi Zhao's fist behind Long Chen. The two's emotions were different. Li Xuanji felt like she had been struck by lightning. Fortunately, Lingxi hurriedly said, Chen has the time reversal divine power. This kind of injury is completely harmless to him. Yes, Long Chen knew that ordinary methods could not kill Yi Xiao. The Yin-Yang Samsara realm was still too powerful. It would be rather difficult for Long Chen to face it, so he had no choice but to use this method. When Yi Xiao was feeling proud and arrogant, when those who were paying attention were numb, Long Chen reached out his left hand and grabbed Yi Zhao's hand tightly. He used the ancestral dragon's body to imprison his opponent. For a moment, Yi Xiao couldn't pull his hand back. What's the point of struggling on the verge of death? Yi Xiao asked condescendingly. At that moment, Long Chen pulled his hand out. Without a word, he grabbed Yi Zhao's hand and slashed at him with the god-slaying sword. At that moment, Long Chen, who looked like he was on the verge of death, once again displayed his peak strength. Although Yi Xiao resisted with the samsara power, the god-slaying sword was unstoppable and chopped off his arm. At that moment, Yi Xiao finally realized that Long Chen's chest was recovering at a visible speed. In just a short while, he had completely recovered. How is this possible? The higher the level of one's physical body, the harder it was to recover. Yi Xiao had never heard of Long Chen recovering in the blink of an eye. However, Long Chen would not give him a chance to catch his breath. Yi Xiao gradually found it difficult to deal with Long Chen's violent attacks after losing an arm. You're someone from the lower realms, and you're despicable and shameless. How can you compare to me? Yi Xiao was terrified. He dodged between the gray sword blades. Long Chen seemed to possess boundless power as he increased the intensity of his attacks and activated the god-slaying art. The gray sword blades swept past his opponent's body and ended his life. Rip. Yi Zhao's body softly fell to the ground. The young man, who was covered in blood-red flames, finally put away his gray sword, and the nightingale's corpse was sucked into the nine-colored mist. Long Chen had already killed him. This youth's previous state of madness had already scared many people. To be able to slaughter warriors in the Yin-Yang Samsara realm, he was already a supreme existence. His cultivation could probably enter the top 20. For the time being, no one dared to provoke the top 20. Long Chen's tense heart relaxed a little. He woke up with a start and quickly returned to the two women's side. Because of the previous bloody battle, no one dared to approach them for a while. He looked at the two women in front of him. They were both beautiful, but they were completely different. They both loved him deeply, and he had sworn to protect them. In the face of such a desperate situation, any hesitation was no longer important. Long Chen let go of everything in his heart and held the two women in his arms with tears in their eyes. The two hot bodies touched Long Chen deeply. I seem to have no reason to fail. I have to fight for the 3 chances to live. Long Chen whispered in their ears. Although he said it in a low voice, it contained his infinite faith. He deeply understood how difficult it was to achieve this step and what kind of price he had to pay. But he had no other choice. He could not watch any of the women he protected die in front of him. Lingxi said softly, "We will do our best. Didn't we survive the test of the city lord of the wronged? So no matter what, I will support you." Li Xuanji wanted to say something but stopped. why don't you say it? Long Chen looked at her close at hand. She wiped away the tears on her face and shook her head gently. I don't know what to say. If you are gone, I will go with you. Ling Shi also revealed a smile. She said, Big Brother Chen, you don't have to feel too pressured. If worst comes to worst, the three of us will just die together. If we go to another world after we die, we can still be companions. If we meet your father, we can just apologize to him for not being able to fulfill his long-cherished wish. But what if there's nothing left after we die? That's fine too. If we die in the same place, our souls will also be entangled together, is that so? Long Chen gently stroked her long hair and let her lean against his chest. He looked at the massacre in the distance, his eyes filled with unprecedented murderous intent. He said, but, I will not let you die, I swear. Whether it was the ancient blood spiritual dragon or the void cosmic dragon, they were both prideful creatures from ancient times. Long Chen was their incarnation. If he could not even protect these two women, how could he pursue the mystery of the divine dragon and save the world? 3 chances to live, 3 peerless treasures. This was an endless temptation. After a large number of chaotic battles, there were only 600 breaths left. At this moment, half of the people had already been eliminated, and the remaining people were all tenacious. There was not much hope for the last 3 people to be selected in the remaining 600 breaths. Everyone was trembling and mad. In fact, except for Yi Shao, none of the true existences above the Yin and Yang Samsara realm had died. This was the greatest pressure. Long Chen killed Yi Shao and brought a moment of peace. But in less than 50 breaths, another group of people was fighting around them. When they saw Long Chen and the 2 beauties, they knew at first glance that they were weak, so they came to fight again. However, this kind of people were usually killed by Long Chen. So far, Long Chen rarely took the initiative to attack others. Everyone knew that the real show would only begin after these ants were killed. Soon, it would be close to half of the time left. If there were no experts who quickly eliminated those who had not reached the samsara realm, they would affect the final outcome. The survival of one more person could cause everyone's previous efforts to go to waste. In the beginning, most of the super experts did not move. But at this time, many people could not help it. They were not being ruthless. They were just trying to survive. Long Chen was still easily dealing with those who were charging at him. At this time, a dragon warrior in the distance suddenly transformed into a divine dragon. A terrifying aura filled the air. In the distance, a blood-yellow aura soared into the sky. A yellow divine dragon could be vaguely seen dancing in the mist. Everyone who sensed this aura felt endless terror in their hearts. Super divine dragon, 9-headed frightening dragon. In an instant, most of the cultivators screamed in horror and fled in a sorry state. Only then did Long Chen see the appearance of the 9-headed frightening dragon. It was a ferocious divine dragon with thick limbs and a blood-yellow body. It looked very dirty and evil. The most shocking thing was that this divine dragon had 9 huge heads. The 9 dragon heads hovered in the sky. Each head was different. The 9-headed frightening dragon breathed a yellow aura. Those who were touched by it screamed and were eliminated immediately. The killing efficiency was shocking. Without absolute confidence, the 9-headed frightening dragon would not be so high profile. Just when everyone was still in a state of shock, a tricolored thunderbolt shot across the sky. The violent lightning formed a tricolored electric net in the sky, emitting a loud explosion. There seemed to be a heavenly palace in the electric net, majestic and domineering. At this time, everyone saw a divine dragon wrapped in tricolored thunderbolts circling in the electric net. Under his control, the thunderbolts bombarded the ground below indiscriminately. Wherever they went, there was a large number of casualties. It was like a massacre. Another super divine dragon. This is the heavenly imperial thunder dragon from the divine thunder city. The appearance of the second super divine dragon caused a second round of chaos. The thunderbolts were fast and fierce. It was a piece of cake for those who had not reached the samsara realm. Everyone thought that it was over. At this time, another 2 divine dragons appeared. What was even more terrifying was that they both had the bloodline of the super divine dragon. The east was shrouded in golden light. It was supreme and as hot as the sun. Wherever the light went, people would flee. That was the famous super divine dragon. Its entire body was made of steel, and its flesh was tough. It was known as the 8-division Stupa dragon. In the west, a black demonic dragon was shrouded in black mist. It was hard to distinguish it. Not many people knew this super divine dragon because Su Mu Chen was not famous. This was the primordial demonic dragon. These 4 super mystical dragons seemed to have an agreement. They swept through the entire white jade platform. Those who were not qualified to be one of the 3 survivors collapsed in the face of their immense physical strength. The efficiency of their elimination was countless times higher than before. In the blink of an eye, under the ravages of the 4 super mystical dragons, a large number of warriors were seriously injured and eliminated. The 4 super divine dragons were not worried that others would hold a grudge. In the end, only 3 people could survive. Those 3 people would definitely be absolute executioners. They had to have experienced countless killings. If they could survive, they would be the executioners. What could they do? The 4 super divine dragons' massacre lasted for 100 breaths of time. In this 100 breaths of time, those who had not reached the samsara realm had been eliminated. There were only 40 people left on the wide white jade platform. They were basically all samsara realm cultivators. Su Mu Chen had killed his way to Long Chen's side. Lingxi and Li Xuanji were his targets. They were both very weak. However, when he saw Long Chen, he silently left. He said, "I can only wish you good luck." And now, there were only 400 breaths of time left. Chapter 1859. Those who were supposed to come would come. Almost all the elites of each divine city had gathered in this place. Among them, the warriors of the Yin and Yang Samsara tribulation realm from a few divine cities had become the absolute protagonists here. At this time, everyone had stopped fighting. They seemed to have restrained their rationality, but in fact, they were still crazy. There were 400 breaths left, and not much time was left. At this moment, about 10 Yin-Yang Samsara realm warriors and 4 super divine dragons gathered together, their faces cold. Within the group, the most dazzling one was still Diyu, who had been protected by Di Feng the entire time. He hadn't experienced a single battle, and could be said to be completely unharmed. In such an intense battle, it seemed like only he would be able to survive. Therefore, his expression was relatively relaxed. At this time, Di Feng, the number 1 expert of the new generation from Di Jun Divine City, said, "We don't have much time, so I'll cut to the chase. Everyone here is an expert, and fighting blindly will not yield any results. Let's draw lots to decide who will be eliminated at the same time. The top 3 will live, which is even better. I will participate on behalf of DU. If I win, then my brother will have a chance to live. If I lose, then we'll see who has the determination to sacrifice themselves for justice." Di Feng's righteousness and dedication won everyone's respect. Those who had the right to speak were the Yin-Yang Samsara realm warriors from Primordial Divine City, Tai Divine City, Qingshu Divine City, and the 4 super divine dragons. They were the top combatants. At this time, another expert said, "I agree, this is the fairest and most rational method. It can carry out many effective battles at the same time, and it won't cause chaos, causing people to run away from the battles and hide everywhere. No one can stay out of it. There are only 3 spots, and only the strongest can have it. Of course, DU is an exception." That child had been placed in the most special position. At this time, the others nodded in agreement. Someone said, "Then let's do it this way. We've wasted no time. Let's do a head count and determine our opponents. The victors will return here and wait for the next battle. We have about 40 people, and after about 3 battles, the final winner will be decided. Let's move quickly. Soon, someone came up with the rules for drawing lots. At this time, a Radiance Divine City Samsara Tribulation Realm expert saw Long Chen at the corner and hurriedly said, "Everyone, it seems that there are two fellows who are not qualified to participate in this elimination battle. The cultivation of those two women is far from the Samsara Tribulation Realm. Although that Long Chen from the lower realm has decent combat strength, with his ability, how can he protect those two people?" This sentence attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, many experts looked over. The purpose of the elimination battles was to prevent people from running away from the battle and causing the overall battle to drag out. That was why such an efficient and powerful battle method was used. This was made by the strongest group of people, and the others could not obey because they were not the strongest. If they resisted this system, then they would most likely be killed by everyone. Long Chen didn't expect them to come up with such a system. It must have been discussed during the previous battle. In this case, he was completely excluded from their group. However, for the sake of the two people behind him, how could he compromise? His eyes were cold as he welcomed everyone's gazes. The gazes of the descendants of the deities had a huge impact on him. At this time, Diyu also saw Li Xuanji behind Long Chen. He tugged on Di Feng's sleeve and said, "Big brother, that black-robed girl is the little saint lord of the darkness divine city. She has a very good relationship with me, and is very important to me. Can you?" Di Feng gave him a slap. "Today, no one can protect themselves. If you want to protect someone, you have to pay the price with your life like I did." Although this sentence was directed at Diyu, it was also directed at Long Chen. Because of Long Chen, the elimination round that he had planned had been disrupted. If he didn't get rid of this person, then everyone would die here. Hence, Di Feng said, there are only 3 chances to live. Anyone who tries to break the rules is courting death. The rules have already been set. If we don't get rid of this person who is courting death, then we'll all die together. Let's not talk about the 3 spots, we won't even be able to survive. Everyone, look at the time. How much time is left? This sentence caused everyone to hate Long Chen. Right at this moment, a bald young man with a body that seemed to be made of steel, tall, and had a dragon-shaped tattoo on his body, said, "Everyone, draw lots. My first opponent will be him. I'll kill the 2 beside him while I'm at it. Everyone, hurry up and fight." With him taking care of this problem without breaking the rules, why not? Moreover, everyone knew that although the 2 women weren't much, Long Chen was indeed very strong. If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have had the right to speak here. Alright, the Divine Steel Dragon and the 8 Tribes Stupid Dragon are taking action. We can rest assured. Someone cheered the bald man on. The bald man's expression was solemn as he walked towards Long Chen, while the others stayed where they were to draw lots, anxiously confirming their opponents and preparing for battle. After drawing lots, everyone had already confirmed their opponents. They tried their best to calm their hearts and focus on their opponents. The 20 battles were spread out across the white jade platform, so they wouldn't interfere with each other. Diyu was the only one who didn't need to participate in the battle. He looked around and watched the battle between the bald man and Long Chen. The fiery slap on his face reminded him not to cause trouble. But, sisterly, at this time, Diyu saw the way Li Xuanji looked at Long Chen. It was a kind of deep admiration, but also a kind of deep doting. It was an emotion that transcended everything. It was like a moth blindly following him. Even if it could not obtain anything, it would have no complaints or regrets, and it would not haggle over it. This gaze made Diyu clench his fists tightly. A murderous look appeared on his young face. He didn't mind that Li Xuanji had someone she liked. It was just that the depth of her love made him feel like he was being tainted. Long Chen, this name overlapped with the guy who could remain calm even when facing the 8 Tribes Stupid Dragon. The first battle, huh? The rules of the elimination battle were interesting. In less than 50 breaths of time, half of the powerhouses would be eliminated in such a brutal battle. After all, they were the descendants of the gods, and they still had these qualities. They had allowed the 8 tribes stupid dragon to come because they were sure that it could kill Long Chen and the 2 pretty faces beside him in an instant. They couldn't let them hinder the process. Basically, all the dragon warriors in the rebirth tribulation realm had been absorbed by the 5 major dragon cities. That was why the 8 tribes stupid dragon that remained in their respective cities was very famous among the 72 ancient cities of the divine descendants. For example, the steel divine dragon in front of them was made of the most precious 8 types of pagoda metals, which formed his invincible body. The 8 tribes stupid dragon was also known as the melee divine dragon. The man in front of them was like steel. He was calm, generous, and full of murderous intent. Compared to him, Yi Shao wasn't even on the same level. Outside, all sorts of battles were starting. The 8 tribes stupid dragon said in a rough voice, "Looks like you're still a man who's infatuated with love. But this is fate. Just accept it." He wasn't an evil person, but he had succumbed to fate. That was why he had no choice but to destroy Long Chen and kill the 2 women in an instant. Long Chen bit his lip and didn't answer. The bald man didn't say anything else. Every time his body moved, there was a sharp sound of metal scraping against each other. It made one's scalp go numb. At that moment, he revealed his divine dragon true body in front of Long Chen. It was a 1,000-meter-long golden divine dragon. Its entire body seemed to be made of steel, and it emitted a blinding light. The dragon's scales were extremely thick, and they were completely made of metal. Clang, clang, clang. The metal divine dragon circled in the sky. It lowered its head to look at Long Chen and said in a deep voice, "Are you also a super divine dragon? Come up and fight." This was an even more difficult challenge. However, in order to survive and protect the 2 behind him, Long Chen had no choice but to grit his teeth. He hugged the 2 women beside him. Their soft bodies touched Long Chen's tenderness. At that moment, it was a true portrayal of him. Boom! Surrounded by countless battles, a blood-colored divine dragon soared into the sky. In front of the steel divine dragon, he seemed very weak, but his blood-colored eyes were terrifying. The 2 women were nowhere to be seen. Upon closer inspection, one could see a pair of blood-colored horns on his head. On each side, there was a woman hugging the horns, stabilizing him. At this moment, Long Chen could no longer protect them anywhere else. This was the only place he could trust. This was a battle to the death. To protect them like this, perhaps it was as described, they would live and die together. If Long Chen died, they would cease to exist. If they died, Long Chen would not live either. Just like that, the 3 of them were bound together. Whoosh, the killing mist surged, enveloping Long Chen within it. What kind of dragon is this? The huge divine dragon made of steel muttered. He did not seek an answer, but attacked directly. His dragon claws, dragon tail, and dragon teeth were the toughest weapons. The 8-division Buddha dragon's physical body shook the heavens and earth. However, he was facing the ancestral dragon. The blood-colored divine dragon swam through the mist. On its horns, one was black and one was white. 2 long dresses fluttered in the wind. Below, the huge divine dragon's eyes were bloodshot. Wang. In that instant, the 2 divine dragons clashed, engaging in the most terrifying melee. In an instant, this battle attracted everyone's attention. They were all fighting with their lives on the line, but compared to this, they were too insignificant. The divine dragons biting and clashing were the most shocking visual impact. Diyu clenched his fists tightly. He roared in his heart, "Why didn't you give me half a year? In half a year, I will be in the trifecta rebirth realm. When that time comes, no one here will be my match. Whoever I want to live will live. Sisterly doesn't need his protection." Chapter 1860. Dozens of pinnacle battles of the new generation were being carried out on this white jade platform. They were all proud sons and daughters of the heavens from the various divine cities. They had survived through many perilous situations, and every single one of them was extraordinary. Their talents were unparalleled, and they were basically the top existences in their respective divine cities. But here, they were all ants under the rules of the game. They had to fight for the last 3 chances of survival. The brutal slaughter spread across their field of vision. Boom, boom. Loud explosions and screams rang out incessantly. Amidst the countless chaotic battles, the one that attracted the most attention was the battle between the 2 mystical dragons. This was a battle of pure physical strength. No one would have thought that the lower world youth called Long Chen would actually fight with the 8 Division Stupid Dragon, who was famed for its physical strength. The 8 Division Stupid Dragon's entire body was made of the toughest metal. A steel mystical dragon circled in the air. Its steel body did not affect its agility. It was truly the king of close combat. Even the 9-headed frightful soul dragon and the imperial thunder dragon were afraid of it. But what made it depressed was that this mystical dragon that looked like a red dragon, but was not actually a red dragon, actually had an aura that made it respect it. I'm afraid he's too angry and wants to live. The 8 Division Stupid Dragon thought to itself as it fought the red mystical dragon. When his steel-forged claws collided with Long Chen's bloody dragon claws for the first time, he was dumbfounded. Compared to him, Long Chen's young claws were terrifyingly hard. The terrifying strength transmitted by Long Chen's young body actually put him at a disadvantage. Roar! Long Chen let out a roar and used his dragon claws to clamp down on the other party's claws. He used his strength and flung the huge 8 Division Stupid Dragon away, finally crashing onto the white jade platform. Instantly, the entire white jade platform shook violently. Most of the battles were directly affected. They noticed the commotion while they were fighting, and they were all shocked. That crazy youth, his blood-red eyes, left a deep impression in everyone's hearts. Standing at the center of the white jade platform, Du almost fell down. This made him feel extremely humiliated. What's wrong with the 8 Division Stupid Dragon? Isn't it known as the king of close combat? Isn't it a divine steel dragon? How could it be suppressed by this fellow from the lower realm in a physical battle? Du's face darkened. He really wanted to deal with Long Chen, but the current situation was too complicated. Sisterly, you are so important to me. How could you fall in love with such a person? Du gnashed his teeth in anger. His heart was in turmoil. Hold him steady. Long Chen informed the 2 women on the dragon's horn, and then activated his craziest state. God Refining Flame. Buzz. An entire 600-meter-long divine dragon was engulfed in the blazing spirit refining flame. Long Chen's combat strength was rising at a terrifying rate. Under the envelopment of the spirit refining flame, if outsiders touched Long Chen's body too much, they would be attacked by the spirit refining flame and their strength would fall sooner or later. Moreover, the spiritual refinement flame had also given Long Chen an enhancement that surpassed the seething of God's blood. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A huge amount of power engulfed his body. On the dragon's horn, Lingxi and Li Xuanji held on to Long Chen's stable crimson dragon horn. They looked at each other and understood each other's intentions. Lingxi used the sword kinesis divine art to control the 6 sky swords, while Li Xuanji held a black needle. Both of them were extremely lethal and could be of great help at critical moments. Die. The crimson divine dragon charged down with red flames. Long Chen was taking this opponent very seriously. He used all his mystiques and clashed with the 8 Division Stupid Dragon again. His hands were filled with massacred dragon seals, and from time to time, he tore off pieces of steel and flesh from the 8 Division Stupid Dragon's body, causing it to cry out in pain. What kind of fire is this? The 8 Division Stupid Dragon was shocked. Surrounded by the flames, if it attacked Long Chen in close combat, it would be attacked by the spiritual refinement flame. The spiritual refinement flame was terrifying, and if it was entangled, it would definitely be a disaster. Moreover, under the burning of the spiritual refinement flame, its strength did not decrease, but instead increased, and the 8th-division Stupa dragon was forced to retreat. This was a complete suppression in terms of mystiques. What kind of dragon are you? The 8th-division Stupa dragon was shocked after its defeat. If it was just a super mystical dragon, how could it completely suppress it in terms of mystiques? I'm here to take your life. Long Chen was extremely cold, even cruel. At this time, many people had already ended their battles and were watching the battle of the mystical dragons in shock. The Crimson Divine Dragon was not even half the size of the 8th-division Stupa dragon, but it was able to repel such a huge opponent. It was definitely powerful. Everyone's expressions changed. They felt that Long Chen would be a huge problem. Eternal moment. Suddenly, the Crimson Divine Dragon became illusory, as if it had disappeared. The golden 8th-division Stupa dragon suddenly stopped in mid-air, its eyes lifeless. Celestial Slaughtering Blood Sword. At this time, the Crimson Divine Dragon raised its huge dragon tail and slashed down with great momentum. The blood arrow that tore through the sky came slashing down. The 8th-divisional Buddha dragon, who had just broken free from the eternal split moment state, was unable to resist the heavenly slaughter blood sword slashing down on its waist. Immediately, there was an earth-shattering sound of metal rubbing against each other. Clang! A terrifying sound rang out, causing everyone's ears to ring. The 8th-division Stupa dragon's body was smashed into a bloody light. Only then did everyone realize that the 8th-division Stupa dragon had blood. Rumble. The 8th-division Stupa dragon landed on the ground again. This time, it was almost cut in half. From start to finish, Long Chen had been crushing it. The spiritual refinement flame burned again. Long Chen was challenging his limits. He might be tired after this battle, but he would not regret it. Boom! The Crimson Divine Dragon attacked again. The 8th-division Stupa dragon had been injured repeatedly. It was enraged. Disregarding its injuries, it suddenly exploded and used the mystique of the 8th-division Stupa dragon. 8th-division Stupa. His body entangled, forming a golden pagoda. The pagoda was the pagoda, and this golden pagoda was the most stable structure. It was surrounded by countless spikes, like a porcupine. It was also the strongest form of the 8th-division Stupa dragon. Wang. The 8th-division Stupa dragon turned into a pagoda and rushed towards Long Chen. For a moment, Long Chen wasn't able to block it and was sent flying by the pagoda, almost falling into the 9-colored mist. The crowd finally heaved a sigh of relief. The 8th-divisional Stupa dragon had finally turned the tables. After the first time it had pushed Long Chen back and torn a large chunk of flesh from his body, the 8th-divisional Stupa dragon had attacked again. Are you very tough? Long Chen steadied himself and said coldly. The crimson flames did not stop, and everyone was shocked. It was as though there were countless divine dragons within the flames. The sharp pagoda was spinning at high speed. Countless metal shards fell, forming sharp knives that wanted to turn Long Chen into a beehive. The 8th-division Stupa dragon's counterattack had begun. At this time, a gray longsword appeared below Long Chen. It was inconspicuous at first, but at this time, the gray longsword suddenly expanded, becoming hundreds of meters long. The gray, murderous aura formed the shadow of a gray skull that covered the sky. Long Chen used Long Chen to wrap around the huge sword that was hundreds of meters long. When the 8th-division Stupa dragon approached, it suddenly rolled back. The god-slaying sword cut through the sky and slashed down on the pagoda. This time, there was an even louder explosion. The pagoda was directly cut in half and once again smashed onto the white jade platform. When the 8th-division Stupa dragon returned to its dragon form, half of its tail was cut off by Long Chen. His face was pale, and he had lost the strength to fight. Seeing this scene, seeing the incomparably mighty crimson divine dragon in the sky, everyone's expressions froze. For a moment, their hearts were in turmoil. The white jade platform had eliminated the indignant 8th-division Stupa dragon. Before Lingxi and Li Xuanji had a chance to use their skills, Long Chen had already ended the battle with an extremely domineering aura. It was a huge shock to everyone. No one had expected this guy, who had not even reached the rebirth tribulation realm, to be able to kill the super divine dragon. Although the super divine dragon probably had 2 lives, after all, it had fought against the god of Tai Chi. No one knew if the 8 division stupid dragon could survive in this game. This was the rule of the gods. The other battles also ended one after another, but few were as tragic as Long Chen's. After the first round, there were less than 20 people left. Among them were all the super elites of the divine cities, and they were also existences in the rebirth tribulation realm. And there were less than 300 breaths of time left. Time was running out. Everyone's hearts were beating faster. Long Chen returned to his human form. With the help of Lingxi and Li Xuanji, he landed on the ground. Using the spiritual cultivation fire had taken a lot out of him, but this was not the reason he had fallen. After landing, he gently pushed the 2 women away and protected them behind him. His cold and disdainful eyes looked at the crowd. Those who had not cared about him at the start did not dare to speak to him now. Just one look was enough to scare most of them. Many of them felt that their battle strength was about the same as that of the 8 division stupid dragon. The fact that Long Chen could defeat it meant that he was really strong. Among them, the one who felt the most indignant was Diyu. He was very conflicted. He knew that he could not save Li Xuanji, but he did not want others to play the hero and save her. Since it's already a foregone conclusion. Chapter 1861. Diyu's words resonated with everyone's thoughts. It could be said that he had said what everyone wanted to say. After he finished speaking, Di Feng turned to everyone and said, "Everyone, there's less than 300 breaths of time left. All of us are experts, and any one of them is hard to deal with. If we don't deal with this person quickly, we'll attract endless trouble, and in the end, we'll all die here." I agree. If there's nothing else to say, then let's not waste any more time. The 9-headed dreadful soul dragon was a tall and skinny man. Everyone nodded their heads as they coldly looked at Long Chen. In their eyes, Long Chen was already a dead man. No matter how strong he was, as long as he wasn't in the 3 reincarnation tribulation stage, he was just a joke in front of so many geniuses. No one could fight so many people with their own strength, but Long Chen clearly wanted to do so. Long Chen had already expected this outcome. Diyu might seem innocent, but he was actually very shrewd. He had been targeting Long Chen at all times. Just like now, he had been the first to make things difficult for Long Chen. In an instant, the atmosphere tensed up as everyone looked at Long Chen. Many of them had already made their preparations for battle. No matter how strong Long Chen was, it was impossible for him to defend against so many people. Wait. Suddenly, a discordant voice resounded. Everyone looked over in anger and saw that it was Su Mu Chen. His gaze was solemn as he said, "Long Chen isn't even in the reincarnation tribulation stage, yet he can display such strength. I feel that he's a genius that surpasses many people here. He has a bright future ahead of him, and it's a pity for him to die here. As for the 2 beside him, I believe that when the time comes, he'll make a choice between himself and his lover, just like Di Feng. If Di Feng wins, then between him and Diyu, only one of them can live. Why can't he have such authority? If he can obtain a fair victory in the elimination battle, then the 3 of them can live. As for who it is, it's up to him to decide." Su Mu Chen's words were undoubtedly helping Long Chen. If Di Feng could receive such treatment, why couldn't he? Hearing Su Mu Chen's words, everyone was a little unhappy. From Long Chen's performance, he was simply a great enemy. It would be beneficial for anyone to get rid of this thorn first, but he came to cause trouble. Someone sneered, "Su Mu Chen, can you stop wasting time? I know that he's from your martial god ancient city, and I heard that he's your father's godson. Why? Do you want to be killed by us first?" The other one said, "That's right. I can see that you can't bear to see him die, right? In that case, Why don't you be like Di Feng and forsake your own life and death for the sake of humanity? Can you do that? If you can't, then don't waste your time. Su Mu Chen's words had angered them. At this moment, who wouldn't have any thoughts in their hearts? However, Su Mu Chen was a stubborn person. He sneered, looks like this elimination battle has been planned by someone from the start. If that's the case, when there's only 3 or 4 people left, someone might not kill himself. On the contrary, he might suddenly kill someone. If that's the case, then there's no meaning to this elimination battle. It's just someone's privilege. What he was targeting was Di Feng. From the very beginning, he was the one who set this up. Everyone considered his past reputation and felt that he was sacrificing himself for justice. He was also the one who suggested the elimination battle. His own strength was superior to the others. If he suddenly decided not to kill himself when there were only 4 people left, then there would only be 3 people left alive. Who would spread the news of what had happened here? Su Mu Chen's words had caused chaos in everyone's hearts. It could be considered as saving Long Chen. Everyone looked at Di Feng. Di Feng's expression didn't change as he said, "How can the heart of a vile person be righteous? If you think that way, then I won't be able to explain it no matter how hard I try. If everyone thinks that my method isn't good, then let's fight. There's only 250 breaths left. I want to see who will survive 250 breaths. If they didn't hurry up and fight, I suggest that we kill these 2 troublemakers. They're both from the martial god ancient city, so they're in cahoots. Let's spend 20 breaths to deal with the 2 of them so we can continue. I believe in Di Feng, he's someone who keeps his promises. The Di Jun divine city is the #1 divine city, and the ancient god Di Jun is the ruler of all gods, the king of all gods. Did everyone forget that? That's right. If we continue, everyone will die. We'll kill Long Chen now. Su Mu Chen, are you not convinced? In the midst of panic, everyone's minds were muddled. With every breath that passed, their hearts would thump. Their chances of survival were getting slimmer and slimmer. Su Mu Chen coldly looked at everyone before landing behind Di Feng. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Long Chen and said, "I don't believe in anyone. I only believe in the righteousness in my heart. This is clearly a violation of the rules and an unfair battle. It's to serve the person who set this up. How hateful that you guys couldn't see that and were blinded by the hope of survival. Since that's the case, I, Su Mu Chen, will not hesitate to fight." His actions were completely out of Long Chen's expectations. Long Chen had never imagined that Di Feng would have such thoughts. Di Feng was very smart, and Long Chen also felt that Di Feng wouldn't commit suicide. With his strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill one of the survivors, or even 2 of them. It was just that they believed in Di Feng's willingness to sacrifice himself for justice. Although both of them understood, Long Chen felt that Su Mu Chen didn't have to do this. That meant that he would have to fight alongside Long Chen to deal with everyone. This choice would increase the chances of death by several times. Was this what he meant by righteousness in his heart? Long Chen suddenly felt that Su Mu Chen was a person with a lot of spirit, a person with a lot of persistence and stories. The demonic nature of a dragon was fully displayed on him. The so-called demonic nature wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Just like Su Mu Chen, who did whatever he wanted, it was also a demonic nature. It was more like the demonic nature that Zhao Qingyun pursued in the Cangyang kingdom. A person's comprehension had nothing to do with their level of life. Therefore, Zhao Qingyun's way of thinking might not be inferior to the quasi-deities of the eternal divine domain. Very good. It seems that we have to deal with 2 people first. The remaining time is limited. If we let these 2 continue to pester us endlessly, we'll all die. I think we should hurry up and take action. Do you fan the flames from the side? At this moment, Di Feng suddenly moved and said in a clear voice, "If you guys aren't going to make a move, then I'll make a move first. I'm sure you all know my character very well. Over the past few hundred years, I, Di Feng, have never broken a promise. Today's disaster is all for the future of the human race. Unfortunately, how many of you can understand me? His voice was sorrowful and touching. His heroic temperament was completely revealed. Di Feng rushed over with Di Jun's divine strength. The moment he made a move, he brought great pressure to Long Chen and Su Mu Chen. When the others saw that Di Feng had made a move, they hesitated at first. However, someone quickly took the lead and followed Di Feng, shouting, "If you guys continue to be stubborn, then you'll become a laughing stock. You call yourselves descendants of gods, but you don't even have this bit of courage." Everyone was young and full of vigor. After being provoked, they all moved together, finally forming a joint attack against Long Chen and Su Mu Chen. In that instant, Long Chen and Su Mu Chen exchanged glances and turned into dragons, fighting with great difficulty. Lingxi and Su Mu Chen were still under Long Chen's protection, while Long Chen and Su Mu Chen's massive primordial demonic dragon worked together. These two massive dragons made everyone feel immense pressure. Will be the vanguard. The nine-headed frightening soul dragon and the heavenly fault lightning dragon transformed into their true forms as well. Their speed was the fastest as they charged towards Long Chen and Su Mu Chen. The nine-headed frightening soul dragon faced Long Chen. This was the first time that Long Chen had seen a nine-headed dragon. The nine heads were terrifying, and even ugly. They were the ugliest dragons that Long Chen had ever seen. However, it was precisely because of their ugliness that they were so frightening. The nine dragon heads tangled together and lunged at Long Chen, tearing at him. God-slaying sword. Long Chen's eyes were cold. This was the final test. He knew that he had no chance of winning, but he had to fight on bravely. No matter how many burdens he had on his back, and even Su Mu Chen had come to help him, there was no reason for him to lose. He had to protect these two lovely women. He had to fulfill his father's last wish and let him rest in peace in the netherworld. These thoughts blurred his vision, causing his eyes to be filled with a thick blood-red color. Kill, kill. His mind was already a sea of blood. The cries, and roars of countless dragons filled the world before him with only one thing: slaughter. With my blood, with my life, in exchange for their safety. If anyone dares to stop me, if anyone dares to harm me, I will kill them. The god-slaying sword was dyed completely red by the dragon's blood. Long Chen wrapped his huge dragon tail around the god-slaying sword, and the terrifying spiritual refinement fire on his body burned again. The god-slaying sword slashed down in a frenzy. The nine heads of the nine-headed frightening soul dragon formed a huge barrier, but it was broken by Long Chen's sword. Among the nine heads, Long Chen chopped off one of them. He was defeated in one move. Everyone knew that Long Chen had already gone mad. His body exuded an aura that made everyone revere him. Everyone stared blankly at the divine dragon, who was bathed in blood and engaged in a fierce battle. That heroic and majestic posture was deeply engraved in their minds. Fight. Chapter 1862. Hiss. The white jade platform was instantly plunged into a terrifying melee. There were less than 20 warriors, most of whom were at the Yin and Yang reincarnation tribulation realm. Even if they weren't, they were at least at the late phase of the One Origin reincarnation tribulation realm. They were besieging the two dragons, and Long Chen had more enemies. Warriors who weren't at the Yin-Yang reincarnation tribulation realm would basically be instantly killed by Long Chen. In this way, the ferocious Long Chen was actually a great help to some people. At this critical juncture, every person who died was great news for the others. But once they reached the Yin and Yang reincarnation tribulation realm and awakened the power of the Yin-Yang demon, they would be very difficult to deal with. These people didn't want to attack Long Chen with all their might, for fear that it would affect their final battle strength. Otherwise, Long Chen wouldn't be able to survive this siege. Especially when he had to protect the two women. This battle was quite tragic. Su Mu Chen's side wasn't as relaxed as Long Chen's. Although the two of them had started to stick together, they were quickly separated by the other side. There were a few people in the other side that were extremely valiant, especially Di Feng. He had inherited the Lord of Gods and possessed a supreme divine power. Every move he made was able to bring great impact to the two of them. Rumble. In this siege, Long Chen and Su Mukin were forcibly pushed away. Kill them as soon as possible. Everyone began to shout. After the battle, Long Chen and Su Muchen were covered in wounds. However, the One Origin Reincarnation Tribulation Realm warriors that were close to them were all defeated by them. There were also some who were ruthlessly attacked by their own people and were eliminated. This way, other than Long Chen's 4 people, the other side only had about 10 people. However, these 10 people were all peerless experts, and they all came from the powerful divine city. Although they said they were eliminating Long Chen, they were actually eliminating the weak. When the weaklings disappeared, they knew that it was time to deal with Long Chen and Su Muchen. At this moment, they each sent 5 to 6 Yinyang Reincarnation Tribulation Stage experts to deal with Long Chen and Su Muchen. Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot. He had a divine weapon like the God-slaying sword, and the God-refining flame was not easy to deal with. He was like a thorn in the side, and it was difficult for the others to hurt him in a short period of time. Moreover, Long Chen still had the move Dream of Origin. With the God-refining flame and Dream of Origin working together, unless Long Chen's strength was exhausted, it would be difficult for the others to defeat him. If it weren't for the fact that he had to protect Lingxi and the others, Long Chen could have just used the Time Dragon and no one would have been able to do anything to him. However, although Su Muchen's combat strength was stronger, his methods were not as good as Long Chen's. Among the 6 martial artists of the same level, he had experienced a bitter fight and was in danger. Primordial Demonic Will. The Primordial Origin Demon Dragon let out a huge roar. Demonic energy swept out. The 6 opponents were momentarily stunned by the attack of the Primordial Origin Demon Will. 3,000 Reincarnation Soldiers. The Primordial Demonic Dragon roared again, and the 3,000 demonic chi condensed into 3,000 black demonic dragons, which crazily bit the descendants of the gods trapped by the Primordial Demonic Will, tearing off pieces of flesh. Invincible Sword Dao. At this moment, the eyes of the supreme expert of the new generation of Clear Void City burst out with a nearly transparent sword aura. He broke free from the bindings of the Primordial Origin Demon Will and stretched out his hands. Several transparent sword auras condensed between his fingers. With a casual point, the sword aura exploded and turned into a sword aura that was 100 meters long. In an instant, it pierced through the tail of the Primordial Origin Demon Dragon. Rumble. Di Feng tore apart the bindings and rushed into the clouds. His eyes emitted endless divine light. His hands formed a Tai Chi pattern before him. Then, he quietly changed his movement technique under the cover of the other martial artists. In the end, he imprinted the Tai Chi pattern on Su Muchen's forehead. Roar. Su Muchen was heavily injured once again. The divine energy of Di Jun's descendant swept through his body, causing a violent explosion. His flesh exploded piece by piece, riddled with holes. He issued a painful shriek as he fell to the ground. At this moment, his ferocity did not decrease. He used his dragon tail to wrap around the Clear Void City's martial artist and smashed him to the ground. In an instant, blood splattered in all directions. He's defeated. Kill him. The divine light in Di Feng's eyes did not decrease. Everyone could tell that he was an extremely cold person, especially when he was fighting. He was calm and cold. Compared to him, Diyu was much more childish. The Primordial Origin Demon Dragon crashed onto the white jade platform. Under the encirclement of 5 or 6 martial artists of the same level, he could no longer hold on. But even at this moment, he did not regret his decision. The massive divine dragon crawled to his feet once again. His body was covered in blood as he stared coldly at the crowd. When he saw Long Chen, who was still fighting to protect the woman he loved and no one dared to get close to him, an unyielding conviction appeared in his eyes. It was just that he was too tired, especially after Di Feng's attack. It had practically taken half his life. His opponents did not let him go. At this moment, they all landed in front of Su Muchen. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Su Muchen, your strength is indeed not bad, but there's something wrong with your brain. A tall and skinny youth coldly said, his eyes filled with ridicule. Another said, yeah, you originally had the qualifications to fight for the final victory. Su Muchen endured the intense pain as he growled, you guys can be proud now. At the final moment, we'll see who's the joke. Even if I die, I, Su Muchen, will have no regrets. Even though the massive dragon body was lying on the ground, it still gave off a majestic aura. Then I won't be polite. Seeing that time was running out, one of the martial artists charged forward. This was a martial artist of the Clear Void City. His invincible sword Dao had reached perfection. Just as he was about to use a sword move to end Su Muchen's life, Su Muchen coldly looked at him. Origin Devil Realm. The Black Origin Devil Realm that had once surrounded Long Chen had now surrounded the martial artists of the Clear Void City. This was Su Muchen's final counterattack. He exhausted the last of his strength and threw the Origin Devil Realm towards the nine-colored mist. In just an instant, the Yin and Yang Reincarnation Tribulation Realm martial artist of the Clear Void City was thrown into the nine-colored mist and disappeared. I'll end his life. At this moment, Diyu, who was standing in the middle of the white jade platform, suddenly made his move. Su Muchen, who had once again used the Origin Devil Realm, was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Not to mention a Reincarnation Tribulation Realm, he might not even be able to deal with a Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artist. Diyu saw this point and used the same attack as Di Feng. Instantly, a large amount of blood blossomed. Su Muchen endured it and let out a painful roar. Under the dragon body, the white jade platform started to crumble. Su Muchen turned into a bloodied human and helplessly fell into the nine-colored mist. Long Chen could clearly hear Su Muchen's muffled cry of pain. While he was crazily killing, he saw Su Muchen's eyes. His eyes were extremely calm, just like an ordinary big brother. There was no helplessness towards reality, only encouragement and support for Long Chen. Live on. Those were the 3 words that he said to Long Chen. After that, the white jade platform reformed and Su Muchen's silhouette disappeared. Those 3 words were like a clap of thunder that reverberated in Long Chen's mind. The endless rumbling caused his state of mind to undergo a great transformation. In his vision, Diyu, who was the last to make a move, returned to his position and smiled at him before turning to everyone. Everyone, we've already dealt with one. We have to quickly deal with the last one so that we can determine the final 3 victors. We're only left with 150 breaths of time. Following Diyu's reminder, the remaining powerhouses started to besiege Long Chen. Di Feng was also among them. The pressure that Long Chen was facing had increased by countless times and had long surpassed his limits. However, even if he had to face 10 enemies that were equivalent to his pinnacle strength, he still had 2 people to protect, but he wasn't frightened. He escaped from the encirclement and looked at everyone with a ferocious gaze. These enemies had changed before his eyes. In his eyes, the dozen Yin and Yang Reincarnation Tribulation stage experts were indifferent and bloodthirsty. Diyu, who was still standing on the white jade platform, was smiling at him without any scruples. He was the only one who was relaxed, because his talent had already reached the point that no one was willing to make a move against him. Su Muchen will follow the righteousness in his heart. Even if he dies for me, he will have no regrets. His final gaze greatly shocked Long Chen. It was just like when he entered the Nirvana Tribulation stage, when he was pondering what slaughter was. At that time, he knew that his slaughter was to protect, but it wasn't enough. Clearly, he needed to add something else. What was that something? In the boundless blood-red world, Long Chen saw something different. Or perhaps it should be considered glory. In life, one had to persevere on something. Just like Su Muchen, he persevered on something that he didn't have any regrets, even if he died. This was what he had taught Long Chen. At this moment, boundless energy was circulating in his body. Long Chen's blood was boiling to the extreme, and his anger was burning like a raging inferno. However, his heart had calmed down. He felt as if everything was under his control. Chen, why don't we not follow you anymore? You have the time dragon, so you can avoid them and stand in an invincible position. Ling Shi hugged one of his dragon horns, pressed her face against it, and said softly. She had already discussed it with Li Xuanji. Li Xuanji also said, just give up. You can continue your regrets in your next life. You've already worked hard, and I think it's enough. Furthermore, you have more important things to do. You can't lose your life here for us. They tried to dissuade Long Chen together. No one wanted to die, but they all wanted Long Chen to live a better life. Chapter 1863. Everyone knew that in life, there were some things that one had to give up. Just like now, it was obvious that there was only one way, and that was to give up on these two women. Only then could Long Chen have a better chance of survival. They really cried. No matter what they said, Long Chen turned a deaf ear to them, as though he had lost his mind. It was only at the end that they realized that Long Chen seemed to have entered a strange state. For martial artists who cultivated the heavenly Tao, sometimes a change in mentality and understanding also meant an improvement in comprehension. As for the Tao of massacre, Long Chen had always been exploring it on his own. The ancient blood spirit dragon had given him the biggest fruit, but it had not given him a path to pluck it. This path was for Long Chen to build according to his own style. Protection, glory. In order to protect, there was only massacre. For glory, for the persistence in one's heart, kill. The so-called massacre itself was an extremely negative force. However, the ancient blood spirit dragon was not a superficial, crazed demon. It had a real meaning. The divine dragon in the blood mist coiled up in the darkness. The spiritual refinement fire surrounded him, once again pushing him to his limits, allowing his strength to remain at its peak. Chen, Lingxi called out anxiously. Don't say any more. Calm down, watch me. At this moment, Long Chen's incomparably stable voice rang out. He opened his eyes. His originally blood-red eyes were now extremely clear and bright. This was something that was rarely seen in the ancient blood spirit dragon. However, this clarity brought an even more terrifying shock to the souls of his enemies. Such a mystical dragon might seem peaceful on the surface, but in reality, he was the king of slaughter. What's going on? I think this kid has changed. More than 10 people had already surrounded Long Chen. Who cares what has happened to him? One move per person. No one wants to hold back. Let's kill him now. As soon as this suggestion was made, everyone agreed. One move per person was enough to tear Long Chen, a divine dragon who had yet to reach the samsara realm, into pieces. I'll take the lead. Di Feng said with a cold expression. Once again, he used the God Emperor seal from Di Jun. Tai Chi Yin and Yang formed in his hands. Di Jun's own power was Yang, swirling on one side of the Tai Chi Yin, while the Yin demon's power gathered on the other. The God Emperor seal spun, possessing the power of both Yin and Yang, vaguely mobilizing the Yin and Yang attributes of heaven and earth. Even before it was released, its power was already shocking. Seeing that Di Feng wasn't being stingy, the others followed suit. However, they were cautious. If it wasn't for the carelessness of the Clear Void City's cultivator, he wouldn't have been trapped by the Origin Devil Realm and killed by Su Mu Chen's counterattack before his death. Apart from the two super divine dragons, the nine-headed frightening dragon and the heavenly fault thunder dragon, the rest were the powerful attacks of the warriors in the Yin and Yang Samsara tribulation realm. For a moment, heaven and earth shook. They launched their attacks together, which could be considered as the greatest respect for Long Chen. An attack of this level could even tear apart 10 Long Chens. Below, do you calm down? A cold smile appeared on his face. Looking at this scene, the only one he was worried about was Li Xuanji. He could only sigh helplessly. This woman has something from the Dark Goddess, or perhaps her existence. After Big Brother kills her, he'll bring that thing to me. But Big Sister Li. Forget it. She's already an emperor, so why should she care about such things? His eyes were still burning with passion. For some reason, the first time he saw Long Chen, he was extremely fearful and even hated him. Seeing that this guy who had been in the limelight was finally going to be destroyed, he felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. But even now, while Lingxi and Li Xuanji were anxious, Long Chen still seemed to be in a trance. So that's how it is. Primordial blood spiritual dragon, the dragon of blood and slaughter. He had over 100 million dragon scales, and each dragon scale recorded a Tao, mana, and mystic ability. These Tao, mana, and mystic abilities were all left in Long Chen's bloodline. As Long Chen grew, his physical body and mind would grow, and they would be unearthed one by one. Long Chen didn't even need other treasures, because his bloodline was the greatest treasure. God Emperor Seal. Primordial Lord of Heaven, Indestructible Taoist Seal. Myrtle Emperor Sword. In an instant, everyone used their most lethal techniques to target Long Chen. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The 9-colored mist was shaken away, and even the white jade platform cracked. However, the white jade platform had the ability to repair itself automatically, so it did not completely collapse. Long Chen was still immersed in that state. Only when he sensed a fatal crisis did he wake up. Di Jun was the king of the gods, and his bloodline was the most supreme bloodline of the human race. But at this time, when Long Chen woke up, the aura he exuded caused Di Feng and the rest to feel immense pressure. It was as though they were looking at a high and mighty god, directly suppressing them with the nobility of his bloodline. Di Feng had lived for so many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. When he finally used the God Emperor seal, his bloodline was actually trembling, and his legs were trembling uncontrollably. When he raised his head, Long Chen's eyes were like the deep sea, directly piercing through his soul, causing him to lose all sense of security. This feeling had only happened once before, and that was when his younger brother Diyu was born. The first time he saw this infant, he actually trembled and knelt down. But this time, this feeling was especially intense. Kill. Everyone attacked viciously, showing no mercy. Everyone wanted to live, and Long Chen jumping out to stop them was courting death. Wang. However, just as they were about to attack, a bloodline pressure caused fear to rise in their hearts. They all felt as if they were attacking their own ancestors. They were disrespectful, they blamed themselves, and their hearts were filled with fear. Long Chen's dragon head was hidden in the blood mist, quietly scanning the crowd. The spiritual refinement flame on his body had doubled in length, proving that his strength had reached its peak. A new mystique was taking shape in Long Chen's bloodline. From the massacre dragon's seal to the heaven-slaughtering blood sword, and then to the spiritual refinement flame, the ancient blood spirit dragon's Tao, skills, and mystiques had always been in the process of strengthening. At this moment, the birth of a new mystique, as well as the changes in his comprehension, gave him great confidence. He believed that this would be a crushing defeat. Come out. At this time, a large portion of the dragon scales on Long Chen's body lit up. Within each dragon scale, there was a blood-colored shadow of a dragon, roaring and moving restlessly. These were the most murderous mystical dragons. Instantly, there were hundreds of thousands of dragon souls hidden on Long Chen's body. Countless dragon scales emitted a dazzling blood-colored light. Following Long Chen's command, hundreds of thousands, then millions of blood-colored little dragons bared their fangs and claws as they charged out of the dragon scales. They all had the sharpest dragon claws and fangs, as well as a murderous nature that was the hardest to tame. These little dragons were all killing machines. The sudden appearance of this scene caused everyone's scalps to go numb. There was an endless number of these little creatures, and every single one of them had blood-red eyes. What in the world was that? Those little dragons let out shrill cries. Their bodies were covered in spikes, and their sharp claws and fangs seemed to tear through the void. This was not a real dragon, but a divine ability of the primordial blood spirit dragon. The name of these little dragons was the blood-weeping dragon soul. In an instant, millions of blood-weeping dragon souls gathered and spread out. Those dragons with the strongest murderous nature surrounded Long Chen's body. Long Chen's eyes turned cold again. He wanted revenge. Su Mukin died just like that, and it was because of him that he came into contact with such a terrifying mystique like the blood-weeping dragon soul. Then, what reason did he have not to seek justice for Su Mukin? Revenge. They all thought that he was in the way, so they wanted to intercept and kill him. So now, the counterattack began. Boom! Under Long Chen's command, millions of blood-weeping dragon souls dispersed. In an instant, everyone's vision was occupied by the blood-weeping dragon souls. Those little blood dragons with the strongest murderous nature were the most violent beasts. Many attacks came at him. The divine emperor seal descended from the sky, and 100,000 blood-weeping dragon souls rushed up. In a short while, they tore the divine emperor seal apart and swallowed it. The undying Tao seal was torn apart by countless dragon claws. The myrtle emperor's sword pierced through 1,000 meters, but it also tore the blood-weeping dragon souls apart. In the eyes of the crowd, this was simply the end of the world. Millions of blood-weeping dragon souls formed the most ferocious formation, completely surrounding the dumbfounded crowd. Everyone lost their means of attack and stared blankly at the scene before them. Everyone's expression changed drastically, especially the two brothers, Di Feng and Di Yu. Their expressions were especially interesting. The roars that filled the space, and those ferocious little dragons, made their hearts more and more afraid. Their legs also trembled. This was the real hell. Di Feng surrounded himself with a golden halo to protect himself. His brows were deeply furrowed, and his mood changed extremely quickly. Suddenly, he said, "Long Chen, why don't we discuss it? Maybe there's a better solution, and we don't have to kill you." He had originally encouraged everyone to kill Long Chen, but now that he saw Long Chen suddenly become impossible to deal with, his heart was in turmoil. Those murderous little dragons made him very afraid. He was a man of great talent and bold vision, so he ignored everyone's feelings and catered to Long Chen. Di Feng. Hearing him say such words, everyone glared at him angrily. Isn't it just one move? That brat is clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. Watch me slaughter these little dragons, then kill him. The nine-headed frightening soul dragon opened its huge mouth and swallowed countless little dragons into its stomach. The remaining 8 heads had devoured half of the blood-weeping dragon souls in the blink of an eye. He laughed crazily. Look at how scared you are. This isn't a small trick. Is it worth being so scared? Chapter 1864. In a short period of time, a super divine dragon in the 1 Yuan reincarnation tribulation realm had been killed. Such a horrible scene made the remaining young experts panic. They clearly saw those brutal little bloody dragons tear apart pieces of flesh and devour them to strengthen themselves. They became stronger and more ferocious. When they returned to Long Chen's dragon scale, they even brought the power they had devoured to Long Chen. At this moment, the situation had changed 180 degrees. The Yin and Yang reincarnation tribulation realm warriors were all stunned. They tried their best to stay calm, but they could no longer hide the trembling of their bodies. Nearly 1 million blood-weeping dragon souls had surrounded them, and they could attack at Long Chen's command at any time. Long Chen, I think we can discuss this. Di Feng's expression was calm, and he spoke calmly again. But his trembling fingers betrayed him. Those blood-weeping dragon souls were screaming at him, as if they would pounce on him at any time. He had to be on guard. At this moment, they were all screaming madly in their hearts. Why did he become so horrible? Why have I never heard of any divine dragon that can display such a horrifying divine sense? What kind of change has happened to Long Chen? Gosh, if this goes on, will he still have any opponents? At the beginning, they did not care about the suppression at all, but now they were terrified. Everyone had a bellyful of bitterness, and their expressions had also become miserable. The huge and cold blood-colored divine dragon in the sky had an incomparably clear gaze, but it was precisely because of this that it gave everyone a chilling feeling. An unprecedented fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. For so many years, there had never been a warrior of the same generation who could make them feel such emotions. Among them, the one who was most shocked and had the most interesting expression was Du. Just a moment ago, he was still watching Long Chen suffer a crushing defeat, seeing him at the end of the road in front of his 5 opponents, seeing him on the verge of losing and dying. But in the next moment, the situation changed. That person who was destined to lose and die had unleashed a terrifying divine ability that had never been heard of before, crushing everyone. For a moment, he was above everyone, and that bloodline actually made Du feel fear. Although he didn't want to admit it, the truth was that his legs were trembling on the white jade platform. Impossible, impossible. Du's face was pale, and he took a few steps back. Those terrifying blood-weeping dragon souls were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, and they quickly surrounded him. Hiss, hiss. Although Du hadn't gotten close yet, the ferocious smell of blood made him feel nauseous, and he had the urge to vomit. Big brother. Du's face changed as he placed all his hopes on Difeng. Raising his brows, Difeng spoke again. Long Chen, how about we work together to deal with the others? I only hope that you can let Du live. He's the hope of the human clan, and he can easily do it. Because of the delay, the remaining time was dwindling, and in the blink of an eye, there were only 100 breaths left. Difeng, don't give up. If we work together, we can definitely break that brat's divine ability. He's weak to begin with, and he's relying on those flames to support him. I can tell that he's already at the end of his rope. That's right. If we work together, we'll definitely be able to kill that brat. Difeng, you're really regressing the more you live. I think Su Mukin was right, you're a despicable person. The others had already gathered together. The 100 breaths of time gradually decreased. I'm sorry, but if I let any of you live, I'll have to lose the most important thing to me, and that's something that I can't do. Using the weeping blood dragon's soul this time would definitely cause great harm to himself, and he might not be able to use it again for a short period of time. Finally succeeding, how could Long Chen give up on such a rare opportunity? His gaze fell onto Du. That brat is arrogant and despotic, and he's scheming. He's tried to kill me time and time again. Should I be careless for the sake of the human clan and sacrifice my beloved for him? Or should I use my life to exchange for his? You guys are too naive. Long Chen said unhurriedly. These words immediately caused a huge uproar. Although everyone looked down on Difeng, they also agreed that Du was the hope of the human clan. No matter what, he shouldn't die, right? There's not much time left. Let's start with you, brat. Long Chen's gaze finally landed on Du. Difeng finally revealed a sinister expression. Difeng finally revealed a ferocious expression. Long Chen, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. We have 10 brothers here, and if we really fight, you might not be our match. Let me tell you, any one of us can die, but not him. He has the Dijun divine bloodline, and is inextricably linked to my ancestor. He is the future god of the human race, the hope of the future. If you kill him, you will definitely be despised by the people, and be hunted down by the entire human race. The Dijun divine city is the ruler of the 72 ancient cities, and the eternal dragon city is allied with the other 4 great dragon cities. Even if you have 1,000,000 abilities, you won't be able to escape. Although the others didn't agree with Difeng, they still said, 80% of the divine blood of Dijun is indeed terrifying. If we all die here today, the legacy of the human race will be broken. Looks like I'm also going to die soon. Di Feng continued, everyone, there's only 80 breaths of time left. Let's discuss what we should do. I feel that no matter what, Diyu cannot die. Whoever kills him will be a traitor to the human race, and will definitely be cursed by future generations. Just like the Eternal Dragon Emperor, he won't be able to make a comeback even after 1,000,000 years. Eternal Dragon Emperor. Hearing this name, Longchen once again sank into a state of rage. You said that he absolutely cannot die? Following Long Chen's rage, the millions of blood-weeping dragon souls became restless, and countless blood-red eyes stared at Diyu. What are you going to do? Everyone was incomparably shocked. They hurriedly mobilized their strength and moved in Diyu's direction. Long Chen laughed loudly. I want me and the people I love to live on. Unfortunately, there are only 3 spots. What do you think I should do? There's only 70 breaths of time left, so I'll make it clear. Apart from my sect, everyone else deserves to die, especially Diyu, 80% of the divine blood? I, Long Chen, have never killed such a genius in my entire life, and this genius is still far from maturing. If he had entered the 3 reincarnation tribulations realm, Long Chen definitely wouldn't have been his match. It was a pity that time had been brought forward by half a year, and he still hadn't succeeded. In such a desperate situation, the spirit tribe hadn't arrived yet, and this little bastard who had violated his father's dignity and wanted to kill his child had to die. With only 70 breaths of time left, he chose to attack. His target was everyone. Blood-weeping dragon souls, attack! Following Long Chen's shout, the millions of blood-weeping dragon souls completely flared up. They let out piercing screeches that formed a terrifying sound wave that reverberated outwards like the waves of the sea, causing the ears of all the young experts to ring. Those who weren't well protected were directly deafened. Amidst the screeches of the blood-weeping dragon souls, Diyu's 7 apertures bled as he knelt on the ground. His face was deathly pale as he stared at the dragon souls that filled the sky. His entire body trembled. This time, he was truly afraid. These dragon souls were targeting him. There were only 60 breaths of time left. If he didn't act now, if he wasn't cruel, the one to die would be him. Even if Long Chen had to cripple himself, he had to kill Diyu. Long Chen. Di Feng and the others completely understood his madness at this moment. They all knew that Long Chen would definitely kill all of them. At this time, all they could do was put aside their pride and work together to stop Long Chen from killing Diyu. For millions of years, a descendant of a deity with such rare talent had appeared. He was the hope of the human clan for millions of years, the hope of the human clan dominating the eternal sacred realm. If Diyu died, the elders outside would go completely crazy, and the entire human clan would be plunged into turmoil. Warriors in the Yin and Yang Samsara tribulation realm, especially Di Feng's group, could not be underestimated. Long Chen clenched his teeth and used nearly 100,000 blood-sobbing dragon souls each to block them. Then, he lowered his head and, under the protection of the blood-sobbing dragon souls, approached Diyu. Diyu looked at the huge dragon head in panic. The blood-weeping dragon souls had already blocked Di Feng and the others, and he faced Long Chen alone. He was even more terrified. Sisterly, please tell Long Chen not to kill me. I'm very important to the human clan. In half a year, I'll be able to reach the 3 reincarnation tribulations realm if I devour the ultimate divine dragon's essence blood. Diyu begged Li Xuanji with tears in his eyes. Li Xuanji had already seen through so many things. She said decisively, this is not something I can control. If he lets you go, I'll die. You're important, but in my eyes, you're not as important as my own life. I'm speaking the truth. Please don't take offense. Bitch. Diyu roared. He was already furious. Since Long Chen was not willing to let him go, then he would fight. As long as he could hold on until his brother arrived, he might still have a chance. But Long Chen had long been aware that he would do this. There was not much time left. The most important thing was to make a decision immediately. At this moment, Long Chen transformed into his human form. He used the blood-weeping dragon souls to protect Lingxi and Li Xuanji. With the god-slaying sword in hand, he used the god-slaying sword. Right now, his strength was at its peak. Although Diyu had many tricks up his sleeves and boundless talent, he was still inferior to Long Chen's god-slaying sword. Chapter 1865. Dang! There was a tremor. A golden shield of light appeared over Diyu's body, protecting him. The first strike of the god-slaying sword had not killed him. Huh, I have the secret technique of my family protecting me. How can you kill me? Diyu laughed maniacally. Long Chen's attack had sent him flying back dozens of meters, but he was not injured. The god-slaying sword was already a mystical sword with 99 Dao patterns. Coupled with the unique characteristics of the god-slaying sword, it had surprised Long Chen that the first strike had not killed him. Surrounded by the weeping blood dragon souls, the remaining experts launched a frenzied attack. Long Chen's eyes turned cold. He used the slaughtering heaven blood sword several times, but he could not break the golden shield. On the contrary, the golden shield grew stronger and stronger. Long Chen, don't even think of killing me. Just wait for your death. Long Chen, don't even think of killing me. Just wait for your death. If you don't die, everyone will die. There are only 50 breaths of time left. So what if you can get out of here alive? Can you have the ancient immortal's corpse, the immortal Lord Realm technique, and the blessed spiritual elixir? You can't, because no matter who gets them, they will be taken away by an almighty being in the tribe. Unless I, Diyu, am the only one who can take my things. Even the city lord of Dijun Immortal City can't take them away. These 3 things were specially made for me, especially the blessed spiritual elixir. Diyu was getting more and more arrogant. He had not expected the protection he had on him to be so strong. Trash, this is just tickling me. Diyu crawled up from the ground once again, pointing at Long Chen's nose as he laughed heartily. This proud son of heaven had indeed been scared out of his wits. However, he quickly regained his composure, and the disdain and pride in his heart had already returned. I can't kill you. Long Chen laughed coldly. He turned into a blood-red shadow and rushed towards Diyu. This time, he attacked continuously. A casual strike could send Diyu flying back thousands of meters. In a few breaths of time, he was already at the edge of the 9-colored mist. Since the god-slaying sword could not break it, then he would let the 9-colored mist devour it. After realizing Long Chen's intentions, Diyu's expression changed once again. No, you can't do this to me. I'm a peerless genius. You're betraying the human race. You're destroying it. You'll become a sinner like the eternal Dragon Emperor. He panicked, and his face was once again covered in tears. It's fine if you don't mention him. Long Chen was already in front of him. At this moment, Diyu was already standing at the edge of the white jade platform. Those who were still fighting against the blood-sobbing dragon's soul all sensed this scene. They were incomparably shaken, especially Di Feng, who seemed to have gone crazy. He had unleashed all his trump cards, but the blood-sobbing dragon's soul was too terrifying. He was unable to break through it in a short period of time. Long Chen, you better think for the sake of your loved ones and brothers. If you kill Diyu, then you'll face the fate of having your entire family annihilated, and you'll never be able to reincarnate. Our divine Emperor Jun City has 10,000 ways to make your life a living hell. Di Feng roared like a wild beast. Is that so? But I only have one way to kill this kid. Long Chen turned a deaf ear to Diyu. His seemingly peaceful eyes stared at Diyu. At this moment, Diyu was crying and screaming, trying to escape from Long Chen's control. Since young, Diyu had been placed on a pedestal. Now that he had fallen so miserably, he didn't know how to deal with it. Long Chen no longer hesitated. Some things couldn't be hesitated. His speed was extremely fast, and he instantly appeared in front of Diyu. Goodbye. The god-slaying sword swept horizontally. No, you can't kill me. Diyu screamed in fear. Everyone's hearts were also extremely tense. Dang. The god-slaying sword once again slashed on the light barrier, and Diyu was sent flying. Long Chen rushed up and followed up with another slash. The wailing kid was swept into the nine-colored mist, and he was completely engulfed by the mist. There were only 40 breaths of time left. When Diyu disappeared into the nine-colored mist, everyone in the sky was stunned, including Di Feng. That's it. Everyone looked at Long Chen in a daze. The hope of the human race, the future god, died in the hands of Long Chen just like that. What they didn't know was what kind of shock this would cause. If the older generation, the Eternal Dragon City, and the Supreme June Divine City knew about this, they would probably vomit blood. They had spent a lot of effort to nurture a god, but they didn't expect the ending to be like this. The nine-colored mist would naturally be judged as a loss by the organizer of this round, and they would be eliminated. Once Diyu left, only Long Chen and the group of people opposite him were left. There were only 40 breaths of time left. He turned back and said, "Everyone, there are only 3 slots. Although I, Long Chen, have no enmity with any of you, I'm sorry. To survive, everyone will go crazy. I'll take it as killing you all to take revenge for Sumu Chen." He held the god-slaying sword and merged with the millions of blood-weeping dragon souls. The countless ferocious little dragons were led by Long Chen, and they were concealed by the time-roaming dragon. For a moment, everyone lost sight of Long Chen's position. Only Lingxi and Li Xuanji were protected by the blood-weeping dragon souls, and they were safe. Let's fight, let's fight. Everyone went crazy. Even Diyu was dead. If they didn't fight with their lives, who could survive? Among this group of people, Diyu was the craziest. Long Chen was almost at his limit. He was drowsy, but he forced himself to focus. Blood-weeping dragon souls, attack. Previously, they were defending to kill Diyu. Now, it was time for the real attack. The horror of the blood-sobbing dragon soul was vividly displayed at this moment. The millions of small dragons tore and bit crazily. Soon, the warriors at the Yin and Yang Samsara Tribulation realm fell to the ground one by one under Long Chen's crazy attack. They were either directly bitten to death or severely injured and eliminated. Long Chen wandered among the blood-weeping dragon souls, the god-slaying sword taking a life from time to time. He slaughtered at an astonishing speed, eliminating one expert after another. Those who had been eliminated were suddenly convinced. Because they were facing someone who could defeat them in terms of strength. But that person was too overbearing. Not only did he want to live, but he also wanted the 2 women beside him to live. That completely blocked the path of others. In the end, 1,000,000 dragon souls gathered in the sky, forming a densely packed blood-colored sun. Long Chen's human body was surrounded by the 1,000,000 blood-weeping dragon souls. It was as if he was lying on the ocean. Floating in front of him was Di Feng, who was in a sorry state. There were only 20 breaths of time left. Di Feng looked at everything numbly. In just 20 breaths of time, everyone had been killed by Long Chen. Even he himself was far from being able to do that. The man opposite him was hidden in the blood-colored flames. His eyes could not be seen clearly, but it caused Di Feng to tremble uncontrollably. "How did you do it?" he said in a trembling voice. "It's simple. I don't want my life anymore. I just want to win," Long Chen said calmly. This blood-weeping dragon soul was unprecedentedly powerful, but Long Chen might not be able to use it. Therefore, after this, he would probably have to rest for a long time to recover. But others had paid a greater price than him, and that was their lives. Haha. Di Feng suddenly laughed. "Who the hell are you? All of us in the ancient city of 72 divine descendants were defeated by you. You even killed my younger brother. A person like you isn't just from the lower realm. Perhaps you have another identity." There were only 15 breaths of time left. Only 4 people remained. Long Chen didn't reply. Under his control, the millions of blood-weeping dragon souls emitted waves of hissing sounds. The densely packed little dragons had countless claws and fangs that could cause one's heart to tremble. These little dragons were ferocious beasts that couldn't be tamed, and they kept baring their teeth. I think you should be from the Slaughter Dragon City, right? Di Feng suddenly said. Energy surged from his body as the God Lord's Di Jun divine force was released. Behind him, a huge figure wearing a golden dragon robe and a violet gold crown appeared. This was the primordial first form. I am the God Lord, Di Jun. I control the primordial desolation, roam the universe, and am invincible. These words were uttered under the pressure of his energy. All living beings must kneel before me and be used by me. Those who submit to me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. Lowly existences like you dare to be impudent in front of me? Hurry up and kneel before me. Mutilate yourselves to death. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds caused the space to explode. Di Feng opened his eyes. Boundless energy surged from his hands, as though the entire universe was under his control. I control the space god Dao. Boundless space, gather for me. Under Di Feng's control, Long Chen could feel the true power of space. The surrounding space was actually under the control of Di Feng, squeezing towards him. There were less than 10 breaths of time left. Charge. A cold light flashed in Long Chen's eyes. He disappeared amidst the millions of blood-sobbing dragon souls. The countless little dragons condensed into a skyscraping dragon that charged down, breaking through the restrictions of space, breaking through everything. It swept past Di Feng's body, and when the millions of blood-sobbing dragon souls passed by, the only thing left where Di Feng had been standing was a skeleton. Long Chen knelt on the ground. The millions of blood-weeping dragon souls dissipated, returning to his body. On the white jade platform, there were only 3 people left. Lingxi and Li Xuanji gently landed on the ground. In the next instant, they were already hugging Long Chen, who was about to collapse. At this moment, Long Chen's face was terrifyingly pale. Even with the body of the ancestral dragon, he wouldn't be able to hold on for so long. How do you feel? Li Xuanji furrowed her brows as she asked anxiously. Very good. Long Chen squeezed out a smile, but it looked even uglier than crying. Lingxi's eyes were brimming with tears. She really wanted to bawl, but she managed to endure it. After this experience, everyone had matured a lot, especially her. Perhaps they only had one life, and it wasn't easy for them to obtain this opportunity. Their future lives were obtained by Long Chen through today's battle. Since that was the case, there was no reason not to cherish it. Chapter 1866. On the quiet platform, the final number stopped at 3. If they were 3 breaths slower, then they probably wouldn't be able to live on. From the beginning, Long Chen never believed that he could achieve this. In fact, he had already made up his mind to die. But when Su Muchen left without any regrets, only then did he feel a trace of victory. His pride that he inherited from the absolute beginning era was revealed. The power of his bloodline allowed him to comprehend more slaughter Dao, which allowed him to grasp the blood-weeping dragon soul. Of course, this move wasn't easy to execute. At the very least, the 1 million blood-weeping dragon souls had been executed by Long Chen by suppressing his spiritual refinement fire to the limit. Under normal circumstances, he could only summon 100,000 blood-weeping dragon souls. After this, Long Chen was exhausted to the extreme. He wanted to faint, but he still hadn't completed the most crucial task. He couldn't let the 2 of them hold on. Therefore, he clenched his teeth to keep himself awake. The 3 of them tightly hugged each other. At this moment, perhaps love wasn't important anymore. What was important was that they had gone through life and death together, surviving in an impossible situation. This was something that they could remember for the rest of their lives. There wasn't any time more precious than this moment. However, Long Chen wasn't relaxed. He was thinking about who the mastermind of this game was. If the mastermind was a deity and he wasn't a descendant of a deity, would the reward still fall on him? Or would there be other changes? Thousands of new generations from the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants had died just like that. What would happen after he went out? What should he do in the future? Even Emperor Yu had died. What kind of turmoil would happen to the human clan? What did all of this have to do with him? How could he survive in the game of the highest level when he was still so young? Many questions had troubled his heart. At this moment, the platform underwent a special change. Long Chen held on to their tender hands, one on the left and one on the right. The three of them stood side by side. At that moment, the sky suddenly lit up. The nine-colored mist in the sky began to swirl and disperse, revealing a colorful passageway. The three of them raised their heads in unison, only to discover that there seemed to be a colorful sun above them. Celestial music rang out from that direction. At the same time, it was accompanied by high-pitched singing and Sanskrit chanting. All sorts of lights flickered, and all sorts of figures could be seen floating about. Those people sat in the boundless depths of the sky, looking down on the common people. Long Chen felt as if he was being scrutinized by countless gazes, and this feeling made him feel reverence. Just what was going to happen? The three of them tensed up. At this moment, 5 pills suddenly fell from the sky. They were gold, cyan, blue, red, and yellow. The 5 swastikas didn't have any patterns on them. They looked very ordinary, but they caused Long Chen and the others' hearts to churn. They hadn't come into contact with the so-called source energy of heaven and earth, but this was the source energy that was revealed by these pills. It was vast and majestic. Just one pill could affect the same attribute energy of the entire world. This was the source energy that made up all materials. Even the white jade platform beneath their feet was made up of 5 types of source energy. Even the human body was formed from source energy. The origin power was the source of all power. Any power, whether it was martial spirit or divine spirit, whether it was the power of nirvana or the power of reincarnation, was also a transformation of the origin power. Everything in the world was formed by the origin power. And these 5 pills should be the ancient immortal's corpse. One of the 3 treasures. Refining the ancient immortal's corpse would allow one to have 5 avatars that were similar to one's physical body. However, they had a path to immortalhood and were independent Tao skills and mystiques. This was equivalent to having 5 additional fighting power equivalent to one's own. 5 lives. If this was given to Long Chen, he would definitely be able to unleash terrifying fighting power. The 5 pills landed on the ground. The 3 of them still wanted to touch them. At this moment, another thing fell from the sky. It was a purple moon the size of a thumb, and it was a crescent moon. As it fell from the sky, it emitted a hazy light like the moon. It was crystal clear and extremely beautiful. Within this small purple crescent moon, there were hundreds of millions of spirit designs, curses, and world spirit techniques. This was the highest level of cultivation from the alternate world, the Immortal Lord Realm technique. The purple crescent moon finally landed beside the ancient immortal's corpse. Next was a seemingly ordinary jade bottle. The jade bottle fell from the sky and landed in the middle of the 3 treasures. Within the jade bottle, there were probably 9 different drops of blessed spiritual elixir. It could allow someone with mediocre talent to reach the pinnacle of the reincarnation realm in a very short time, and reach Long Qinglan's level. It was hard to say which of the 3 treasures was more valuable. However, if one had to compare, the blessed spiritual elixir was the most attractive. This was because the reincarnation trial was too terrifying. Even with the ancient immortal's corpse and the Immortal Lord Realm technique, one might not be able to reach the pinnacle of the reincarnation realm, and might even die in the reincarnation trial. Only the most mysterious blessed spiritual elixir was the ultimate guarantee. Who would have thought that these would really be bestowed? Long Chen sighed inwardly. In truth, what he pursued was survival, and he was not envious of these things. Compared to any treasure, survival was the most important. He had thought that even if he won, he might not be able to obtain such treasures. However, these things were presented in front of him, and every single one of them was something that would drive the entire human race crazy. Alright, let's start dividing the treasures. Long Chen smiled despite his exhaustion. He led the two beauties to the front of the three treasures. It seemed like they could choose for themselves. Li Xuanji took a step back and said, Long Chen, you earned these with your own efforts. I can't take them. Long Chen turned back and said, don't be like that. We're not strangers. Li Xuanji shook her head and said, no, these things are too valuable. I can't afford them. Long Chen also shook his head and said, firstly, if you take it as a gift from me, then there's no difference in how valuable they are. If you continue to be like this, you're treating me like an outsider. Secondly, these things are clearly the same for everyone. If I monopolize too, won't I be struck to death? Lingxi also said, Big Sister Xuanji, just listen to him. You're not giving him face. As such, Li Xuanji hesitated for a while. She pursed her lips and looked at Long Chen with blurry eyes. She nodded slightly. She knew that Long Chen treated her as one of his own. If not, he would not have risked his life to save her. Long Chen looked at the three treasures. He pointed to the beautiful purple moon and said, Little Shi, you like to study these things. Xuanji and I are completely unfamiliar with these kinds of designs and restrictions. This Immortal Lord Realm technique should be tailor-made for you. Thank you, Chen. Lingxi smiled sweetly. She knew that Long Chen would give this beautiful purple moon to her. From the ethereal immortal sex legacy to this Immortal Lord Realm technique, Long Chen had never been stingy with her. Don't touch it first. You can take it after I take it. Long Chen reminded her. He was a very careful person. Who knew if there would be any accidents if he took away these three treasures? All that was left was the ancient immortal's corpse and the favored spiritual elixir. Whether it was the ancient immortal's corpse or the favored spiritual elixir, they were both very useful to Long Chen. The ancient immortal's corpse could temporarily boost his fighting power, while the favored spiritual elixir could guarantee his ascension to immortality. Long Chen finally pointed to the ancient immortal's corpse and said to Li Xuanji, I think this will suit you better. If Long Chen could control the 5 pills, he might be able to unleash even greater fighting power in the future. However, he had chosen the favored spiritual elixir. Actually, Long Chen's reasoning was simple. In reality, Long Chen's reasoning was very simple. Among the 3 treasures, only the blessed spiritual elixir didn't need to recognize a master. As long as it was for Long Chen's sake, he could give 1 or 2 drops to someone else. Therefore, he decided to keep the blessed spiritual elixir for now. He was already strong enough, so he wanted to do everything possible to let these 2 women possess tyrannical strength and trump cards as soon as possible. He didn't care about himself, but only about them. From this perspective, the ancient god's corpse was more suitable for Li Xuanji. Li Xuanji looked at him affectionately. She roughly knew what Long Chen was thinking. This man was responsible and responsible. It was just that she had an inner demon. Alright, I'll go first. At this moment, Long Chen had Li Xuanji and Lingxi retreat. He was on guard and reached out to grab the jade bottle. There were no obstacles in the process, so he easily grabbed the jade bottle. After discovering that there was nothing special about it, he placed the jade bottle in the depths of the Great Void Realm. That was the safest place. It should be fine. You can take yours too. Long Chen took a few steps back and said in a relaxed manner. The 2 women nodded. Lingxi walked towards the purple moon, while Li Xuanji stood in front of the 5 pills. When Lingxi's fingers touched the purple moon, it emitted a soft light and suddenly floated in the air. It was incomparably peaceful and gentle. It floated up gently and finally stopped in front of Lingxi's smooth, white forehead, and slowly embedded itself in it. The purple moon fused perfectly with Lingxi. The purple light glowed, and Lingxi's snow-white dress fluttered. She looked like a fairy, pure and beautiful like a white lotus. The purple light glowed and formed a purple ball of light beside Lingxi. This ball of light was filled with strange runes from the alternate world. The Immortal Lord Realm technique was connected to thousands of great Daos, and at this moment, it was completely under Lingxi's control. What a mystical Immortal Lord Realm technique! There are so many things contained within it. Lingxi was immersed in the Immortal Lord Realm technique, her heart leaping with joy. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.